साथीहरु यो माइक चेक गरौँ है त एकचोटि हेलो गुड मर्निङ नमस्ते I'd like to welcome you to School Education Sector Plan SESP Budget Review meeting. We have a couple of delegates already in the hall and they are on the way. ठिक छ आना voice projection राम्रो सुन्या छ जिमी जिमी राम्रो सुन्या छ एकदम very good
Recording in progress. तिमीबाट बोक्नु यहाँ छ यहाँ ओके स्टार्ट यहाँ छ के माथि सुरु मिले आज आउनुहुन्छ भन्नुभयो त्यो सेटलमेन्ट पछि होइन तर मेरो पैसा
सघाउनु पर्ने हो कि तर डिभिजन पछि
भित्रैबाट गर्नु Mic pass.
डिभाइस मार्नु पर्ने होइन दिनु पऱ्यो नि यहाँ यो लाइनलाई यो लाइनलाई
यो त्यहाँ उसलाई सोध त अब थाहै छ यसबाट म्युट होइन के गर्नु पर्ने गयो थियो आउट भयो गइरहेको छैन
Namaskar and good morning to all. Respected sirs and madams, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports, I would like to welcome you to this School Education Sector Plan Budget Review Meeting 2026. I would like to request respected Secretary of the Ministry, Mr. Churamadi Paudel sir, for chairing this opening session. Thank you for chairing the session, sir. Similarly, I would like to request the Development Partner Focal Point, Her Excellency Veronique Lorenzo, Ambassador of the EU to Nepal, for co-chairing this opening session. Thank you, Your Excellency, for co-chairing the session. Now, I would like to ask permission of the chair and co-chair to proceed ahead with the rest of the agenda. Thank you for your permission. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to request His Excellency Rob Fenn, Ambassador of the United Kingdom to Nepal, to take the chair of guest. Thank you. Similarly, I would like to request His Excellency Petri Puhakka, Ambassador of Finland to Nepal, to take the chair of guest. Thank you. Now, I'd like to request Her Excellency Dagny Mias, Ambassador of Norway to Nepal, to take the chair of guest. I'd like to welcome all representatives from different commissions, joint secretaries and director generals of the central level agencies, delegates from Development Partner Focal Point, EU, the co-focal point, FCDO, heads of joint financing partner agencies, ADB, Finland, World Bank, Norway, and UNICEF, head of development partner agencies, heads of UN agencies, representatives from Office of the Auditor General, Financial Comptroller General's Office, National Federation of the Disabled, academic and research institutions, representatives from different federal level ministries, provincial ministries, and the local governments, representatives from the Municipal Association of Nepal, MUAN, the National Association of Rural Municipalities in Nepal, NARMIN, Nepal Parents Federation, PAPSON, and PAPSON, representatives from other civil society organizations, government officials, all development partner representatives, and all other valued delegates. And I request you all to take a seat. Thank you all. I would like to apologize in case I committed any error in maintaining the portfolio or forgot to mention any of the valued delegates in this meeting. Now, I would like to request everyone for a short introduction. I'd like to request the delegates who have joined online and who are in the overflow rooms to introduce oneself through the chat box. Let me start the introduction. I'm Ramesh Kimire, Under Secretary in the Development Assistance Coordination section in this ministry. Now, may I request you, sir, to stand?
Curriculum Development Center. Thank you.
Namaskar, good morning to all. I am Sita Lauti, Education Officer, my municipality, Ilam. Thank you.
Namaskar, my name is Tukaraj Adhikari, Controller of Examination, Grade 10.
Namaskar, good morning. My name is Jhum Prasad Rai, working in Technical Support Unit, Ministry.
Namaskar, good morning all. I am Sunita Subedi from Mohan.
Namaskar, I am Ruku Sharma Paudel, Under Secretary from NNRFC. Thank you.
Namaste, good morning. I am Narendra Paneru from SESP.
Namaskar, Anna Griffin, SESP Liaison Officer.
Good morning, Ramesh Takal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports.
Namaskar, Jayaram Adhikari, Education Review Office, Director General.
Good morning, everyone. It's me, Basudev Bosti, Director, CEHRD, Sanatimi Bhaktapur. Thank you.
Namaste, good morning. Me Jagge Prasad Remi from CSRD, Finance Section, Under Secretary.
Namaste, me Gopal Prasad Kandel from Bagmati Province.
Good morning, I am Nilkantha Dhakal, Director CHRD, Planning and Monitoring Section. Thank you.
Namaste, Bhaktabadir Godar, CHRD, Director IMI Section.
Namaste, I am Govinda Arya from National Record Office, Teacher.
नमस्ते, म काशीनाथ दङ्गाल, सामुदायिक विद्यालय व्यवस्थापन समिति महासङ्घ केन्द्रको सचिव.
Good morning and namaste. I am Durga Banjade, Program Director, National Planning Commission, Nepal.
नमस्ते, म सपना चौधरी राणा, लालझाडी गाउँपालिका उपाध्यक्ष कञ्चनपुर.
Namaste, me Siddharaj Bhatt, Section Officer from Laljadi Rural Municipality.
Namaste and good morning, everybody. It's me, Mahendra Prajali, Deputy Director General from CHRD. Thank you very much.
Namaste, good morning. I am Kedara Acharya, Director, University Grants Commission. Thank you.
Namaskar and good morning. Me Kumar Basnet, Unit Chief, EDCU Jhapa.
Namaste, Chet Kumar Pokhrel, EDCU Chief, Lalitpur.
Namaste and good morning. I am Ananta Kumar Paudel from Gol Bazar Municipality, Sira, Under Secretary. Thank you.
Namaste and good morning, everyone. I am Krishna Bahadur Adhikari, Under Secretary from FCGO.
Good morning, everyone. Namaste. My name is Arjun Dakal from Ministry of Finance, Undersecretary. Thank you.
Good morning and namaste. Me Dinesh Dakal, Section Officer from Mofaga. Thank you.
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई म हरि अर्याल सिएचआरडी को डिटिजी हजुर
सबैमा नमस्कार म हरिप्रसाद नेरौला शिक्षक सेवा आयोगको प्रशासकीय प्रमुख
Namaste, I am Lakshmi Prasad Bhattarai, Project Director, CLPIU Education.
Namaskar to all. I am Sri Prasad Bhattarai, Head of Higher Education Division at this ministry.
Good morning. I am Rudra Prasad Adhikari, Joint Secretary in this ministry.
Namaste. Good morning all. I am Anaprasad Neupane, DG from CESRD.
Namaste everybody. Shivakumar Sapkota, Joint Secretary at the Ministry. Thank you.
Good morning, Namaskar. Anouk Fanek, Education Focal Point for the European Union in Nepal.
Good morning, everyone. Shivani Mishra, Education Advisor at the British Embassy, serving as co-focal point for the LEDPG this year. Thank you.
Namaskar, Johanna Korki, Education Counselor, Embassy of Finland.
Namaskar, good morning. Anamika Gojan, Norwegian Embassy. I look after education and gender. Thank you.
Namaste, this is Jeffrey Su, Education Specialist with the ADB, cover ADB portfolio here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Maya Sherpa from the World Bank, Senior Economist.
Good morning. I'm Tomoko Koide from Embassy of Japan.
Namaste, good morning. Nathaniel Glidden, WFP, Head of Social Protection.
Namaste, good morning. This is Dhruva from UNESCO, Education Sector Lead.
Namaste, good morning. Tara Chetri, Country Director, Save the Children.
Namaste, good morning. Simone Divicenz, Country Director, People in Need.
Namaste, good morning. This is Narayan, representing AI and EWG Coordinator. Thank you.
Namaskar, this is Lakshmi Paudyal. I am Senior Program Development and Quality Advisor for Save the Children.
Good morning, this is Dipendra Bikram Thapa, Education System Advisor, Samarth. Thank you.
Namaste, good morning. This is Kesar Bhatta, Education Lead for Samarth Program. Thank you.
Good morning, Namaskar. Ippei Shimizu, JEC Education Advisor.
Good morning, Sajana Maharjan Amate, Team Leader from ASI for Samartha FCDO program.
Namaskar, good morning. I'm Ayari Takinunen, Chief Technical Advisor of Texas Project. Thank you.
Good morning, Namaskar. I'm Ram from NCE Nepal, it's civil society organization.
Good morning, everyone. Uddhav Bhattrai from World Vision.
नमस्कार सबैजनालाई म सबिन खनाल SESP टेक्निकल सपोर्ट युनिट
सबैजनालाई नमस्कार भोगेन्द्र लामिछाने ब्रिटिश काउन्सिल
Good morning to all. Shyam Prasad Acharya, Director, CESRD.
Good morning, Namaste. Krishna Lamsal, Senior Program Manager, JICA Nepal Office.
Namaste, Deepika Shrestha, World Bank.
I am Giridhari Subedi, National Federation of Disability Nepal Center Committee spokesperson.
नमस्ते, मेरो नाम नरमाया लिम्बू। म चाहिँ अहिले हाल म चाहिँ डिटा नेपालबाट नेपाल हजुर म चाहिँ पार्सली ब्लाइन्ड हो म टोटली ब्लाइन्ड होइन पार्सली ब्लाइन्ड है हस् त थ्यांक यू
नमस्कार सबैजनालाई म सन्ध्या आचार्य LEDPG कोअर्डिनेटर फर फोकल एन्ड कोफोकल थ्यांक यू
Namaste, good morning, everyone. This is Indra Guru, Special Advisor for Education Embassy of Finland. Thank you.
Namaskar, Diego Moroso, British Embassy.
Namaskar, this is Jimmy from UNICEF.
Yes, good morning, Arno Koshwar, ADB Country Director, Nepal.
Good morning. My name is Alice Sakunga, UNICEF representative.
Namaste, Sachiko Kataoka, Senior Economist from the World Bank.
Namaste and good morning. My name is Riaz Lodi, representative of the World Food Program in Nepal.
Good morning. My name is Yakudu Toy. I'm the UNESCO representative in Nepal.
Namaskar. I'm Mizuki Matsuzaki. I'm Chief Representative of JICA Nepal office. Thank you.
Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. I am Abhiram Roy from UNFP, working as Program Analyst. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is SP Coloni. I'm Country Director for Blinkna Foundation and Chairperson AIN. Thank you.
This is Milav Razoli from NC Nepal as a chairperson. I work in education pages.
Thank you, everyone, for the short introduction. I would like to remind all of you that the sessions will have simultaneous translation facilities. The sessions will be translation into both the mediums, that is Nepali to English, English to Nepali, as well as in the sign language, and therefore request you to use the language which you feel comfortable. And also would like to inform you that we have been live streamed on YouTube so that all the stakeholders have access to this discussion. So now I'd like to request the Joint Secretary of the Ministry, Mr. Sivakumar Sapkota, for his welcome remarks with a synopsis of the education sector, including summary of SESP progress and proposed budget for the fiscal year 2026-27.
Thank you, Ramesi. Respected Chair and Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Sports, Chudamani Paudel, sir. Ambassador of the EU to Nepal, and also the focal point for development partners for this tenure. Excellencies, Ambassador, colleagues from UK, Finland, Norway, and head of agencies of different development partners. Member secretaries from different commissions, representative from different ministries, National Planning Commission, OAG, FCGO, and other departments, the joint secretaries from Ministry of Education and Sports, department heads from different central level agencies, and at the same time, heads of different agencies, representative from provincial and local level governments, representative from different stakeholder communities like teacher association, guardian association, association of disability, and different associations. So I would like to address those colleagues representing different organizations and associations. Colleagues from different INGOs, NGOs, projects, and at the same time, colleagues from universities, experts, journalists, colleagues from Secretariat of the Honorable Minister, TSU colleagues, my colleagues from the ministry and different departments, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to say namaste, everybody. And I feel honored to have this opportunity in order to follow my first assignment I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you for your gracious presence in this event, which is the budget review meeting of the School Education Sector Plan 2026. You may not know how precious will be your presence and enthusiasm for the people like us in the system. We feel that the presence of the people, the type of people who are present here in this room. We do have, feeling of inspiration. We do have feeling of encouragement. Thus, I sincerely appreciate your time and patience to be here. We are now in the 4th year of SESP implementation, but this will be the last BRM of the SESP, since this event is only the opportunity to review the annual budget for the last year of the first cycle of SESP. The meeting is our primary platform to align resources and priorities for the final period of phase 1, while simultaneously laying the foundations for the second phase of the plan as well. In this respect, we are at an important and decisive moment. Now, please allow me to highlight main objectives of the event, which we are here for, meaning a BRM. This is basically and primarily meant for reviewing the proposed budget and annual strategic provisions for the next fiscal year. At the same time, this also will look into reviewing the performance and progress made over the past 6 months period of time. And at the same time, this opportunity or this platform will also be utilized for reflecting the perspectives, feelings, and experience and lessons learned from different, the events and also different undertakings by the implementing agencies and the entire implementing community, those who are engaged in the SESP or education reform campaign in Nepal. And at the same time, this meeting will also be dedicated to review the financial monitoring report and also procurement procedures that we have adopted over the period of time in course of implementation of the program. We all have observed that this has not been an ordinary year. Looking at the global trend, official development assistance ODA landscape has been changed. As a result, we have encountered a reduction in sizable amount of foreign assistance, which is evidenced by the unexpected withdrawal of USAID from joint financing arrangement. The another factor is the preparation for LDC graduation, which has created a potential risk of unforeseeable challenges in accessing to ODA resources for future reform initiative. On the other hand, we have also faced political movements over the period of time, physical damages and different, the infrastructure, the parliamentary elections, changes of the government, change in the government basically, and also the teacher strikes and series of protests and strikes over the past 1 year period of time. A combination of those incidents must create huge pressure on any system. None of that has been easy and none of it has gone unnoticed. But through each of these disruptions, the ministry has remained always standby and focused on its mandate and accountability. The system was made continue to function and the work for Nepalese children has gone on. Under such circumstances, the leadership of the ministry consistently worked to navigate the whole education system to the new and desired level of functioning without any visible lapses and errors. This meeting also follows the successful completion of the midterm review of SESP that would take place back in November 2025. The MTR was a clear in appraisal of medium-term progress and in setting the direction for both the remaining period of the first cycle and of the second cycle of SESP. We have been encouraged by the entire MTR exercise for its high consideration of the achievement made so far and also for the set of proposals recommended to intensify the outcome of the plan in future. Respected Chair, distinguished delegates, please allow me to touch briefly upon budgetary proposition for the next fiscal year. In fiscal year 2026-27, the government has approved the budget ceiling of Nepali rupees 210 billion so far. That makes more than 11% share of national budget in education. And within this envelope, the SESP budget proportion shares some 69%, though the ceiling of additional 5 billion rupees is almost ready to be added to the ceiling for SESP. On the other hand, 17 billion rupees of joint financing partners' contribution, which accounts more than 11% of SESP budget, has already been confirmed. Though the commitment from different development partners is coming up for the next cycle of SESP as well. At a time when fiscal pressures are real and the global development financing environment is uncertain, this is a clear signal of the government's commitment to educating the children of our country. This AWPB gives us an outline to that commitment with clear actions, targets, and responsibilities at federal, provincial, and the local level. The AWPB was developed through a participatory process involving relevant agencies, development partners, and civil society at every tier of discussion and exercise. Let me highlight some key progress and outcome of the plan implementation. We can report promising pictures of access to education components, like the proportion of grade 1 entrants with ECD experience, which has reached to 78%. Similarly, the basic level net enrollment rate, which is 98%, and at the same time, the completion rate has risen to 82%. The completion rate of basic level schooling, and at the same time, the dropout rate has fallen to a minimal point. Those promising pictures and rosy pictures give us a lot of encouragement and inspiration to go further. And at the same time, if we talk about secondary levels progress, the net enrollment rate is progressing significantly, and SC pass rate, which has already been published, the SC result which has already been published, and that has increased to 65%, which was 62% in the last year. And Dalit enrollment rate has exceeded targets, and gender parity has been achieved and maintained over the in the entire schooling program. In addition, the effort of the entire system has proved to be working better for showing tremendous progress in various result indicators such as facilities of WASH, electricity facility, internet facility in schools. At the same time, the preparation for declaring Madhya as literate province, the allocation of teachers in the core subjects, the practice of local educational planning, a majority of, or almost half of the, nearly half of the local governments have already prepared and approved the plan. Early screening of disability, master plan based allocation of grant for school construction, utilization of real plan The new system of teacher education or teacher professional development, a practice in Nepal, homegrown midday meal, etc. Those are certain areas where we have implemented responsive programs, and the result has become very promising and very encouraging. However, there are challenges. Challenges remain. Issues remain. The changes in the figures of learning outcome across all grades are not so promising. We are still very much serious to improve the learning outcome of schools with all the possible measures. This is not only the question of putting inputs and interventions to the school and to improve the classroom instruction alone, but also we are all looking at improving the strategies of the research or the assessment system, which is dedicated to assessing the learning achievement of the students. The 13% of repetition rate, especially in grade 1, which has become a little bit alarming for us to look at it very seriously, and around 2 to 3% of dropout rate within the basic level, and also 2 to 3% of out of school population within the correct age population of basic level. And those figures also are something that we have to look at very seriously, and we have to plan the very serious and responsive activities for future. At the same time, there is certain gaps in transition of levels, like from basic level to secondary level, or say primary level, initial primary level to a lower secondary level. So those gaps in transition of into the levels, and also sometimes transition to new grades, has become a little bit serious problem. And at the same time, non-existence of teacher support system after the introduction of federal structure in Nepal, and reporting gaps at different levels, like we do have some limitations in having reports from local level and also provincial level, if we talk about the financial reporting system. At the same time, we have faced competing interest of 3 tiers of government. Those are the major areas which we honestly accept and realize without any excuse. And those areas where we have to work harder, we have to coordinate and collaborate with different stakeholders in future, so that we will definitely be in a position not to repeat the same problems, and not to sustain and continue those problems for the next coming review mission. And at the same time, the challenges facing the sector also include weak school level monitoring system, limited use of ICT resources in classrooms, and high vulnerability to disaster and climate risk, and inadequate coordination with health, nutrition, and child protection. So those can be the certain areas of challenges which demand further serious work and serious attention of government and all the stakeholders, community as well. Respected Chair and delegates, now I would like to take you to some reflections upon the experience and to some account of lesson that was taught by new changes in the country. In other words, those reflections and lessons have shifted our priorities to a new agenda and destination of school sector reform initiative for future. To name them, like foundational learning approach, to consolidation of inputs towards improving learning outcome of early grades, as defined from ECD to grade 5. So we would like to consolidate the interventions on learning resources, curriculum, capacity building of teachers, learning environment, student evaluation, and management of school functions. Those will be looked at from the very unified perspective for better delivery. So this is something that we are we have shifted our whole effort and perspective and also the policies towards a foundation learning approach. And at the same time, an initiative of safer and disaster resilient school infrastructure, which is based on a comprehensive master plan that will be informed by physical needs of individual schools through self-reporting system as well as survey reporting system. And a climate smart education system initiative that is that rather focus more on climate adaptation in policies, skills, curriculum, pedagogy, learning facilities, etc. And at the same time, the digital transformation in education management and teaching learning system. We, the Ministry of Education, would like to see some changes and meaningful changes in the digital utilization of digital facilities in the schools in the real classroom situation. The dedicated system of production of e-learning resources, including virtual lessons and partnering with non-government sector to utilize those e-learning resources available in the market. And those, effort has to be streamlined and has to be taken into consideration in a serious manner so that we can pool the resources available in the market together for the very, targeted goal, which is basically to improve the teaching learning situation in classrooms of all schools in Nepal. At the same time, the implementation of local education plan with activity-tied budget allocation system. So far, we have focused on formulation of local education plan, and also we have focused and we have requested local governments to approve the plan so that that plan will guide the entire educational activities in the local government or in the entire implementation system at the local government. So that was the original idea, but now we have shifted our focus to the implementation of local educational plan with the provision of activity-tied budget allocation system. And at the same time, our priority has shifted to creating budgetary space for collaboration among all three tiers of the government. This is not only the question of allocation of budget from the federal level, and the local level will be mere consumer of that resources. No, it is not like that. So the whole notion of our idea to implement the plan is to create a kind of space for collaborative, platform where all three tiers of government can put money together and will have the very solid and responsive plan interventions. At the same time, the government ministry priority has shifted towards a notion or the concept of no child left behind the schooling facility, especially children with difficult conditions and children with special needs will have full access to compulsory education through residential, integrated, and device provisions to the required intent and extent. Basically, the children now at the moment what we have seen is there are children who are out of schools and they have certain situation, they have encountered certain problems and difficult conditions as well. So our focus is to understand and to go into the into understanding the conditions of those children and to find the appropriate solution to address their problems. School restructuring is another shift that we have adopted to overcome the integration of grade 9-12 technical stream into the Tibet program and school merging, rationalization of teacher positions, and so on. And finally, the government has put a lot of focus on regulation of private schooling system to strictly comply with the legal and social obligations of those schools. So those are, the government priorities and new shift, new focus, which will form a kind of the core program for the proposed AWPB and SESP for the next fiscal year. And legal reform like Education Act, TVET Act, and Higher Education Act, those are also, I mean, those initiatives are also underway. And Minister of Education, probably our respected secretary will highlight some more on those initiatives that Ministry of Education has taken very recently to go with the very logical conclusion in terms of having those acts in place. So those points are shifted priorities of the government, and in addition, we have already started the shift to shift entire service delivery system by the course of implementing 100 points reform actions recently announced by the government. The next year will remain as a year of departure to the new focus, new priority, and new approach in the school education sector. Therefore, the proposed SEP AWPB has been prepared to address those shift and reorientation. Meanwhile, we have received a very fresh decision of the government to reformation of the ministries. We stand now with new name of ministry, which is Minister of Education and Sports. We managed to change the banner of this program yesterday only, based on the new mandate that we have received from the government. And the science and technology sector has been taken out to introduce a new ministry, which is also, I think, good news for all of us. So now Nepal will have a new ministry for science and technology and also probably innovation. So that will, I mean, be a kind of, new, spirit of the government to focus on science and technology and also research and innovation in future. Over the coming days, I request and encourage all the participants to engage with openness and determination. Our common purpose is the education of Nepal's children, all of them, including those in the remote municipalities, those with disability, and those from historically extended communities. Let us use this budget review meeting to ensure that the resources, the strategies, and the accountability mechanism we agree upon are truly aligned with that purpose. Now I want to thank the focal point EU and co-focal point FCDU for their constructive leadership. And at the same time, I do take a note of contribution, support, and positive solidarity of colleagues from different development partners under JFA and also outside JFA in course of preparing for this meeting, and also in course of enriching the documents that we have prepared for this particular meeting. Your Excellencies and colleagues from entire DP agencies, you deserve sincere gratitude and appreciation of the government for your continued support and commitment for future plan as well. The government very much values the support of the 8 joint financing partners who pulled contributions under the school sector sector-wide approach remain essential to progress in future as well. On this note, I would like to conclude my remarks right here. Once again, warm welcome to all of you. Wish you all the best for the success of 5-day course of this meeting. Thank you and see you around. Thank you.
Thank you, respected Joint Secretary, for the welcome remarks and also highlighting the key focus of the government. Now, I would like to request the Director General of Center for Education and Human Resource Development, Mr. Anaprasad Neupane, for a brief remarks highlighting the overall progress of the SESP.
Thank you, Ramesh sir. Respected Chairperson, co-chairperson, distinguished guests, focal and co-focal person of development partners, esteemed dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and good morning. First of all, on the behalf of CSRD and myself, I would like to extend my heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you for your presence and valuable contribution in reflecting on the ASIP and AWPB for fiscal year 2026-27. During the budget preparation process, extensive consultation and interactions were conducted with development partners, provincial governments, local levels, and other stakeholders. The proposed program and budget have been prepared by incorporating the valuable suggestions and recommendations received from these consultations. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to and appreciation to Ministry and all distinguished individuals who provided valuable feedback, suggestions, opinions, and guidance during the preparation of ASIP and AWPB. The total national budget for fiscal year 2026-27 is 1,890 billion NPR. Out of this, the education sector has been allocated 210 billion NPR, which accounts for 11.11% of the total national budget. Similarly, within the education sector budget, 153 billion has been allocated to the SESP, representing 72% of the total education budget. For fiscal year 2026-27, the government of Nepal has proposed budget allocation across the three tiers of government based on the functional responsibilities defined under the federal structure. On the total education budget, 69.4% will be transferred to the local levels, while 28.4% has been allocated at the federal level, and similarly, provincial governments will receive 2.1% of the education budget. Likewise, 99.6% of the total SESP budget has been proposed for local levels through conditional grants. Only 0.004% of the total SESP budget will be implemented at the provincial level, while 0.398, which is below than 1% of the budget, will be implemented at the federal level. This clearly indicates that the majority of the proposed SESP budget has been prioritized for implementation at the local level. Although the education sector has received significant budget allocation across the three-tier level of governance, the actual expenditure rates so far remain relatively low, with 62% expenditure at the local level, 45% at the provincial level, and only 15% at the federal level. Despite significant progress, the school education sector continues to face several challenges. Many children from marginalized communities and remote areas still struggle to access quality education, while learning outcomes in literacy, numeracy, and critical thinking remain below expected standards. Inadequate teacher training, limited infrastructures, and insufficient learning resources continue hinder effective teaching and learning processes. Addressing these challenges require strong coordination, collaboration, and commitment for all stakeholders to ensure equitable, inclusive, and quality education for every child. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for your continued support and cooperation. I would like forward to further collaboration. I would like to request to further collaboration in achieving the objectives set forth in the school education sector plan in days ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable remarks. Now, I'd like to present the BRM agenda and the aid memoir writing team and request for your any observation and input on it, please. We have the BRM agenda on the display, and that is also included in your folder. Now the aid memoir writing team, please. So in order to capture the main points of the discussion in the form of aid memoir, we have a joint aid memoir writing team from the government and also from the joint financing partners, and the names are on the display. The team will be led by the Deputy Director General of CSRD, Mahendra Porajuli, and we have representation from different central level agencies, and also from the joint financing partner side, we have EU, Anouk Vanek as the lead of that, and there are representation from different agencies. Are there any points on the agenda? If not, this is now formally adopted. And I'd like to request the aid memoir writing team to have a very brief meeting after the main discussion today in the DAX hall after 4. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Development Partner Focal Point, Her Excellency Veronique Lorenzo, the Ambassador of the EU to Nepal, for her opening remarks. Whatever you feel comfortable with. Okay, good.
Respected Secretary, Joint Secretary, colleagues from the Ministry of Education and Sports, dear fellow heads of agencies, ambassadors, partners, good morning, namaste. On behalf of the entire Local Education Development Partners Group, let me start by congratulating the Ministry for its continued commitment to engaging a broad range of stakeholders in the budget review mission of the school education sector plan. I think this is a strong reflection of the confident, collaborative, and government-led sector stewardship. The budget review mission is in many ways the centerpiece of our annual sector calendar. And this is the moment when we move from reflection and review to the practical question of what we will do together with the resources, capacities, and time available to us. But what makes this process truly meaningful is sometimes more difficult to capture in an agenda. It's the willingness to engage openly, candidly, constructively with one another. Over the past year, this partnership has navigated institutional changes, as Joint Secretary referred to it, political transitions, and a shifting global environment that continues to place pressure on financing priorities and ways of working. And yet, despite these challenges, the sector has continued to move forward. Major milestones were completed, commitments were maintained, and progress continue to be communicated transparently. And that resilience and continuity deserves recognition. We're also at an important inflection point. This is the final year of the first phase of the school education sector plan, where the transition to the next phase now on the horizon alongside the arrival of a new government. So this moment calls for honest stock-taking, for fresh thinking, and it's also an opportunity to deepen and reaffirm the strength of our relationship. The midterm review, the joint review mission have provided us with an evidence-based picture of where we stand. Progress is real and significant. Access has expanded, equity commitments have become more institutionalized, and the SWOT framework has continued to mature into one of the strongest examples of government-led coordination in Nepal. We would like to commend the ministry for all these achievements. At the same time, we must remain honest with ourselves. The clearest and most urgent message emerging from the reviews is that improvements in foundational learning have not kept pace with gains in access. Today, only around 1 in 5 children in Nepal can read and understand a simple text by grades 2 to 3. We cannot conclude this phase of the SESP with the challenge insufficiently addressed. It calls for frank discussion, a clear action plan on the systemic changes needed in classroom pedagogy, teacher support, formative assessment, and learner remediation. At the same time, technological change, including advances in artificial intelligence and digital technologies, is reshaping both how education is delivered and the skills students will need to thrive in future. While we may not have all the answers, we know that stronger foundational skills, adaptability, creativity, critical thinking will become increasingly important. Our shared responsibility is to ensure that the education system equips all the students with these competencies. Development partnerships are strongest when they're grounded in trust, candor, mutual accountability, and shared commitment to results. And in that spirit, the budget review is an opportunity to reflect, recalibrate, and recommit ourselves to the goals we collectively share. And of course, we look forward to the days ahead. Allow me a couple of personal comments, not in the text that was jointly agreed by all the development partners in education. One is on the budget that is now is maintained at 10.75%, and this is again, it is an achievement in days of increasing budget constraints and of falling aid assistance. But while it's a struggle to maintain the same levels of funding, we know from international experience that the required levels to improve the quality of education are around or at least 50% of the budget. So the curve is steep, but it needs to be looked at very, very, in the face. The second point, and perhaps linked to that issue of the budget, is, and I speak personally, dear Secretary, is the absence of the mention of the private sector. If I look at the figures of enrollment, I don't know what the total average is, but I would say 30 to 40% of students are enrolled in private sector institutions. And so this is a sector that's not regulated, and somehow it needs both for quality education, you need both a regulation of the sector and you need the energy from that private sector to contribute, especially at a time where budgets are tight and challenges are increasing. If I speak in the name of the European Union, allow me also to reaffirm the EU's continued commitment to supporting Nepal's education sector reform agenda. And for us, the priorities are very clear: improving learning outcomes, particularly foundational learning, strengthening quality and equity across the education system, promoting good governance, transparency, accountability, and supporting meaningful digitalization that has now become the name of the game. But meaningful actually means a parallel investment in equipment and in digital means, but also in the human resources to enhance both teaching and learning. And we believe these priorities are essential not for achieving the objectives of the secondary education, school education sector program, but also for ensuring that all children and young people in Nepal are equipped with the skills and opportunities they need to succeed in a rapidly changing world. If you allow me, Secretary, I would like to invite my fellow heads of agencies and missions to share their brief remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for valuable remarks. Now, I'd like to request His Excellency Rafen, Ambassador of the United Kingdom to Nepal, for brief remarks.
Respected Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Sports, Development Focal Point from the European Union, officials from the Ministry and line agencies, government representatives, colleagues from the Development Partner Group, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, congratulations to our hosts, indeed to all friends of education gathered here, for the professionalism you have shown during a tumultuous period of history. We draw inspiration and resilience from shared belief that in a modernizing country like Nepal, education is a key component of public trust as well as national development. That belief has brought us back eagerly to another budget review mission. Each year when I come to the BRM, I am reminded of a powerful fact. Nepal finances over 90% of its own education sector, facilitating the kind of modern partnership pioneered by this ministry, where the government leads with confidence and partners add value, be that through expertise, networks, or turnkey interventions to ensure that Nepal gets rapid access to what it can best use. The UK's partnership with Nepal spans over 200 years and is constantly evolving. In this new chapter, our traditional role is becoming more grounded in expertise and investment, a partnership focused on enabling Nepal's success on Nepal's terms, and on drawing together all the threads of UK involvement in the education space worldwide through multilateral banks, UN agencies and global funds, and marshalling all the resources and contacts of my ministry, FCDO, the British Council, BII, British International Investment, our Department of Education, and our Department of Business and Trade, including Veronique's reference to the private sector. What I find most exciting about this partnership is not what we bring, but what Nepal brings to the world, and our role in amplifying it. Joint Secretary Shiva Kumar Sapkota and Undersecretary Ramesh Ghamire co-authored a case study on Nepal's Equity Index that is set to be part of the University of Oxford's Master of Public Policy curriculum. A member of this ministry was selected for the Blavatnik School of Government's coveted Rising Public Policy Fellowship. And when Nepal announced at the last JRM that its aspiration to make its EMIS public, a masterclass in social accountability and digital service delivery, we ensured that the world took note. This month, Nepal was invited to share its model at the South-South Learning Symposium organized jointly by the Government of India and the British High Commission in Delhi. And just last week, within your own system. When we were discussing with the Prime Minister's office opportunities and priorities for digitalization, we took care to have my colleague Shivani Mishra on hand to say that there are examples of best practice right here in the Ministry of Education. This combination of leadership, openness, and innovation will be critical as the Ministry turns its full attention to the challenge of foundational learning, which to me looks like the most important task ahead. As you take this forward, the UK stands ready to support you. Our advisors here in Nepal and our networks in London and globally are yours to draw on as and when you need it. We look forward to a productive week of discussions.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the valuable remarks. Now, I would like to request His Excellency Petri Puhaka, Ambassador of Finland to Nepal, for brief remarks.
Now, respected Secretary, distinguished colleagues from the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Center for Education and Human Resources Development, dear development partners, good morning and namaste. First, I would like to congratulate you all for arranging this important event. There has been a lot of work behind the scenes, and both government colleagues and development partners have worked hard to make everything ready for this week. Our special thanks go to the EU and to the CDO for coordinating this work. Finland appreciates the strong collaboration and coordination between the government of Nepal and education partners, and is proud to be part of this group, which aims to promote access to quality education and learning. This week, budget review meeting brings us together. We will learn about school sector education plan progress so far and deep dive into the budget for fiscal year 2026-27. We will also discuss preparations for phase 2. Finland is happy to continue as a joint financing partner by supporting phase 2 and by participating actively in the planning. I'm confident that our discussions will be fruitful and productive. I hope we can keep an open mind and give equal space and voice to all presenters and participants this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the valuable remarks. Now, I'd like to request Her Excellency Dagny Mios, Ambassador of Norway to Nepal, for brief remarks.
Respected Secretary and also Development Focal Point from the EU Ambassador, Joint Secretaries, Director Generals, representatives from line ministries, dear colleagues, heads of agencies, good morning, namaste. On behalf of the Education Development Partner Group, I would like to convey our sincere appreciation to the Ministry and the central line agencies for convening this budget review meeting. The BRM is a strong reflection of our enduring partnership and collective commitment to shaping the annual program priorities, targets, indicators, and budgetary framework for Nepal's school education sector. I would like to congratulate the Ministry on the recent historic achievement of publishing the Grade 10 examination results within 29 days of completion, alongside a 4% improvement in the performance rate. This is truly remarkable. For Norway, milestones such as this reflect the government's commitment to transparency, accountability, and efficiency, while reaffirming education as a cornerstone of Nepal's human and social development. 2 weeks ago, during my courtesy call with Honourable Minister of Education and Sports, we discussed the importance of equity, inclusion, and gender equality as fundamental and critical in shaping learning outcomes. Norway warmly welcomes the government's governance reform agenda, and especially the proposed reforms in learning assessments, which aim to safeguard the children's holistic well-being from the early grades. We also have noted the Honourable Minister of Finance's recent emphasis on education priorities, including school mapping and improved teacher deployment to ensure a more efficient and effective service delivery. And we are positive that the endorsement of the Federal Education Act will provide guidance to implement the set priorities across all three tiers of government. In line with the findings of the SESP midterm review and last year's joint review meeting, and as well the positive direction of the government to prioritize the learning outcomes that has also been mentioned several times this morning, I'm pleased to inform that Norway will focus on strengthening foundational learning from ECED to grade 3 going forward, and also guided by the principles of equity and inclusion. Over the next 2 years, we intend to contribute tentatively 49 million Norwegian kroner as an on-budget support to the SESP, in addition to a tentative support of 30 million NOK for the technical assistance to support the delivery of results. And all of this is subject to the Norwegian Parliament's state budgets and appropriations. We will come back to the Ministry with further communication on this in the month of June. Norway remains committed to supporting equitable and inclusive education for all children in Nepal, and we look forward for our continued collaboration to achieve this shared goal. Thank you, Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the important remarks. Now, I'd like to request Arno Koshwa, Country Director of ADB, Nepal Resident Mission, for brief remarks.
Respected Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Sports, current development partner, focal point for education, the European Union, and co-focal point, the British Embassy, officials from the Ministry and line agencies, government representative, colleagues from the Development Partner Group, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, namaste and a very good morning to all of you. Let me begin again also by congratulating the Ministry of Education and Sports for successfully organizing the fourth budget review meeting of the school education sector plan. The BRM continues to serve as a critical platform to review progress and align priorities and budget allocation for the financial year 2027. We appreciate the steady progress in expanding equitable access to basic and secondary education, including the increased focus on strengthening STEM education and advancing digital learning, in alignment with the government of Nepal's priority to enhance learning outcome and modernize the education system. Following the SESP midterm review in 2025, ADB is undertaking minor adjustment to its results-based lending program in collaboration with the Ministry. These refinements aim to better address emerging priorities, such as improving teachers' digital competencies and strengthening implementation outcomes, including nationwide adoption of improved assessment practice and enhanced federal support for implementation of local education plans. At the same time, we note that progress remains slow in key outcome areas: enrollment of children with disability in basic education, and improvement in foundational reading and numeracy. We encourage intensified efforts in fiscal year 2027 to accelerate progress in this area. Looking outside the CSP, we also urge the Ministry to resolve and expedite ITC equipment procurement for 130 schools under the Disaster Resilience School Project, which has been pending for more than 2 years. And this could constrain the pace of digital transformation. So as we move forward, continue attention to build the technical capacity of project implementation teams to ensure quality service delivery will be just as important as policy commitment in achieving meaningful education outcome. ADB stands ready to support in overcoming the implementation bottleneck and improve these relevant processes. Finally, let me reaffirm ADB's continued commitment to supporting Nepal education sector, with thanks to all the development partners for working closely together. And we look forward to our sustained partnership in advancing equitable and high-quality public education system for all Nepali children. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable remarks. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Alice Akunga, UNICEF representative to Nepal, for brief remarks.
Thank you so much, respected Secretary, respected Joint Secretary, Their Excellencies, the ambassadors in the room, heads of agencies, officials from government. A good morning to all of you once again. I take this opportunity to really congratulate the ministry in its leadership and acknowledge the leadership of the ministry and CEHRD in supporting local governments across Nepal to develop JSC responsive, evidence-based and resilient local education plans and budgets. This represents one of the most important system strengthening achievements across Nepal under the current phase of SESP, and now provides an important platform to accelerate implementation at scale. Why this is very important is because these plans are contextualized to the local realities. They have priorities that address issues at the local realities, and working these plans at the local level, it gives the leeway to address the issues that children face and teachers face in the classroom to be able to push the agenda forward in terms of learning outcomes. So a huge congratulations for this, which is spread across the 753 local governments. As highlighted through the midterm review and recent evidence, strengthening foundational learning must remain a central priority moving forward. This is very important because it lays the foundation for learning for the young children and ensures that they meet the milestones that are required as a stepping stone for their continuity in education. UNICEF remains fully committed to supporting the ministry to scale integrated approaches that strengthen school readiness, quality ECD, early grade pedagogy, teacher support, formative assessments, and learner remediation as part of a continuum for early childhood. Just to emphasize on this, the essence of education is that children can learn, children can understand, children can develop inquisitive minds and inquire, and children can develop creative minds and create. This ensures that they have a foundation to explore their fullest potential and be productive citizens in our country. As we have seen from the learning outcomes, while progress is being made, but it's not progress enough to take us forward. I was very excited to listen to what the Joint Secretary read and said the essence is to identify the strategies that can be able to get us to where we need to get when it comes to learning outcomes. UNICEF also welcomes the revived focus on disability inclusive education reform and sees this as an important opportunity moving forward to develop a more comprehensive systems approach to ensure children with disabilities are also included and are able to not only access education, but to participate and meaningfully learn. This is a whole range of children that are enabled differently, the system being able to understand them and provide tools, but also pedagogy and cater for their different ways of being able to meaningfully contribute and participate in education is a very good step forward. And this includes strengthened teacher capacities, assistive technologies, data systems, and local service delivery mechanisms that can enable those who are enabled differently to learn. We from UNICEF also would like to congratulate the Ministry on the approval of the Comprehensive School Safety Master Plan. This represents an important milestone in strengthening resilience and preparedness across Nepal education system. This ensures that despite any shock, the schools are ready to be able to absorb, but more importantly, continue learning so children do not lose out on education. Because lost time in learning is never recovered that easily, because time moves. UNICEF stands ready to continue supporting the government capacities and coordinated partnerships to ensure safer and more resilient learning environments for all children. Finally, I wish to note that based on the solid progress and work in the areas of homegrown school feeding, inclusive education, and school readiness, to disburse the next tranche of the GPE Multiplier Fund, which is equivalent of 7 million, will be disbursed based on this progress being recorded during the JRM and in the updated SESP. I do also wish to sincerely acknowledge and thank our partners, EU, Finland, that have been supporting and stood in, especially when there was a shortfall within the larger SESP grant and financing, which had been brought about by the USAID funding. And this has contributed to the results that we see. I wish to state that we continue working closely with the ministry and with all partners, joining hands to support the ministry under the leadership of the minister, and we continue being there to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis, for the valuable remarks. Now I'd like to request Ms. Sachiko Katawaka, Senior Economist of World Bank, for brief remarks.
Thank you. Thank you. Respected Secretary and officials from the Ministry and line agencies, other government officials, colleagues from development partners, and distinguished guests, we would like to congratulate you on collaboratively organizing this important annual meeting. Our country director has just arrived, but since I already planned to communicate our message, I will, with your permission, I will continue delivering our message. Our country director recently met with the minister, and in this recent meeting, we reaffirmed our commitment to supporting the ministry in making schools safer, more resilient, and conducive for learning, and including the effective use of appropriate digital technologies, as many of us have already expressed. We were pleased to learn that the ministry is conducting a comprehensive school infrastructure assessment, which is aligned with our data-driven school infrastructure reconstruction, rehabilitation, and the retrofitting approach. So we are very pleased that we are aligned with the ministry's priority. Our country director also emphasized our commitment to addressing the most critical challenge collectively recognized, that is strengthening foundational learning. In this area, the World Bank, together with other partners, has been supporting specific activities under the SESP, such as REAL, Recovery and Accelerated Learning Program, piloting and institutionalizing classroom-based teacher monitoring, strengthening training program for preschool teachers, and enhancing ERO's assessment capacity so that the ministry can measure student learning outcomes against global benchmarks. We also recently hosted a roundtable discussion with the private sector on digital skills development. Participants in that roundtable discussion stressed the importance of strengthening skills gap that spans all levels of education and skill types. So the foundational learning that we are addressing is also the very important key aspect of skills development in the digital technology. It is not just higher level digital skills, but it starts from foundational skills including basic digital literacy and the numeracy literacy, and then TBET, technical vocational skills in secondary and post-secondary level, and more importantly, transferable skills, soft skills, communication skills, adaptability, and capacity to continue learning. So we are pleased to be part of this collective effort to support the ministry's priority areas, and we look forward to fruitful discussions over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for the valuable remarks. Now, I'd like to request Mr. Riaz Lodi, Country Director and Representative of World Food Program, for brief remarks.
Thank you very much, respected Chair, for giving me the opportunity to share some remarks. It is the first time I'm attending this BRM meeting since my arrival in Nepal last year, and I'm really impressed by the commitment of the government as well as the development partners. But at the same time, also the support that is being provided by some technical partners, and the World Food Program being one of them. We are supporting the government humbly through our school meals program for many years now. And as of this year, we have switched to what we call homegrown school meals, which has been very effective in many countries. WFP, we believe that school meals are a critical investment in human capital. A growing body of evidence shows that homegrown school meals can improve education outcomes and support the local economic development. Studies consistently show the links between school feeding and higher school attendance, school feeding and better retention and reduced dropouts, improved concentration and classroom participation, helping children learn more effectively. Better nutrition supports cognitive development that translates into lifelong productivity. I don't mean to suggest that school meals is a single source to address all the challenges in education, but at the same time, the best designed education programs and well-funded programs may not be very effective if the children come to school hungry or they are not well nourished. For this reason, WFP is proud to support this program, and we reiterate our commitment to continue supporting the government technically through the midday meals program. I would like to acknowledge the leadership of the government in developing the homegrown school feeding framework that was approved. And at the same time, I take this opportunity to thank the governments of Norway and Finland for having been supporting WFP to support the government in a situation at difficult times when the funding, especially international development funding, is diminishing. Their support has been very, very instrumental in supporting this program. Secretary Powell, I would like to appreciate you for your leadership. As Mr. Sapkota mentioned in the beginning, that the challenges the country has been through since last year, only a great leadership can ensure that they provide stabilization and act like a shock absorber, making sure that the important school meals or the education in general is not dropped. And I must appreciate you for the many years of effort because the children has been 3 million children in Nepal have been receiving school meals fully funded now by the government, and WFP has switched from delivering last year to enabling as of this year, and we'll continue working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable remarks. Now, I would like to request Mr. Yako Dutoit, UNESCO country representative, to Nepal for brief remarks. Yes.
Thank you very much, respected Secretary, representatives of different government agencies and also development partners. UNESCO really appreciates the strong leadership of the Ministry of Education and Sport and welcomes the renewed momentum for reform to make Nepal's education system more efficient, effective, and relevant. The publication of the SEE results within 30 days is a strong example of this commitment in action. In working with the ministry on the implementation plan, UNESCO will continue to connect national priorities with international commitments, evidence, and good practice. First, UNESCO can support stronger learning outcomes by strengthening the use of data and evidence for planning, budgeting, and policy decisions. Through our work on SDG monitoring and the assessment of minimum proficiency levels, we can help ensure that implementation is guided by results and focused on improving learning. Secondly, UNESCO will continue to work in the promotion of equity and inclusion. Our support to gender-responsive and inclusive local education planning, including for Dalit learners, are important elements to work towards equity. And thirdly, UNESCO can help drive system transformation for future-ready education systems in the country, and this includes advancing green education and climate-smart system through a whole institutional approach. And let me thank Norway for their support in this regard. And it's a pleasure to work with UNICEF also in this regard. Also, digital transformation is something that we could help in the implementation of the ICT in Education Master Plan and in merging work on AI competencies. And lastly, the importance of teachers and their professional development is also on the radar, including the upcoming National Teacher Conference. UNESCO remains committed to supporting the government of Nepal and partners in building a coherent, inclusive, and resilient education system that delivers on the ambitions of the school education sector plan, and of course also SDG 4. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the remarks, and thank you all for your thoughtful remarks. Now we are moving to the closing of this opening session. I would like to request respected Secretary of the Ministry, Mr. Chudamani Paudel, sir, for the valuable remarks and closing the opening ceremony.
Thank you, Rameshji. Her Excellency Ambassador of EU Nepal and Development Partner Focal Point, Your Excellencies from different embassies, Development Partner Co-Focal Point, and other colleagues, respected representative from Joint Financing Partner and Development Partners, representative from different ministries and agencies, member of the media, ladies and gentlemen, namaste and welcome to this SESP Budget Review Meeting 2026. It is my pleasure to join you in this opening session. Over the past few weeks, the ministry has made intensive effort to develop the budget and work plan for the implementation of SESP plan for the upcoming fiscal year. As we concluded these opening sessions, I would like to take a moment to reflect on what we have heard this morning and what it means for days ahead. We have heard a realistic picture of the where the SESP currently stands. We are now in the fourth year of implementation of the fiscal phase of SESP. During this period, we have made notable progress as a result of our collective effort, and the achievement deserves recognition. At the same time, several challenges remaining, including improving the foundation learning, ensuring adequate financial further education, strengthening coordination and among the three tiers of government, promoting digital learning, and building disaster resilience schools. However, I am confident that this challenge can be addressed through our continued joint effort. It is my pleasure to highlight that education has always remain a high priority of Government of Nepal. Despite significant constraint in the both domestic resource and development assistance, the proposed education budget account for more than 11% of the national budget for this fiscal year. If we added the private sector's budget allocated by local government and province, it remains up to the 15% in this fiscal year also. We will continue to build this commitment also. At the same time, given the evolving global development and landscape, we expect the joint financing partners and other development partners to continue supporting the swap mechanism as well as the second phase of the SESP. The midterm review of the SESP has provided us important future directions. In the coming days, based on the recommendation of the midterm review and the experience from the implementation of the fiscal phase of the SESP, we will need to define our priorities for the future. I will also like to acknowledge all the joint financing partners and the wider development partner community for the continued support and collaboration with the government. As we all know, investment in education takes time to yield meaningful result. On the behalf of the government, I assure you that we remain committed to achieving better outcomes with our commitment. I also like to commitment already development partners mentions about the legal framework of about the education sector. I would like to commitment TVT Act we will submit within July 1st in Parliament, and School Education Act we will submit before the JRM. Finally, I would like to wish you all the fruitful and productive budget review meeting. The government team will keep me updated on the progress, and I will look forward to reviewing the findings captured in the BRM 2026 at memory. Thank you.
Thank you, respected Secretary. That concludes the opening session, and we apologize for not being able to provide some space for remarks for some of the delegates that we have. We definitely continue the discussion. And now, may I request the head of agency follow me to make their way to the Honorable Minister's meeting room, and for rest of the participants, we have a short coffee break. Thank you. initiate the discussion. Yes. I'd like to request Joint Secretary of the Planning and Monitoring Division of the Ministry, Mr. Shivakumar Sapkota, for chairing this session. Similarly, I would like to request Development Partner Focal Point Anuk Bhanek for co-chairing this session. The technical session will begin with the presentation from CHRD. The presentation will be around SESP, AWPB, and Flash 1, focusing on KPIs. For this, I would like to request Mr. Annaprasad Neupani, the Director General of CHRD, and his team for leading the presentation. Okay, I would like to request the chair of the technical session, respected Joint Secretary, to open up the discussion with some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Rameshji. Respected delegates, colleagues, welcome all of you to the technical session and also the main and major part of the events of this BRM. I would like to now share a note of apology to quite a few delegates, especially delegates from Japan and AIN and probably some other colleagues who were left to provide their opening remarks, though it was planned in the schedule for various reasons, especially the time pressure. So I think I would like to request them to come on board in the next session with their opening remarks and also the detail sharing of their feelings and responses with us in the meeting. So I am sure you would understand the constant that we encountered in the opening session due to the time pressure and some other reasons. So with this, I'd like to start the technical session right from here. And this session is basically a set of or combination of presentation and interactions. So first presentation will be led by CHRD DG and the rest of the other presentations to follow will come and will definitely come appear in the discussion as well when the schedule allows us to do that. Okay, with this, I'd like to request DG sir.
Thank you, sir. Respected chair, co-chair, co-focal point of DPs and colleagues from DP's side, colleagues from government side, and all ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome in this session. In this session, we will going to present our presentation on ASIP and AWPB of fiscal year 2026-27. And in this session, will lead our director, Nilkant Nakal. I would like to request him to present the presentation.
Thank you, DG sir, for providing me this opportunity. Respected Joint Secretary and the chair of this session. Similarly, co-chair of the development partners, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our Joint Secretary from the Ministry and DG and DDG sir from CHRD for providing me this opportunity for presenting the SEP-WPB for the coming fiscal year 2026-27. So I would like to welcome a warm welcome to each and every one of you and complete success of this meeting and wish your active participation during my presentation. Similarly, during my presentation, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation on behalf of Ministry and CHRD to all the distinguished development partners and other stakeholders, those who provided valuable feedback, suggestions and guidelines during the preparation of SEP-WPB. So during the budget preparation process, various consultations and interaction were also conducted with the development partners, provincial level governments, local levels and other stakeholders. So we have made every possible efforts to incorporate the suggestions and feedback provided by development partner and other different stakeholders on the SEP-WPB. Some issues will be discussion during this meeting, and while others will be taken into action, and SEP-WPB will be updated and share it again. I would also like to inform that the budget has not been finalized yet. Therefore, I would like to request your understanding that the currently proposed budget ceiling may be subject to change. I also express my commitment to share the revised details once the budget is finalized. Now I am going to present the budget and major activities proposed in 2026-27. I have divided this presentation in two parts. First part, I will share the major programs and budget in federal level, provincial level and local levels. Then after my presentation, the major KPI will be presented. Then after the both presentation, the major recommendation that we received from the development partners. Then after these two presentations, we will present the major recommendation that we have received from the development partners. Now, as already Joint Secretary Shiva sir and DG sir also mentioned that the total budget of coming fiscal year. So this slide presents the proposed national and education sector budget for the fiscal year 2026-27. The total national budget is NPR 1890 billion. Out of this, education sector has been allocated NPR 210 billion, which accounts for 11.11% of the total national budget. Regarding the budget allocation based on this total national budget, then within education sector budget, NPR 153 billion budget has been allocated to the school education sector plan. This represents 72% of the total education budget. But I already mentioned that the budget ceiling will be changed because we coordinate Ministry of Finance to increase the budget ceiling that we have received from the planning process. Similarly, this slide presents the budget allocation for the school education sector plan for fiscal year 2026-27, which amounts to NPR 153 billion. Especially out of this total budget ceiling, 82 billion budget is allocated for basic level teachers' salary, And similarly, NPR 22 billion budget for secondary level teachers salaries, showing that a large share of the budget goes to teachers. At the different levels, different government levels, NPR 581.78 million is allocated at the federal level. Similarly, 619.02 million at the provincial level, and NPR 46 billion at the local level, with the largest sharing going to the local level. In addition, NPR 979.7 million is allocated for the National Education Reform Program. Altogether, this makes up the total SESP budget of NPR 153 billion. Now, this table shows the total education budget and the SESP budget at three levels of government. In fiscal year 2026-27, the government has proposed the budget across the three tiers of government based on the functional responsibility defined by federalism. Out of the total budget, 69.4% budget will be transferred to the local level. And similarly, at the federal level, 28.4% budget has been allocated. Similarly, the provincial level government will receive only 2.1% budget of the education budget. Regarding the SESP budget, 99.60% of the total SESP budget is proposed to local levels as conditional grants, while only 0.004% of the total SESP budget will be implemented at the provincial level. 0. First of all, this is the overall KPIs progress. This table shows this. We have now we are in 4th year of SESP, and most of the indicators are already achieved or exceeded, and some indicators are near to achieve the target, and some are not achieved yet. This is the table which are given here, and I move to the indicator was slide. This is the slide about ECED meeting at least 3 minimum enabling conditions out of 5 conditions. Here we can see the exceeded progress than the last year, and achieved the target 80 point something 4 against the target 57, and it is also surpasses even the next year target. And the second one is GR in ECD. It is already presented in JRM session, so I'll skip this. And net enrollment rate of ECD, and here we can see the achievement 85.5 against the target 80. And one thing I would like to share in this point, that the population age group is taken as 3 years and 4 years in this target to calculate this indicator. And next one is the new entrants in class 1 with ECD experience. Here we can see the improvement progress from the last year, and this remains 77.5, though it is slightly below the target. And net enrollment rate of grade 5, here we can see the mixed improvement. Here girls improvement is exceeded the target, and boys improvement is near to meet the target. Next one is net enrollment rate of grade 6 and 8. The same kind of same type of achievement can be seen here as of 1 to 5. And net enrollment rate of basic level grade 1 to 10. This indicator has already been we have discussed in JRM session. And this gross enrollment rate we also discussed in JRM session. And at the secondary level gross enrollment rate, here we can see the significantly improvement in this rate. We have 90.5 achievement against the target 81.4. And survival rate to grade 8, this slide also we already discussed in JRM session. And completion rate of grade 8, this is also same as the rate of survival rate, same condition. And now we move to the gender parity index of ECD. Here we can see the achievement is slightly below the target, but very slightly below the target. And gender parity index in basic education, here we can see the achievement maintained in this year against 1.02 against the target 0.99. And in the case of gender parity index in secondary education, this is slightly below the target level. And these indicators, gender parity index is
counted in net enrollment rate. And in case of Dalit student enrollment in ECD level, here we can see the progress slightly improving from the last year, but it is below the target level. So these indicators we need to compare with the NSO data. And Dalit enrollment in basic level, this is also some below the target level, and this indicator is we need this indicator to compare with the NSO data. And in case of Dalit student in secondary level, we can see here the maintained progress here. The target is 12.1, and we have achieved more than this. And enrollment of CWD, children with disabilities, in ECED, the achievement is 0.72. We can see here achievement is improving from last year, but slightly below the target level. This target we need to compare with the NSO data. And in case of basic education, children with disabilities, significant improvement can be seen than the last year, but slightly below the target level. And in case of secondary level, boys target is maintained, but in girls target it is slightly below the target level. And in the case of basic learning condition met at basic level, this is at least 3 minimum enabling conditions met out of 5. And here we can see the very much significant improvement from the last year, and also the target against the target. What's that? It is not clearly seen from here. So it is 82.8 against the target, which is below than it. And at secondary level, basic learning conditions met at least 5 conditions out of 7 conditions. Here we can also see the improved achievement than the last year, and the achievement is 83.3 against the target 73.4. And in case of ECD learning material set, here we can see the achievement seen here below the target level, but in reality all the children enrolled in ECD, all they get the material set. So in fact this target has maintained the this progress has been made here. And in the ECD teacher with the basic training, here we can see increased significantly from the target and from the last year. And repetition rate at grade 1, this slide we have already discussed in JRM session. Here one message I would like to share here, that we have this year we have conducted research action or study action to find out the repetition rate, higher repetition rate region. And repetition rate at basic level, here we can see repetition rate is decreasing at higher level, but increasing in lower level. And dropout rate at basic level, which is decreasing down from the last years. And at the subject teacher at secondary level 9 and 10, in the case of 3 core subjects, there we can see the improved achievement from the last year and maintained. It is higher than the target level. And in the case of 5 core subject, same case senior as of 3 core subject. And other indicators like WASH facilities, internet facilities, early screening for disability, schools, electricity facilities, and equity index. Here, all these indicators show that the achievement exceeded the target. And at JRM actions, we have 2 agreed actions. The first one is compare the process of linking the NEB and IMIS to ensure grade 11 and 12 data are reported in IMIS system. For this agreed action, we have provided an API with username and password to the NEB. And we have also formally requested them again on that date. According to the NEB colleagues, they are working on it. And second JRM agreed action is undertake an internal verification and conduct an analysis of consistencies and duplicates in IMIS data by field visit validation on sample basis and triangulating with NSO data. For this action, we have made these actions. We choose Gandaki and Madhya provinces for the verification, and we developed some verification tools. And in Gandaki provinces, we conducted 2 days workshops and field visit in 11 districts. The participants were education section from the local levels, and we conducted verification on a sample basis, at least 3 schools per district. The report is underway. And overall, if we see the overall achievement, most of the indicators achieved the target and have progress as targeted. And we have some issues as higher repetition rate in lower grades. I already mentioned the points here. And the first one is I have already mentioned. And the second one is internal verification report will indicate some idea, the reason of this higher repetition rate. And we have also included a new module, duplicate student module in IMIS system. This will also reduce the higher repetition rate. And another issue is net enrollment rate in higher level. There we can see inconsistencies if we compare to the previous year. Here we use the data to calculate this indicator, projected population from NSO data, NSO website, and we have age-wise students in IMIS. For this reason, we need to re-verify the target and the projected population in NSO. And for teacher training data, it is to be confirmed. So we have upgraded in IMIS system training centers to update the training centers can update the data in IMIS this time. And training records here in training centers are in hard copy. So we are planning to update them in IMIS. So after that, we can actually provide the IMIS, teacher training data. And another IMIS system strengthened. We have done these types of works, actions. IDMC system server capacity enhanced recently by the support of UNICEF and coordination of this ministry. NFE IMIS is integrated to IEMIS system, and duplicate students module for verification I have already mentioned, and duplicate entry check in IMIS system for new entry for this year. By this year, we have made this system check. Report strengthened in IMIS, and we have category-wise report system is generated there. And again, data link with vital registration through API system with the Department of National ID. It is our technical team is working on this API system. So tomorrow they mentioned that tomorrow it will be completed, and we can pull the data from Department of National ID, that registration from the registration from their registration for the new entry of our student. Homework for publishing data on public portal. This is almost completed. Now we can see the public dashboard in our system. There we can see most of the data there, but it will be finalized shortly, very soon. And responses of the comments provided by development partners. Most of the points are addressed or incorporated in our report, but some of the data that will be finalized and we'll update them in the final version. This is the end of the slide. If any queries and suggestions are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhaktaji. This presentation is, ladies and gentlemen, followed by another presentation by Nilkantra on feedback provided by, I mean, the summary or synopsis of the feedback provided by the DP colleagues, right? So probably I would also like to request you to be as short as possible in your presentation. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm very sorry for being presented again here. Good afternoon, everybody. I mentioned that we have got various positive feedbacks during the preparation of on the draft SEP WPB. I would like to highly appreciation those development partners for providing the valuable suggestions. First of all, I would like to highlight the positive feedbacks I have kept in this presentation. The draft SEP AWPB of fiscal year 2026-27 is well structured, comprehensive, and strongly aligned with the strategic priority of SESP. Strong focus has been given to foundational learning, digital learning, teacher professional development, local education planning, and system strengthening. Similarly, inclusion of activities related to Sikai Chautari, AI and digital competency, integrated curriculum implementation and teacher training, reform demonstrates responsiveness to emerging sector priorities. Positive progress is reflected in curriculum reform, digital learning system, teacher competency development, and strengthening of sector monitoring mechanisms. The Okay, sir. The SEP AWPB appropriately recognize the need of out-of-school children, non-formal education learners, and flexible learning pathway. The document also contributes a broader national priority related to skills development, employability, and human capital development. Overall, the draft represents a strong and sustainable planning document and demonstrates continued progress in sector planning and reform implementation. These are the positive feedbacks that we have received. Then the key comments or areas to be addressed that we have received from the development partners: strengthen operationalization and financing of foundational learning interventions, clearly translated MTR JRM recommendations in concrete activities, targets, and budget allocations, strengthen pedagogical use of ICT, teacher mentoring, and classroom instruction quality, provide differentiate support to low-performing local governments, revise broader activities into measurable and implementation-focused actions, minimize duplication of activities across sections and budget heads, better align activities and budgets with GPESPE priorities, develop a comprehensive digital education framework roadmap for integrated implementation, clearly articulate transition priorities for SESP second, similarly strengthen alignment with the findings of the status flash report 2022 and the National Foundational Learning Roadmap, continue targeted support for out-of-school children, NFE learners, and flexible learning pathway for vulnerable groups. These are the key comments that I am going to address the responses of these comments. I have only more than 7 or 8 slides, but the details of the responses is kept on your file. You can scan the responses and you can get basic information from that document. Priorities on foundational learning, digital learning initiative, teacher professional development, local education planning, the areas that need to be addressed. The overall comments about the foundational learning priority activities. First comment is, then these areas have been identified at the core priorities through the SESP, MTR, JRM, and BRM process, and will be implementing during fiscal year 2026-27. The initiatives like developing digital materials, upgrading and updating the Sikai Chaudhary digital learning portal, capacity enhancement of local government for formulating and implementing LEP, and virtual training and certification package on integrated curriculum have already taken into action. Beside the development of National Action Plan for foundational learning, preparation of learning package, delivery of training on foundational literacy and numeracy, implementation of remedial learning support for students with a low learning achievement, and multi-grade, multi-level teacher approaches, and strengthen of early childhood education and development activities have been proposed for the coming fiscal year 2026-27. These activities, some of the activities are implemented by federal level and some of the activities are implemented by provincial and local level. In another areas, the comments that we have received: alternative pathway of learning, especially out-of-school children, flexible learning, lifelong learning opportunities for vulnerable and marginalized groups, continued strengthening of out-of-school recovery, flexible learning pathway, and NFE systems have remained an important equity and inclusion priority under the SEPWPB. The updates, SESP calibration toolkit and guidance to local governments will identify issue and address the opportunities support mechanism for out-of-school children, vulnerable and marginalized groups. Similarly, there is one comment: linkage between budget and activities. The details, activities, and implementation modalities of the program and budget will be further clarified in the program implementation procedure. Similarly, regarding the reflection of the GP strategic partnership agreement and priorities in the proposed budget 2026-27 budgetary activities, possibilities to highlight proposed activities considering the technical review conducted. Similarly, in transition towards the second phase of SESP, as a part of the SESP implementation in fiscal year 2026-27, the transition towards second phase of SESP will be incorporated on the SCP-WPB by considering the feedback from BRM. So that transition of SESP second to will be further discussion during this session. Similarly, the structure and composition of the report, especially for summary matrix, key strategy shift for fiscal year 2026-27, clarity on implementation responsibilities and coordination arrangement. During the process of SCP-WPB preparation, recommendation from JRM, MTR, PAP and DLI are well considered while planning upcoming fiscal year plans. So, key strategic shift will be incorporated after BRM recommendations. Similarly, in executive summary, we have got one feedback, reflection of education financing of LG and PG, our overall budget infographics. The responses is SCP-AWPB doesn't reflect the contribution of provincial and local government to education financing. However, support for school infrastructure, teacher management, digital learning initiatives, school feeding, foundational learning and inclusion education interventions under the federal structure is well explained. Similarly, programs were initially proposed based on the budget ceiling provided by the Ministry of the Finance. Negotiation with MOF is ongoing for additional allocation. The budget ceiling for fiscal year 26-27 is therefore expected to increase, and the SCP-WPB will be updated after the final allocation of budget. In major challenges, we have got one feedback. The concerns have been incorporated under the challenges section in order to address the reflection as indicated by MTR 2025 and non-report 2024. The coordination mechanisms will be strengthened to promote the joint implementation efforts of 3 tiers of government with federal, provincial, local level government. Similarly, we have received some feedbacks regarding the KPI framework, as Bhaktaji also mentioned that some KPIs need to be further discussion. The responses is for the second phase of SESP, the KPI framework can be further focused to strengthen inclusion of indicators related to foundational learning, proficiency, classroom instruction, quality, teacher mentoring, coaching, support and disability inclusion outcomes, subject to technical feasibility and data will availability. The explanatory note regards to KPI will be updated on SCP-WPB after technical discussion on BRM. Similarly, the discussion on LEP implementation indicators is ongoing, and it has been planned to establish a monitoring and a reporting mechanism at IMIS system. Similarly, in ECD, we have got 2 feedbacks from ECD subsector. CHRD acknowledges the need to strengthen quality assurance and classroom level support mechanism for ECD through enhance of minimum enabling conditions, monitoring, facilitator, mentoring, parental engagement and alignment between ECD and grade 1 foundational learning support. Similarly, the proposed targets and financing allocation for ECD facilitator support will be further discussion and prioritized in relation to available resources and implementation capacity during the finalization. Similarly, in basic education, there are 2 feedbacks. We have received enrollment and internal efficiency indicators, so inconsistency. The non-2024 report indicates a continuous low proficiency in reading, comprehension, oral reading, fluency and numeracy among grade 3 learners. The indicators and projections will be further reviewed, and the non-report tomorrow we will presented the non-report. Then in that presentation session we will discuss later, and some activities are proposed in ERO activities. In secondary education, we have received some feedbacks from the indicators. Strengthening linkage between secondary education, lifelong learning and skills development, NER in grade 9 to 12, and strengthen retention and support for it the adolescents in disadvantaged areas. Additional language has been incorporated under the strategic priorities in secondary education. Clarification of interpretation of secondary transition indicators and alternative pathway will be incorporated where relevant in second phase of SESP. Then similarly, career counseling and transition support activities have been proposed for inclusion in the revised SEP-WPB. In non-formal education and lifelong learning, we have received 3 comments. One comment is strengthen strategic focus, NFE framework endorsement and dissemination, then strengthen links between NFE, learning recovery, flexible pathway and employability. The responses are the SEP-WPB recognize non-formal education, lifelong learning and out-of-school children recovery are important components of equitable education system for strengthening. Budget has been allocated for NFE framework for dissemination. Stronger linkage between NFE, lifelong learning, foundational learning, recovery, will employability priorities will be reflected in the revised section. Then some budgets will be allocated for these activities. Similarly, in curriculum and evaluation, there are some points that we received: strengthening formative assessment and the remediation aligned with foundational learning and non-findings, and expansion of literacy and numeracy programs. The responses is strategic language has been added to strengthen formative assessment, classroom-based learning monitoring, remediation and evidence-based instructional movement. Similarly, supplementary reading and numeracy materials for grade 1 to 3 are proposed for the remaining 139 local levels. Regarding the teacher management and development, we have received 3 points. The responses is allocate budget to foundational learning, formative assessment, structure and digital pedagogy priorities. We allocate budgets. Clarify whether to update integrated trainers, trainer roster or establish a separate foundational learning trainer rosters. As that is integrated curriculum covers only up to grade 3 while foundational learning extend to grade 1 to 5. So it will be clear in the discussion. Similarly, BRM discussions and a budget review will assess balance between training delivery and ongoing mentoring and classroom support. Virtual training is emphasized for cost effectiveness and accessible delivery. So virtual training will be also proposed in center level and provincial level. Regarding the educational equity and inclusion, there are some issues that we have received. The responses is disability inclusion, education is emphasized through screening, referral, assistive support, accessible infrastructure, inclusive pedagogy and materials. During the next fiscal year, the SSF devices, the budget will be allocated for local levels. For SSF devices, the GIN strategy action plan for provincial and local levels is draft, outlining scale-up and institutionalization based on the GIN strategy 2080. The consolidated equity strategy is under approval and will support. Regarding the KPI framework is being reviewed and necessary supplement will be considered on SESP phase 2. That will be further discussion. In cross-sectional priorities, there is one feedbacks. The ministry and CHRD is committed to strengthening the homegrown school feeding approaches and local implementation system. In ICT in education, the proposed activities include online mentoring, ICT-based formative assessment, offline digital learning support, and UDL-based accessible materials for grade 1 to 3. That activities that we have proposed and allocate some budgets. Similarly, implement feasibility, local capacity and connectivity gaps will be considered in finalization and implementation. Digital materials are compatible with smartphones and tablets, and audiovisual tutorials will support teacher digital literacy. In education in emergency and crisis, there is one feedback: stronger linkage between EI intervention, psychological support, continuity for learning and local preparedness system will be arranged for the long-term system. Resilience is a gradual process. In school physical infrastructure development, the aspects will be further strengthened during finalization of the infrastructure implementing guidelines, and coordinations among federal, provincial, local government will enhance sustainability and implementation on effectiveness. In institutional capacity building, additional activities related to provincial SWAP coordination, forums and technical assistance harmonization mechanisms have been proposed. In implementation arrangement, coordination roles across federal, provincial and local level for technical support, monitoring and and partner harmonization have been institutionalized and will be further strengthened. In monitoring and evaluation, additional implementation effectiveness and instructional quality indicators will be considered. And in financing and research management, these issues will be further discussed during BRM session and subsequent prioritizations and discussions. So these are the basic responses that we have prepared. The details of the responses, I already mentioned that, are kept in the folder. Thank you for this, my responses. And I would like to request during the discussion sessions, if there is anything else missing or we will try to respond your feedbacks and suggestions. We will highly appreciate your suggestions and feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nilkantaji. I do appreciate your detailed presentation. And now I have a couple of announcements. Then after we will go into the next agenda, which is discussion. The announcement, first of all, there are so many, slides I saw in Nilkanta presentation, which were some of them were about curriculum development program, some of them were about assessment of student learning, some of them examination and something like that. So probably, and rest is already with the CHRD. So my request to all the DGs like from ERO, CDC, CHRD, NEB member secretary, we will be requesting you towards the end of this discussion today to provide your responses to the concerns, potential concerns coming up from the table. And also we would like to hear something like your own perspectives, your departmental perspectives into the presentation that were made or will be made during the whole day session today. So that is one announcement. And the another is we have provincial colleagues, EDCU colleagues and local government colleagues. So we will have definitely exclusively a panel discussion dedicated to you as well, and probably you will be in the panelist set. So rest of other colleagues, there will be some concerns related to your layers of government and functioning system in your domain. So please be prepared with responses to those potential questions. And also we would appreciate your perspectives, your ideas and your responses to the presentation and the discussion we have been doing at the moment till now, and also will be on until the end of this today's session. And there are experts like Vishnu Karki sir on behalf of Minister of Education. So we will definitely ask him towards the end of the session to provide us expert viewpoint to all the presentation and also discussion. And also we will ask his team to make a summary of the points that are the major part of the discussion today. So probably my expert colleagues also will be highly valued to continue their presence in the meeting today. And now I would and there are project colleagues, probably they will be asked like Saksham, respected former secretary, Sakshamta, and also we have project from JICA. So we'll ask project colleagues also to provide their insights and also the progress update during the whole course of discussion today. We'll definitely spare some time to discuss. If not possible to do it within the scheduled time, then we will have some space after the panel discussion. So we'll definitely provide you some time to update your progress. So with this, I'd like to request colleagues around the table for your responses, feedback, reflections on the presentation that you have made so far. And the time wise, as I'm given the list of timetable here, we are provided 20 minutes time for discussion. So within 20 minutes time, we can definitely, raise questions and seek comments and clarifications. All right. Now the floor is open for discussion. I think, Nevenji, before you probably we have some colleagues from अपाङ्ग यो महासङ्घ होइन महासङ्घको सरहरू हुनुहुन्छ र अरू पनि हाम्रो यहाँ अभिभावक सङ्घ कोही हुनुहुन्छ अहिले अपाङ्ग महासङ्घ देखिनुभयो हामीसँग मुहान आरबिनको त साथीहरू हुनुहुन्छ नै म एकचोटि अपाङ्ग महासङ्घको साथीहरू केही अहिलेसम्मको छलफलमा हजुरले केही कुरा राख्न पाए ल्याङ्ग्वेजलाई हामी सबैलाई जुनसुकै भाषामा प्रयोग गर्न सकिन्छ हामीसँग डिभाइस छ यो डिभाइसले हाम्रो नन नेपाली स्पिकिङ कलेजहरूले थाहा पाउनुहुन्छ कि हामीले बोलेको के हो तर हजुरलाई 2 मिनट है सर 2 मिनटमा आफ्नो कुरा राखिदिनुहोस् त ल
सबैलाई नमस्कार म गिरिधारी सुवेदी राष्ट्रिय अपाङ्ग महासङ्घ केन्द्रीय सदस्य र अहिले प्रवक्ताको जिम्मेवारी पनि पाएको छु म एक दुई कुरा चाहिँ यहाँहरूको बिचमा निवेदन गर्न चाहन्छु हामीले पहिलेदेखि भन्न चाहिँ भनेका थियौँ विशेष गरी विभिन्न दात्री निकायबाट चाहिँ पाल्नुभएका आदरणीय व्यक्तित्वहरू अनि यो ड्यासमा हुनुभएका अनि हाम्रो सरकारको तर्फबाट कार्यक्रम लन्च गर्ने वरिष्ठ चाहिँ निकायहरू अब यो हामीले मैले चाहिँ 2-3वटा कुरा चाहिँ यहाँ गर्न खोजेको एउटा चाहिँ परिवारदेखि विद्यालयसम्म जाने वातावरणको कुरा यहाँ कहीँ कतै चाहिँ हामीले धेरै पहिला देखिरहेका थियौँ त्यो चाहिँ छैन एउटा र विद्यालय पढिसकेपछि घरसम्म पुगेर उसको चाहिँ सहज वातावरण एउटा कुरा चाहिँ यो अर्को चाहिँ कुन सेक्टरको बालबालिका स्कुल आउन सकिरहेको छैन र कस्तो अवस्थाको बालबालिका स्कुल प्रवेश गर्न सकेका छैन त्यो कुरा स्पष्ट आएन अहिले नीलकण्ठ सरले त भन्नुभएको थियो होइन अनि अर्को चाहिँ यहाँ चाहिँ स्कुल मर्चिङको प्रोग्राम के अरे चाहिँ कार्यक्रम पनि राख्नु भएको छ हामीले के भनेको छौँ भने कति दूरीमा स्कुल राख्ने हो र त्यो बिचमा चाहिँ बस्ती विकास आयोजना अनुसार कस्ता कस्ता लेभलका बालबालिकाहरू छन् त्यसको अध्ययन अनुसन्धान नगरिकन यस्ता कामहरू गरिनु हुँदैन र नगर्दा चाहिँ राम्रो हुन्छ भन्ने चाहिँ सुझाव एउटा चाहिँ दोस्रो तेस्रो चाहिँ कक्षा कोठा हामीले पहिलेदेखि भनेका थियौँ सबैका लागि उपयोगी हुने सबैका लागि सबैले चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ सहज रूपमा प्रयोग गर्न सकिने कक्षा कोठा होस् भनेर हामीले शिक्षा विभागसँग पहिला धेरै मेहनत पनि गऱ्यौँ त्यहाँ 4-5 प्रकारका बिल्डिङको एक किसिमको डिजाइन पनि भयो तर त्यहाँ भइदियो के भन्नुहुन्छ भने कक्षा सानो क्लासलाई हुने कोठा चाहिँ सानो बनाइयो र त्यो भित्र के रहन सक्ने भन्ने चाहिँ बनाइएन ऊ कति सीएममा बस्न सक्छ र टिचरले कति चाहिँ ठाउँ प्रयोग गर्न सक्छ भन्ने आधारमा मात्र बनाइयो त्यहाँभित्र प्रयोग हुने सामग्री होइन त्यहाँभित्र उनीहरूलाई उपयोगी हुने चिजहरू के चाहिँ आवश्यक पर्छ यो कुरा भएमा कक्षा कोठा चाहिँ युडिएलए सिस्टममा चाहिँ हुन्छ भन्ने आधारमा चाहिँ बनाउनु पर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ एउटा उदाहरण हजुरलाई दिन्छु म झ्यालको बनौट र त्यो सिँढी र र्याम्पको बनौट फरक छ सिँढी पनि बनाइएको छ त्यहाँ र्याम्प पनि बनाइएको छ क्या त्यहाँ डबल खर्च त्यही खर्चमा हुने चिज सबैका लागि उपयोगी केले हुन्छ एउटा चिज प्रयोग गर्दा र उज्यालो प्रयोग कसरी गर्ने कस्तो अवस्थामा चाहिँ उज्यालोको प्रयोग गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने एकैछिन है सर यति कुरा चाहिँ गरौँ एउटा अर्को चाहिँ के छ भने सिकाइ व्यवस्थापनमा चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ समग्र चाहिँ 1, 3, 4, 5 र के अरे 6, 8 अनि 9, 12 लाई आधार बनाएको छौँ सबैलाई हेर्ने डालो चाहिँ एउटै भइदियो क्या त्यसलाई चाहिँ अब यो डिसेबिलिटी भएका बालबालिकाहरूलाई उनीहरूको स्तर सिकाइ कस्तो छ र कस्तो किसिमको कोर्स डेभलप गर्दा चाहिँ सिकाइमा पछि पढेका बालबालिकालाई चाहिँ सिकाउन सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ त्यहाँ हाम्रो नीलकण्ठ सरको त्यो अघिल्लो चाहिँ प्रस्तुतिमा त्यो राखिदिएको भए धेरै राम्रो हुन्थ्यो अर्को कुरा चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ छात्रवृत्तिको कुरा चाहिँ गरेका छौँ अब प्राकृतिक रूपबाट अपाङ्गता भएको व्यक्तिले पाउने छात्रवृत्ति पनि उति नै छ अनि द्वन्द्वबाट अपाङ्गता भएको व्यक्तिले पाउने छात्रवृत्ति धेरै छ स्कुल सञ्चालन गर्न त्यसले चाहिँ अप्ठ्यारो भएको छ क्या हामीलाई किनकि त्यही चिजले चाहिँ 10 महिना मात्र छात्रवृत्ति जान्छ के अरे हाम्रा बालबालिकालाई अनि बिजुली पानी यातायात मर्मत दुनियाँ चिज हुन्छ त्यहाँ तोकिया हुन्न क्या त्यो बाहेकको एउटा शीर्षक राख्ने प्रचलन चाहिँ गर्नुपर्छ होला होइन, यो कुरा पनि छुट्या छ। अनि अर्को चाहिँ यो हजुर सर
सक्दै जाउँ है
मैले दोहोऱ्याएको छु र हजुर छैन नि होइन, दोहोऱ्याएको छु भने मलाई ब्रेक गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ यहाँले है। अनि अर्को चाहिँ खानेपानी गाउँमा चाहिँ धेरै शुद्ध छ, सहरमा कसरी शुद्ध पानी पियाउने भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ महत्त्वपूर्ण रहन्छ। यो विषय पनि राख्न जरुरी छ। यो विषय चाहिँ अहिलेसम्मको प्रेजेन्टेसनमा आएन कसैकोमा नि होइन। यो पिउने शुद्ध पानीको चाहिँ प्रमुख चाहिँ रहन्छ, यो विषय पनि राखौँ। अर्को चाहिँ विद्यालयभित्र चाहिँ जुन महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा चाहिँ के छ भने हामीले यदि दिगो विकास प्रणालीलाई चाहिँ अपनाउने हो भने होइन, सेवा संरचना र पहुँचयुक्त प्रणाली नीति चाहिँ लिनुपर्छ है। सेवा संरचना र चाहिँ पहुँचयुक्त दिगो प्रणाली नीति, के अरे पहुँचयुक्त यो प्रणाली चाहिँ लिनुपर्छ है। यो सेवा संरचना र पहुँचयुक्त प्रणालीलाई प्रमुख आधारमा चाहिँ राख्नुपर्छ। यो भनेको चाहिँ के हो भने इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर मात्र होइन, हाम्रो डिजिटल एक्सेस पनि हो, हामीले बोल्ने व्यवहारमा पनि हो, हामीले गर्ने व्यवहारमा पनि हो, र हामीले सिकाउने सिकाइमा पनि हो, र हामीले लिने अरूले दिएका कुरा लिने र दिने दुइटै कुरा, यो सबै कुरा यो भित्र पर्छ होइन। यो चाहिँ अब हामीले मलाई लाग्छ यहाँका उच्च स्तरीय सरहरू बाहिरी देशको भ्रमण पनि गर्नुभएको छ, त्यहाँ हजुरहरूले देख्नु भएको छ होइन। राज्यले व्यक्तिले तिरेको ट्याक्स कुन कुन शीर्षकमा कति कति जाने, त्यसलाई कसरी प्रयोग गर्ने भन्ने हुन्छ। त्यो सिस्टम हाम्रो मुलुकले नअँगालिसक्या हुनाले हामीलाई चाहिँ अलिक त्यो अवरोध भएको होइन। अब अन्तिम कुरा चाहिँ के राख्न चाहन्छु भने हामीले अवरोधहरूको विश्लेषण कहिल्यै पनि गरेनौँ हामीले है। अध्ययन अनुसन्धानको कुरा चाहिँ अघि ल्याउनु भएको थियो सरले, मलाई लाग्छ शिव सापकोटा सरस्वती बोल्नु भएको सरले ल्याउनु भएको थियो। यो सिकाइको चाहिँ कक्षा कोठा जब हामीले चाहिँ उच्च शिक्षामा प्रवेश गराउने हो भने विद्यालय शिक्षामा नै उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ अध्ययनशील बनाउन सकिएन भने उच्च शिक्षाका सबै अहिले भएका कलेजहरू खाली हुँदै गएको छन्, समस्या बढ्दै गएको छ होइन। त्यसकारण विद्यालय शिक्षामा नै उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ प्रवेश गराउनलाई यो चाहिँ अध्ययनको कुरा र विश्लेषणको कुरा होइन, यो दुईवटा कुरा चाहिँ कार्यक्रमको कसैमा नि आन, दात्री निकायहरूले यसलाई चाहिँ प्रमुखताका साथ चाहिँ डिले गर्नुपर्छ। यहाँ यो किन आएन, यो किन भएन, कुनको आधारमा तपाईँले कार्यक्रम लन्च गर्नुभएको छ, त्यसको चाहिँ तथ्याङ्क चाहियो नि त, प्रमाण चाहियो नि त। अदालतले जसरी प्रमाणका आधारमा निर्णय गर्छ हामीले पनि त्यसरी नै गऱ्यौँ भने विश्वलाई सिकाउने देश नेपाल भएन भने अनि राष्ट्रिय अपाङ्ग महासङ्घलाई भोलिपल्ट तपाईँले भनेको कुरा गलत छ है भन्न सक्नुहुन्छ क्या। हस् धन्यवाद, नमस्कार। केही कुरा चाहिँ त्रुटि भएको छ भने म माफ माग्छु। हस् धन्यवाद।
सबै विषय हामी सुझावको रूपमा ग्रहण गर्न योग्य छन्, हामी ग्रहण गर्छौँ र कतिवटा कुरा हाम्रा नीतिले सम्बोधन पनि गरेका छन्। रेस्पोन्स हामी पछि कुनै समयमा गरौँला। अहिले नाउ इट इज टर्न टु नाउ आई वुड लाइक टु रिक्वेस्ट नेभेनजी फर your short reflections.
Thank you, Shiva sir. I mean, that is such a hard act to follow. I don't know if my comments will at all be anywhere near as inspiring as those. But I mean, first of all, I just want to congratulate the ministry and the entire CHRD team again for organizing such an exceptionally strong BRM meeting with the focal and co-focal point supporting. So to acknowledge that first, of course, and also the strength of a lot of the presentation and materials, some really wonderful work. So I know that we've had a lot of discussions through the different technical working groups and thematic committees, and there has been a lot of feedback already provided into much of what's been shared today. And so I also want to commend the ministry and the CHRD team for seriously reflecting on those and taking them on board. And I see that in a lot of areas, only some of the comments that have been provided have been shared and reflected here today. I know from the groups I was in, there have been much more that have also been taken on seriously. So I think it's a genuine collaboration and effort from the government side to really address key issues that have been pointed out. So that's very constructive. Just a couple of points to follow up on. In observation, again, when I was looking at one of this indicator on the children with disabilities, and I don't know why I didn't raise it before, but I just, in my head, I think that indicator is wrong. You say that the target is to get up to like 1% of children who are enrolled in ECED, which misses the point that, if you had no children with disabilities, it would be 0% enrollment, right? But if you had half of the children with disabilities, it would be 50% enrollment. So the target shouldn't really be just 1% enrollment in EC of children with disabilities. It would be the proportion of children with disabilities who are enrolled in EC, just a reflection. And I think that would more accurately touch on the spirit of what's intended there, I would think. And I don't know why it took me 3 years to comment on that, but I finally did. So the other one also, and I know that you tried to clarify this, but the progress on the indicator for ECED children with learning materials is off track. It's far below, but I know you're saying that it's actually on track, but the numbers don't show that. So maybe you could elaborate on how you're coming to that conclusion a bit more. Not necessarily right now, but I think that would be a point to address. A comment that did also come to me via WhatsApp, and it has been raised several times. I know the government is paying attention to this, but these institutional schools that are being planned, again, to underscore the importance of child safeguarding issues in such facilities. We know that there are many risks associated with those sorts of settings for children, and I think we just want to work with you to make sure that those child safety issues are fully addressed. I also received an additional comment. I know we've talked about it again, but the government plan for setting up these model schools for children with autism / children with disabilities, I think I saw it earlier, but I didn't see it today. So if you could clarify that. And Jimmy can help elaborate on this one, but the EMIS verification, we are also working with our Innocenti team, if I'm not mistaken, to do the EMIS verification against the NSO data. So that's also going on, but that wasn't shown in the presentation earlier. A question on the ECED GER. So my ECE guy, I now call him the ECD guy, by the way. It's Deepu Shakya, our specialist, but I think everyone in Nepal now knows him as the ECED guy. So our ECED guy, I think he's got that promotion, yeah. So that's really encouraging. So round of applause for Deepu. I know is listening, of course. So congratulations, Deepu. You've been promoted. But he pointed out that there is an increase in the GER enrollment by about 20% compared to the last reporting. Maybe we can check on this, because he seems to think that that's because of how it's being calculated now. Children of age 3 and 4 years compared to previously when it was only children aged 4 years. So maybe to confirm that, because that's a huge jump. So that would be good too. The other point also that my colleague Vaishali pointed out, and I'm trying to figure out what her new title is now, but Vaishali, who's working on supporting the Ministry for NFE as well with other partners, just wanted to also highlight and underscore how major achievement it is to now formally and officially fix up the NFE EMIS reporting and integrate it into NFE EMIS. I think that will help us collectively monitor much better what's actually happening in non-formal education, and then the linkage with the skills and employability. So some really notable achievements there we wanted to highlight. One thing that I did just again want to maybe suggest, or two things, but one, I know many of the discussions we've had for several months now have been leading around trying to frame this budget and activities for the next year, focusing on, well, what did Shankar sir call it? The year of foundational learning or something along those lines. So I think there is that spirit within many of the activities across the work plan and budget to really focus action around this priority area that is a priority for all of us. We heard all of the different heads of agencies early today and ambassadors speak to this consistently, both in this forum but also bilaterally with the minister. And I know that they've been raising that. We all have been. So I think to underscore that in this budget, which I think is something really worth celebrating and focusing on moving forward. And then the very last point, and this is the last point, Anouk, I promise. It is around the use of digital labs in the schools. So again, Vaishali raised what seems to be a very good comment. But if we really want to maximize the use of innovations in EdTech and technology to support accelerated learning, it would be useful to consider how we can include access to digital labs in schools to children at basic level, not only secondary level. And there seems to be in many locations only children from secondary school level who are accessing digital labs. Maybe something we're checking and verifying and following up on, but that was an additional comment received from my colleague Vaishali. Thank you, colleagues. Back to
Thank you, Devanji. Now, one more announcement. With your permission and also in the interest of time, we are supposed to go to next agenda, which is presentation on FMR. And we'll definitely continue to take questions from the audience side later on. So even after this presentation, we'll continue to take more questions, even on the, presentation that we made in the past. The Ninkanta and the Bhaktaji presentation, right? So the discussion will remain on. So now I would like to request all of you to allow me to invite next presentation. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. Now next presentation.
Respected chair, co-chair, and respected all the people inside the room. Welcome to the progress update session on PAP. Actually, it has been divided into two parts. Action area number 2 will be presented by the finance colleague, and I will present the remaining parts. Anna, can you show the slide? Okay, area 1 is technical actions. So the first one is adequate budget for SESP. So we have already presented. So although the figure was quite different, Siva sir was saying that it was 71, and Nilgandha sir was saying that it was 72, and I have written here 71. Anyway, the next year's SESP budget will be above 70%. So the activities will address PAP and DLI as well. That has been highlighted there. Number 1.2 is supplementary teaching learning materials for reading and numeracy. The program has been continued and the materials are already there on the website. The link is also there, and 21,905 teachers have already been trained on how to use those reading and numeracy materials. That is also been highlighted there on the slide. So that is till the date. So fiscal year 25-26, and in 1.3 there is list of governments and plan for implementation of activities to improve foundational learning, literacy and numeracy as part of the integrated curriculum. So there was comment in this update as well. I will clarify the comments later on. A total of 753 LGs means all the 753 LGs will be covered. By the end of the next fiscal year, for the next fiscal year, 139 local levels will be provided with the budget to conduct the activities. So the budget amount has been mentioned there too. 767 million proposed for customized training, including online on integrated curriculum, and a total of 4,835 schools will be provided with the budget to print and distribute the additional learning materials on reading and numeracy sector in grades 1-3. The proposed budget is 43.51 million. Right, and so there was a comment in this update about the number do not match with the DLI reports. Yes, it doesn't match with the DLI achievement reports, because in DLIs what we do is, if the target is 100 LGs for that particular year, we propose budget for 115. So I followed the DLI figures, and in the DLI achievement reports, they have stated the number of local levels with the proposed budget. So that's why. So you got confused with that. So 1.4 is piloting of standardized test item for BLE. 312, 41.4% local levels have used standardized test items for this year's annual examination, that is academic year 2082. And test items can be generated from that item banking system. and 508 local governments have been oriented on IBS, and 496 ELGs registered as users. They have been registered means they will be able to use the test items from the IBS if they want from the next year, and they will definitely do that. So another area is 1.5, newly recruited teachers from remote districts and areas will get the training. So that is the action, and the update is a total of 2,622. Target is 6,300. So the target is that up to this time in the current fiscal year, that number of teachers have received job induction training, 1 month job induction training from provincial education training centers, and the target set for the next fiscal year is 1,500. 1.6, if you look at that, so that action point says that the teachers other than English, maths and science teachers will be trained. So there are 18 curriculum apart from that English, math and science, and 725 teachers other than English, maths and science have been trained. So up to this time in the fiscal year 25-26, total target including EMS teacher is 5,940. Next year too, we have proposed the budget for this, and the total target will be is 7,610, and that will cover the non-EMS teacher. Non-EMS means English, maths and science, non-EMS. 1.7 is evaluation of real completed. Yes, we all attended the session on report sharing event on 30th April. The major findings of that report were, so it has achieved rapid rollout and strong early success in learning recovery. It has significant learning gains across all subjects, system-wide implementation established, local government ownership has become strong, and there is one area to improve as well, that is implementation quality varies and data system remain incomplete. Let me move to 1.8. So that is IPF component. It has been agreed during the MTR, and so we have reallocated that amount of money to the new DLIs. We will not continue that IPF component. Let's go to area number 3. It is safeguard action. It's about ESMF. ESMF, the new update. So after the JRM is, so that time we were telling you that it has been translated into Nepali and soon will be approved. This time too, it has been translated into Nepali, and people at the CHRD section are checking the correctness of translated version with the English version, and they say that it will be completed by July. And for the next year, they have proposed the budget for formulation of SOPs and other related documents for monitoring ESMF. So that will be conducted in the next fiscal year. In 3.2, so it talks about the committee that is responsible for the management of environment and social safeguards. The new update is, so somebody was making a comment that what is that committee responsible for? So I looked at that document and found that that committee is also responsible for the management of environment and social safeguard risks. And PIM, AWPB, SESP of CHRD has included this as the mandatory requirements. And MOPAGA, this was the last update in the JRM. MOPAGA was requested to circulate the notice to all the LGs. They have circulated the notice. We got a copy of that notice, but local levels have not informed us whether they have they have nominated the focal point or not. So when we visit local levels or when we talk them, they say that they have the focal point, but we don't have the proof on how many local levels have that focal unit. Let's continue with the next one, that is GRM. So we are these days confused with GRM and CRM. So anyway, we'll settle that issue later on when we sit together, whether it's going to be GRM or CRM, right? CHRD people will lead on that. The new update in 3.3 is So efforts have been made to make it more systematic. Now you have a toll-free number at CHRD. People can make complaints there, and the complaints so registered or recorded have been kept in the drive, and you can access all those comments. When I went through those comments, I found that none of the grievances or complaints were from the students. So you can also look at those complaints. It's already on the drive. And so another thing that is being that is taking place with the help from UNICEF is the piloting of digitized system is in place in 30 local levels, and 86% of the grievances have been settled. Nothing except the discussion on integrating to EMIS has been done. Means we are discussing to integrate this digitized system with IEMIS, but only the meeting has been done. So it has not been materialized yet. That's the new update on that. If you look at 3.4, so standard operating procedure for SEA, SH, right? So that CRM procedure 2077 is functional and has not been revised yet. That is the update. And the new update, since the JRM is consultant from World Bank ADB, will function as focal point to develop SOP for SESH, and initial meeting conducted, and later on will materialize it into specific action. 3.5 online grievance redressal mechanism in CHRD. It has not been materialized, but for the next year we have proposed the budget to develop an online system to handle grievances. Next is area 4, EMIS and monitoring and evaluation actions. 4.1, there is no new update. So that program implementation manual or procedure PIP as the provision of monitoring, academic monitoring plan of the schools. 4.2 EMIS, yes, there are some updates, and Bhakta sir has already highlighted the new changes made in IEMIS. So I have listed some 3 or 4 points there. Final examination module for all grades embedded in IEMIS. The module for the calculation of equity index embedded in IEMIS. Budget release request has been embedded in IEMIS so that the schools can request the local levels for the budget release. And so EMIS verification is has been done in Gandaki province, and it's planned to be done in Madhya province, and they have reported that they are still preparing the report. Once the report comes, we'll share with you. I think so by next JRM we'll be able to share the draft report on the IMS verification. 4.3 is about disaggregated data. Disaggregated data for gender, disadvantaged groups, Dalits, disability can be retrieved from the IMS system, and flash report 1 includes the disaggregated data. 4.4 is EMIS usage. Yes, there are lots of orientations going on how to use IEMIS. It's from CHRD, and sometimes the province level and local level governments also organize the programs, and CHRD people provide the technical support on how to use IEMIS. So there are lots of things happening there. The numbers have been stated there. 291 local levels have been oriented on the use of IEMIS in the current fiscal year, and they still have plan for the remaining period of the time. And 736 schools oriented on IEMIS on province and local level budget. So 4.5 is EMIS disability subsystem. The new update is the number 1.6 million, 16,260 schools. That is 60.2% from 555 local levels have updated the disaggregated data in disability subsystem, and the same disaggregated data can be retrieved from the IMS system. 4.6 completion rate of basic level is calculated, but for calculating the completion rate of secondary level is difficult, as Bhakta sir already highlighted the merging or the link between the two systems, IMIS and NEB system is happening. I think in his presentation he promised that it will happen by the JRM. We will share the new update on that in the next JRM. The next is area 5, JC actions. instruction on child, gender, and disabled friendly designs included in construction guidelines. There was comment there, so I forgot the comment, but I have addressed that comment we obtained there. The provision in the guidelines says this: the facilities in the school shall be disability friendly, this and this. So it's on page number 15 of that particular guideline. The link for that guideline is also given there, and so it is mandatory to follow the guidelines. And 5.2, new schools have applied guidelines, so they are child, gender, and disabled friendly. The new update is 683 classrooms constructed in the fiscal year 23-24. So based on the IBA verification report, the newly constructed infrastructure in one school, 4 schools were not disability friendly. Based on the sample, so we have to accept that all the other classrooms have followed the guidelines. The same type of update is in the second bullet as well. 2,256 classrooms constructed in the fiscal year 24-25, and as per the IBA report, all the classrooms have followed the guidelines. The construction of the classrooms. Yeah. 5.3, update disability inclusive teacher training package. There is new update there. Customized teacher training curriculum on inclusivity in education has been developed with the support from Texas, which is yet to be approved by the council. And we also have separate specific curriculums. It's not new update, it's the old update as well. So even if we are trying to develop a new inclusivity curriculum, so there are old curriculum still existing there. And training curriculum, once, so somebody was making a comment like, what is your formal mechanism to obtain the feedback from PETC. So we don't have that type of formal mechanism, but once we develop the teacher training curriculum, we ask for comments via email, via phone, or we invite comments on the training curriculum. That way we try to include the inputs from the PETC officials. And 183 out of 380 resource teachers trained on disability inclusive education during the SESP period. That was the update got from IMI system. And the target for the next fiscal year is, so at the CHRD is 100. The final the final point is disaggregated data for gender disadvantaged groups, Dalits, disability and progress report accordingly. So for students, we have the disaggregated data, but for teachers, we do not have that type of system to include the disaggregation. Only the gender aspect on teachers disaggregation is possible there. That's all about the new updates on 4 areas. People who are primarily responsible for these actions from CHRD are around the room. If you have any queries, we'll try to answer your queries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shankarji, for your presentation. Now, the next one.
Respected chairs, co-chairs, and all the dignitaries. Today's presentation mainly focuses on financial performance of SESP for fiscal year 24-25, status of audited program financial statements, progress on audit arrear settlement, key fiduciary challenges, and proposed actions and recommendations for strengthening financial governance and accountability. Slide, please. Next slide. As a preliminary update, CHRD has successfully submitted all 4 quarterly financial monitoring reports for fiscal year 24-25. In addition, the FMRs for Q1, Q2, and Q3 of fiscal year 25-26 have also been submitted in a timely manner. The audited program financial statement for fiscal year 24-25 has been completed, and responses to observations raised by the Office of the Auditor General have already been submitted. The financial delivery rate of SCSP for fiscal year 24-25 stands at 88.8%, which is comparable with the previous year's audited financial delivery of 89.2%. Now I would like to present the summary of the unaudited program financial statements for fiscal year 24-25. The total adjusted budget for the sector was NPR 143,036 million, while the actual expenditure raised NPR 127,037 million. Out of the total expenditure, government contribution accounted for approximately 92.79%, and JF's joint financing partners contributed approximately 7.21%. The expenditure allocated to USAID and reported through the financial monitoring reports during fiscal year 24-25 amounted to NPR 697.54 million. However, due to the absence of expenditure confirmation from USAID, this amount could not be recognized as expenditure while preparing the audited program financial statements. As a result, the Office of the Auditor General included this issue under the emphasis of matter paragraph in the audit report. Additionally, against the receivable balance from previous years, only NPR 313.97 million was received during fiscal year 24-25, leaving an outstanding receivable balance of NPR 256.85 million. Whereas this issue requires policy level guidance and accounting regulations. To address this matter transparently and prudently, MOES proposes the BRM 2026 recommend the Ministry of Finance to resolve the issue through appropriate accounting treatment, and the same shall be recorded in the aid memoir as follows. Next. Writing of the NPR 697.54 million expenditure from audited expenditure records while maintaining memorandum records separately, and writing of the outstanding receivable amount of NPR 256.85 million by charging it to the Government of Nepal Fund during fiscal year 25-26, while also maintaining separate memorandum records. This proposed approach aims to maintain the integrity of the financial statements while ensuring transparent disclosure and future traceability. Now moving to the status of audit arrears. There has been significant improvement in reducing audit arrears compared to earlier SSDP years. The audit arrears ratio has gradually declined from above 7% during earlier years. In SSDP, there is no audit arrears on OAG audit reports of SESP during the recent years. The government of Nepal has issued strict directives to accelerate settlement of audit arrears. A settlement target of 60% has been set for fiscal year 2025-26, along with accountability measures for responsible officials. As part of these efforts, NPR 495 million audit arrears were settled during fiscal year 24-25. Likewise, NPR 391.2 million have already been settled during the current fiscal year, and supporting documents worth approximately NPR 600 million have been compiled for further settlement processing. Moving forwards, upgradation and implementation of the school accounting system is the way forward. Revision of the school accounting manual, strengthening internal and external audit systems, capacity development support for procurement and PFM, strengthening coordination with MOF and concerned agencies, and conducting fiduciary reviews and audit settlement support activities are the way forward. And for the challenges, despite progress, several challenges still remain. Difficulty in obtaining timely sector-wise financial reports, particularly from provincial structures, frequent transfer of financial personnel, weak accounting and reporting systems at school level, limited procurement capacity at local government and school levels, and non-financial public accounts committees in some local governments, which affects audit settlement process. Now, updated fiduciary management action plan. As Shankar sir mentioned earlier, the remaining activities I would like to explain. First one is develop a JC and disclaimer resilient periodic education sector budget model within the framework of MTF to be applied by municipalities, and the proposed planned action is CHRD planning guidelines include guidance on applying MOFAGA model guidelines on MTF. And 379 LGs have approved, and LGs include JC and disaster aspects in their periodic plan. And for the next one, develop a practical coordination and collaboration modality with MOF, MOFOGA on PFM and LG's capacity development. MOEST CSRD have planned to organize coordination workshop at central and provincial level. And next one, review and revise current conditional grant management arrangement. The draft report and policy of conditional grant management arrangement presented, and the final report shall be submitted by June 15, 2026. Next activity, engage consultant team for providing procurement support and PFM training to CHRD schools and LGs to enhance PFM. This activity shall be carried out at the stage of rolling out of SAS. Likewise, SAS upgradation and implementation. There are some proposed plan of action. Migration of the system in government domain is in process. Financial arrangement of the execution plan. Chalk out plan for mobilization of consultant team to strengthen and scale up SAS upgradation and implementation. In 2.4.3a, audit arrears settlement plan approved by GRM 2024 to be implemented. However, MOEST requested the JFPs to arrange technical assistance or grant support. However, this has not yet materialized and the activity has remained unfunded. And the final, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, both of you. In fact, you made very important presentation. At the same time, you remain very on time. Now, respected delegates, colleagues, participants, I am pretty sure that you do have, questions, comments, and also feedback to the presentations that you have made so far. And I would like to request you to hold those questions and your wisdom on until the next session. After coffee break, there will be a panel discussion session. And we can also use those questions and your knowledge during the panel discussion. And if not possible, we'll have a special, slot after the panel discussion for, further interaction. And during that time, we'll definitely take your questions and continue our discussion, even after the panel discussion. So now we have a time for coffee break. We'll break for coffee. We'll break for 10 minutes. And then after 10 minutes, we'll be back again and continue our session. So we have to be very timely, and we have so much of, full of agenda until the end of today's session. So you please utilize your time to the best interest of our schedule. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Check.
Hello.
क्वेसन सोध्ने Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are going to start the final session of the day. I'd like to invite you to the hall for the discussion, please. Yeah, please. Saranji.
Also remind people to speak slowly.
Anna. अब लास्ट अब यो यति हो आजको आना Thank you, everyone, and welcome back after the coffee break. Now we are going to start the last session of the day, and this is a panel discussion on implementation challenges of the school education sector plan. And this session will be moderated by the section head of planning and budget section of the ministry, Shankar Adhikari sir. I would like to request Shankar Adhikari sir for moderating the session and also introducing the panelists, welcoming the panelists, and start the session. Thank you. Thank you, Shankar sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Ramesh sir. Respected chair, co-chair, and all the respected participants present here in this room. I'd like to welcome you all to this panel discussion. The title of the panel discussion is Implementation Challenges of the SESP. And as you can see at the screen, so there are 4 panelists here, and we regret to inform you that the mayor is not arriving at the correct time, so he will not be here. Only 3 panelists will be here, and this panel discussion will take place in Nepali language. So I'd like to request all the non-Nepali speaking people to use the translation service. अब म यो प्यानल डिस्कसनको प्यानलिस्टहरूलाई मञ्चमा आमन्त्रण गर्छु। सुरुमा शिक्षा तथा मानव स्रोत विकास केन्द्रका उपमहानिर्देशक महेन्द्र पराजुली सरलाई म अगाडि आमन्त्रण गर्दछु। दोस्रो प्यानलिस्ट हुनुहुन्छ शिक्षा विकास निर्देशनालयका कायम मुकायम महानिर्देशक गोपाल प्रसाद कणेल सर, बागमती प्रदेश। तेस्रो वक्ता सिराहाको गोलबजार नगरपालिकाको शिक्षा शाखा प्रमुख अनन्त कुमार पौड्याल सर। महेन्द्र पराजुली, शिक्षा तथा मानव स्रोत विकास केन्द्रका उपमहानिर्देशकज्यू, गोपाल प्रसाद कँडेल, शिक्षा विकास निर्देशनालय बागमती प्रदेशका कायम मुकायम महानिर्देशकज्यू र सिराहाको गोलबजार नगरपालिका शिक्षा शाखा प्रमुख अनन्त कुमार पौड्याल, यहाँहरू सबैलाई स्वागत छ। मैले अघि नै भनिसकेँ, हाम्रो प्यानल डिस्कसनको टपिक चाहिँ विद्यालय शिक्षा क्षेत्र योजना कार्यान्वयनका चुनौतीहरू रहेका छन्। हामी करिब 1 घन्टा यसमा समय बिताउँछौँ। टाइम भयो भने अडियन्सबाट पनि हामी प्रश्नहरू लिन्छौँ। मूलत हजुरहरूले प्रश्नको उत्तर दिँदा विषयवस्तुमा केन्द्रित भएर छोटो र अलि सुस्त बोलेर दिनुभयो भने ट्रान्सलेसन गर्ने सर म्याडमहरूलाई पनि सजिलो हुन्छ। मैले त्यो अनुरोध गरेँ। म सुरुमा अनन्त सरबाट सुरु गरेँ। अलिकति ब्याकग्राउन्ड भनेर क्वेसन सोध्यो भने हजुरहरूलाई जवाफ दिन पनि सजिलो हुन्छ होला भनेर मैले अलिकति ब्याकग्राउन्ड पनि राख्छु। हाम्रो सुरुमा हामी बेसिक एजुकेसनको एउटा क्वेसन छ, सेकेन्डरी एजुकेसनको अर्को क्वेसन छ र थर्ड क्वेसन चाहिँ त्यो च्यालेन्जेसहरूको बारेमा केन्द्रित हुन्छ। म अलिकति ब्याकग्राउन्ड राखेर हजुरहरूलाई क्वेसन सोध्यो भने सजिलो हुन्छ होला। हाम्रो अहिलेको तथ्याङ्क अनुसार कक्षा 8को खुद भर्ना दर चाहिँ 96.3 छ। कक्षा 8 सम्मको टिकाउ दर 79.7 छ। आधारभूत तह पुरा गर्ने दर 77.1 छ। पढाइमा न्यूनतम सक्षमता हासिल गर्ने कक्षा 3 का विद्यार्थीको प्रतिशत 44.9 छ र गणितीय सिपमा न्यूनतम सक्षमता हासिल गर्ने विद्यार्थीको प्रतिशत 50.1 रहेको छ। अब हाम्रो अहिले रहेको SESP जो हामी कार्यान्वयनमा छौँ त्यो सङ्घ, प्रदेश र स्थानीय सबै सरकारको उत्तिकै जिम्मेवारी हो। अझ विशेष गरी स्थानीय तहको त झन् बढी हो। यसै सन्दर्भमा हजुरको स्थानीय तहमा आधारभूत साक्षरता, गणितीय सिप, भाषिक सिप लगायतका पक्षमा विद्यार्थीको सिकाइ उपलब्धिको अवस्था कस्तो छ त्यसलाई अलिकति समेटेर यस्तो बेसिक लेभलको एजुकेसनका विभिन्न यो आस्पेक्टहरू छन् नि, यो पक्षहरूमा सुधारका लागि हजुरको स्थानीय तहका प्रमुख कार्यक्रमहरू के छन् अलिकति?
धन्यवाद शङ्कर सर। म गोलबजार नगरपालिका सिराहा जिल्ला मध्य प्रदेशबाट हो र गोलबजार नगरपालिका सिराहा मध्य प्रदेशको यो पूर्व पश्चिम राजमार्गसँग जोडिएको एउटा नगरपालिका हो। र यस नगरपालिकामा विभिन्न जात जाति समुदायका मानिसहरू बसोबास गर्छन् र त्यो जात जाति समुदायहरूको बसोबासको अवस्था र हाम्रो पठन पाठनको अवस्था र विद्यालयहरूको अवस्थाहरूले पनि त्यहाँको चाहिँ सिकाइ उपलब्धिको अवस्थाहरूलाई त्यहाँ प्रभाव पार्छ र विभिन्न जात जाति समुदायका बालबालिकाहरू पढ्न आउने भएकोले नेपालको एग्रिगेट अहिलेसम्मको अध्ययन अनुसार चाहिँ नेपालको कुल एग्रिगेट जुन अवस्था छ त्यो अवस्थामै रहेको छ र त्यहाँको सिकाइ उपलब्धिको अवस्था र आधारभूत पढाइ र गणितीय सिपहरूको अवस्था पनि सोही अनुरूप नै औसत लेभलमा रहेको कुरा यहाँ समक्ष म निवेदन गर्न चाहन्छु। र पालिकाले गरेको प्रयासको सन्दर्भमा मुख्य रूपमा स्थानीय तहमा सञ्चालन हुने शैक्षिक कार्यक्रमहरू र नेपाल सरकारबाट स्थानीय तहमा हस्तान्तरण भएको वित्तीय बजेट कार्यक्रमहरू कार्यान्वयन गर्ने सन्दर्भमा शिक्षा मन्त्रालय CHRDले जारी गरेको वार्षिक कार्यक्रम कार्यान्वयन कार्यविधि प्रोग्राम इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन गाइडलाइन अनुसारै हाम्रो कार्यक्रमहरू सञ्चालन हुन्छन् र हाम्रा कार्यक्रमहरू त्यही कार्यविधिबाटै निर्देशित हुन्छन्। र त्यो उक्त कार्यविधिमा के छ भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो हरेक कार्यक्रमको शीर्षक छ, क्रियाकलाप विवरण छ र त्यसमा एकाइ लागतहरू छन्। सोही अनुसार चाहिँ हामीहरू स्कुलहरूलाई चाहिँ पालिकाले बजेटहरू अनुदानहरू दिन्छ र विद्यालयहरूले त्यसलाई कार्यान्वयन गर्छन् र त्यो एउटा सङ्घीय सरकारबाट स्थानीय तहमा गएको बजेटको कार्यान्वयनको तरिका एउटा हो र स्थानीय तह पालिकाले विद्यालयहरूमा गर्नुपर्ने यो हस्तक्षेपकारी कार्यक्रम जुन इन्टरभेन्सनहरू हुन्छन् ती स्थानीय तहको बजेटबाट निर्देशित हुन्छन्। ती कार्यक्रमहरूमा मुख्यतः यो अभिभावकहरूको जुन विपन्न अभिभावकहरू हुन्छन् उहाँहरूको शिक्षा बालबालिकाको शिक्षाका लागि हुने जुन अपर्च्युनिटी कस्ट हो त्यसलाई न्यूनीकरण गर्नेतर्फ चाहिँ पालिकाका बजेटहरू निर्देशित हुन्छन् र त्यो आधारमा नै विद्यालयमा विद्यार्थी टिकाउने विद्यार्थी शिक्षा उपलब्धि बढाउनतर्फ कार्यक्रमहरू केन्द्रित हुन्छन् र भएका छन्। त्यसमा गर्ने कार्यहरू भनेको सानातिना मसिना कार्यहरू नै हुन्छन्, जस्तै यो निड बेस कार्यक्रमहरू हुन्छन्, विद्यालय वडाको आवश्यकता अनुसार हुन्छन्, जस्तै कि विद्यार्थीहरूलाई पोसाक दिने, विद्यालय आउन नसकेका बालबालिकाहरूको पहुँचमा वृद्धि गर्नको लागि चाहिँ साइकलहरू वितरण गर्ने, बालबालिकाहरूलाई छात्रवृत्ति प्रदान गर्ने, पोसाक प्रदान गर्ने, स्टेसनरी कापी कलमहरू प्रदान गर्ने आदि कार्यहरू भइरहेका छन्। यसबाट चाहिँ पालिकाले बालबालिकाहरूको शिक्षा उपलब्धि र उनीहरूको ड्रप आउट रोक्ने र त्यसमा सुधार गर्ने कार्यमा केही उल्लेखनीय सुधार भएको हामीले अनुभूत गरेका छौँ।
सरलाई पनि क्वेसन त्यही हो, तर सरलाई अलिकति थप चाहिँ के सोध्नु पर्यो भने बागमती प्रदेशले त अनिवार्य तथा निःशुल्क शिक्षा कार्यान्वयनका विभिन्न कार्यक्रमहरू गरेका छ होइन। हजुरहरूले विभिन्न स्थानीय तहलाई सुनिश्चित घोषणा गर्ने क्रियाकलाप पनि राख्नु भएको छ। त्यो सन्दर्भ समेतलाई जोडेर आधारभूत तहको जो हाम्रो सिकाइ उपलब्धि वृद्धि गर्नका लागि अझ त्योभन्दा अर्ली ग्रेजको साक्षरता र गणितीय सिपको सुधार गर्नका लागि यस्तो पक्षमा चाहिँ एकदमै स्पेसिफिक कार्यक्रमहरू प्रदेशको के छ सर?
धन्यवाद सर समसामयिक प्रश्नको लागि। र खास गरेर हामीले यो बागमती प्रदेशमा हामी जुन चाहिँ नि अब यो नेसनल एभरेज भन्दा हाम्रो क्वालिटीको हिसाबले अरू प्रदेशभन्दा अलि राम्रो हो कि भन्ने हामीले चाहिँ नै दाबी गर्छौँ। र खास गरेर अनिवार्य तथा निःशुल्क शिक्षा कार्यक्रम अहिले सङ्घीय सरकार को पनि सहयोग र प्रदेश सरकारको लगानीमा हामीले अहिले 58वटा हाम्रो 119वटा गाउँपालिका स्थानीय तहमध्ये 119वटा मध्ये 58वटा चाहिँ घोषणा भइसकेको छ। यो वर्ष हामीले 13वटा पालिकामा यही सम्बन्धी कार्यक्रमहरू गरिरहेका छौँ। सायद अब यो आर्थिक वर्षभित्रमा हाम्रो यो 3वटा अहिले जुन अहिले हामी लक्ष्य राखेका छौँ ती 13वटा पालिकाहरूमा पनि अहिले अनिवार्य तथा निःशुल्क शिक्षा कार्यक्रम चाहिँ घोषणा हुन्छ। र अब कार्यक्रमको सञ्चालनको सन्दर्भमा प्रदेश सरकारको स्थानीय तह अथवा विशेष गरेर विद्यालयमै जाने आफ्नै ठ्याक्कै मेकानिजम चाहिँ छैन र हामी स्थानीय तहको समन्वयमा स्थानीय तहसँगकै सहकार्यमा हामी विद्यालयहरूमा जान्छौँ र यसको लागि अब क्वालिटीको सन्दर्भमा चाहिँ हामीले विद्यालयहरूमा केही विद्यालयहरूमा चाहिँ हाम्रा भौतिक पूर्वाधारका कामहरू पनि हामीले भौतिक पूर्वाधारका कामहरू पनि गर्छौँ। अनि त्यस्तै गरेर आइसिटी ल्याबहरू स्थापना गर्ने, अनि त्यस्तै गरेर अब तालिमका कुराहरू दिने, अनि चाहिँ केही विद्यालयहरूमा नमुना बाल विकास केन्द्र स्थापना गर्ने, चाहिँ प्रारम्भिक बाल विकासका इसिटीका टिचरहरूलाई चाहिँ ट्रेनिङ दिने लगायतका कामहरू पनि हामी सँगसँगै चाहिँ गर्छौँ। र यस्तै गरी स्मार्ट कक्षाहरू सञ्चालन गर्नको लागि स्मार्ट बोर्डहरू स्थापना गर्ने विद्यालयहरूलाई त्यो किसिमको सपोर्ट पनि हामीले चाहिँ बनाएका छौँ। र केही विद्यालयहरूलाई चाहिँ नमुना विद्यालयको रूपमा विकास गरेर ती नमुना विद्यालयहरू मार्फत चाहिँ जुन चाहिँ क्वालिटीको कामहरू र चाहिँ विद्यालयमा नआएका बालबालिकाहरूलाई विद्यालयमा ल्याउनको लागि हामी यो कामहरू पनि गर्छौँ। र विशेष गरेर प्रदेश सरकार बिचको सरकार भएको कारणले हामीले सङ्घीय सरकारको पोलिसीका कामहरू स्थानीय तहसम्म लैजानको लागि विभिन्न ओरिएन्टेसनका कामहरू गर्ने र चाहिँ स्थानीय तह मार्फतै यी कामहरू चाहिँ सञ्चालन गर्दै आइरहेका छौँ।
फलोअप क्वेसन पनि यो स्मार्ट बोर्डको व्यवस्थापन गर्ने, आइटी ल्याब स्थापना गर्ने भन्नेलाई चाहिँ अलिकति ब्याड बाई भन्ने पनि हुँदो रहेछ क्या। गुड बाई र ब्याड बाई भनेर पनि हाम्रो इन्टरभेन्सनलाई छुट्याउन सकिने रहेछ होइन। ब्याड बाई चाहिँ के अर्थमा भने हजुरले स्मार्ट बोर्डको व्यवस्थापन गरिदिनु भयो, मान्छेले प्रयोग गरे गरेन, बक्समा राख्यो भने त अब हामीले भन्दाखेरि त स्मार्ट बोर्डको व्यवस्थापन गऱ्यौँ हामीले भन्ने भयो, आइटी ल्याब छ भन्ने भयो होइन। आइटी ल्याब चाहिँ शिक्षण सिकाइमा युज गर्न पनि हजुरहरूले प्रमोट गर्ने के इन्टरभेन्सनहरू गर्नुभएको छ ताकि यस्तो एक्टिभिटी जो ब्याड बाईका रूपमा जेनरली हुन्छन् यिनीहरूलाई हामीले गुड बाईमा रूपान्तरण गर्न सकियोस्?
ठिक हो सरले भनेको। यो चाहिँ अब विद्यालयमा साधन र स्रोत भएर मात्रै पनि त्यो प्रयोग गरेन भने वास्तवमा त्यो साधन र स्रोतको सही उपयोग हुन सक्दैन। त्यसैले हामीले अहिले यो वर्षबाट केही विद्यालयहरूमा चाहिँ नि आइटी टिचरहरूको लागि आइटी टिचर नै व्यवस्थापन गर्ने गरेर अहिले चाहिँ केही विद्यालयहरू अहिले चाहिँ नमुनाको रूपमा छनौट गरेका छौँ। अहिले 10वटा विद्यालय अहिले हाम्रो छनौटमा छन्। अहिले 10वटा विद्यालयमा कमसेकम पनि एकजना माध्यमिक तहको एउटा आइटी टिचर चाहिँ नियुक्ति पनि त्यही प्रकृतिको गर्ने र उसलाई चाहिँ मेन पावर तयार गर्ने हिसाबले हामीले यो कार्यक्रमहरू गरेका छौँ। र साथै जुन जुन विद्यालयहरूमा यो हाम्रो कार्यक्रमहरू जान्छ त्यहाँको टिचरहरूलाई सामान्यतया ओरिएन्टेसन गरेर यसलाई चाहिँ प्रयोग गर्ने तरिकाको बारेमा जानकारी गराएर कमसेकम पनि त्यो सामग्रीको प्रयोग होस् भन्ने हिसाबले चाहिँ स्थानीय तहकै परिचालनमा चाहिँ टिचरहरूलाई चाहिँ तालिम दिने काम पनि भएको छ।
महेन्द्र सरसम्म पछाडि आउँछु। यही कन्टेक्स्टमा माध्यमिक तहको कुरा गऱ्यो भने पनि हाम्रो कक्षा 10सम्मको टिकाउ दरको कुरा छ, कक्षा 9-12को एनइआरको कुरा छ। अघि हजुरहरूले पनि तथ्याङ्क हेरिहाल्नुभयो। पहुँचमा उल्लेख्य सुधार भएको छ, तर अझै पनि पहुँचको इन्डिकेटरमा पनि हामी टार्गेट मिट गर्न सकेका छैनौँ होइन। अनि नेसनल असेसमेन्ट जो हुन्छ ग्रेड 10को त्यसले पनि नतिजा सन्तोषजनक मतलब एकदमै खुसी हुनुपर्ने खालको होइन त्यो। अब फेरि कक्षा 10को अस्तिको नतिजा फेरि राम्रो सुधार पनि भएको छ होइन। यही कन्टेक्स्टमा हजुरहरूले अघि आधारभूत तहमा हामीले जे गरेका छौँ, विभिन्न कार्यक्रमहरू ल्याएर इन्टरभेन्सन गरेका छौँ भने जस्तै माध्यमिकमा त्यो कुरा रिपिट नगरिकन माध्यमिक तहमा चाहिँ हजुरहरूले यो उनीहरूको पहुँचमा सुधार गर्न, टिकाउ दरमा सुधार गर्न, सिकाइ उपलब्धिमा सुधार गर्न एकदमै स्पेसिफिक जो एक्टिभिटी हजुरहरूले डिजाइन गर्नुभएको छ स्थानीय रूपमा होइन, सङ्घले दिएको प्रदेशले दिएको भन्दा बाहेक त्यस्तो अघिका कुराहरू रिपिट नगरिकन केही छ हजुर?
धन्यवाद। यो स्थानीय तहमा हुने कार्यक्रम भने चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ भन्दा यो अत्यन्तै स्थानीय आवश्यकतामा आधारित हुन्छ। त्यो स्थानीय आवश्यकतामा आधारित भनेको उसको पहिचान भनेको आवश्यकता पहिचान भनेको चाहिँ वडाहरूबाट उठान हुन्छ। त्यहाँ वडाध्यक्षहरू तर वडा सदस्यज्यूहरूबाट र विद्यालयहरूबाट आवश्यकताहरू पहिचान हुन्छ र त्यो आवश्यकता पहिचान भएको कुरा चाहिँ नगरपालिकाको कार्यपालिका बैठकमा चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ प्रेजेन्टेसन हुन्छ र त्यसलाई गर्ने कि नगर्ने पनि छलफल हुन्छ र त्यहाँबाट हाम्रो चाहिँ त्यो बजेट र कार्यक्रम चाहिँ पारित भएर आउँछ। त्यस्तो अब जस्तै
माध्यमिक तहमा शिक्षक अभाव भयो, शिक्षक पूर्ति गर्यो भने चाहिँ सिकाइ उपलब्धि सुधार होला भनेर स्थानीय तहले आफ्नो स्रोतमा शिक्षक भर्ती गरेको छ,
गरेको हुन्छ।
त्यस्तै
खालको हुन्छ। त्यो दुई तरिकाले गर्छ। एउटा चाहिँ पालिका नगर स्तरीय कार्यक्रम भन्ने हुन्छ एउटा, अर्को चाहिँ वडा स्तरीय कार्यक्रम भन्ने हुन्छ। नगरपालिका लेभलबाट अनुभूत गरिएका पर्सिभ गरेका निडहरूलाई चाहिँ नगरपालिकाले विद्यालयमा नगर शिक्षकहरूको व्यवस्थापन गर्ने, विद्यालयका कक्षा कोठाहरू मरसम्भार गर्ने, टिनका छानाहरू मरसम्भार गर्ने, विद्यालयमा रङरोगन गर्ने, यस्ता कार्यहरू नगरपालिका स्तरीय बजेटहरूबाट त्यो सम्बोधन हुन्छ। विद्यालय पुग्नेसम्म बाटोहरूमा हिलो खोलो यस्तो नालाहरू परेको छ भने त्यो बाटोहरू मर्मत गर्ने काम गरेर एक्सेसलाई सुधार गरिन्छ नगरपालिकाबाट। त्यसै गरी विद्यालय तहको अन्य सानातिना मसिना आवश्यकताहरू चाहिँ वडाहरूले पनि गरिरहेका हुन्छन्। मैले अघि पनि यहाँलाई निवेदन गरेँ, त्यो जुन साइकल वितरणको कार्यक्रम भयो, अनि त्यस्तै गरी स्टेसनरी वितरण गर्ने झोला आदि। त्योभन्दा बाहेक वडाले पनि अहिले त्यहाँ चलन के आएको छ भन्दाखेरि शिक्षकहरूको व्यवस्थापन गर्ने वडाहरूले पनि। त्यसको लागि वडाहरूले के गर्छन् भन्दा वडामा चाहिने विद्यालयमा चाहिने एक्स्ट्रा शिक्षकहरू जुन छ त्यसको लागि वडाहरूले पालिकामा बजेट प्रस्ताव गर्छ र सिधै वडाले चाहिँ पालिकाबाट पैसा माग्छ र वडाले नै त्यहाँनिर चाहिँ त्यो विद्यालय व्यवस्थापन समिति लगायतको बैठकबाट माग गरेर पठाउँछ। नगरपालिकाले यकिन गरेर त्यसमा सुधार गर्ने काम गर्छ एउटा। अनि अर्को एउटा इस्यु चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि पालिका स्तरमा यो सबैतिर होला। अब विद्यार्थीहरूको माग र अर्को अभिभावक समुदायको माग अनुसार चाहिँ जस्तै कक्षा 1-5 चलेका विद्यालयहरू चाहिँ कक्षा 6-7 कक्षा थप माग गर्छन्। कक्षा 8सम्म सञ्चालन भएका विद्यालयले कक्षा 9 माग गर्छन्, 10 माग गर्छन्। कक्षा 10सम्म सञ्चालन भएका विद्यालयले 11 पनि माग गर्ने गरेका छन्। अब त्यो अवस्थामा तत्कालै चाहिँ सङ्घीय सरकारबाट शिक्षा दरबन्दी प्राप्त हुने अवस्था अहिलेसम्म देखिएको छैन। त्यो हाम्रो अवस्था हो। त्यसलाई सम्बोधन गर्ने उपाय के हो त भन्दा पालिका नै हो। त्यस्तो कक्षा थप भएको विद्यालयहरूमा थप भएको विद्यालयहरूमा र कतिपय चाहिँ बाल विकास केन्द्रहरू र बाल विकास कक्षाहरूमा पनि यसरी वडाहरूले र नगरपालिकाको संयुक्त प्रयासबाट चाहिँ शिक्षकहरू व्यवस्थापन गर्ने र विद्यालयको पठन पाठनलाई सहयोग गर्ने कार्यक्रम रहेको छ।
गोपाल सर, सरले भन्नुभयो भन्दा बाहेकका माध्यमिक तह लक्षित त्यस्तो स्पेसिफिक प्रदेशका केही उल्लेख्य कार्यक्रमहरू छन्?
पक्कै पनि यो माध्यमिक तहमा अघि अनन्त सरले भने जस्तो सबै विद्यालयहरूमा पर्याप्त दरबन्दी चाहिँ छैन। अब हामीले सबै ठाउँ पुर्याउन पनि सकेका छैनौँ। त्यसो हुनाले प्रदेश तहबाट कुनै पनि माध्यमिक तहमा चाहिँ जिरो दरबन्दी अथवा चाहिँ कुनै दरबन्दी चाहिँ छैन भने प्रदेशले स्थानीय तहको समन्वयमा हामीले एउटा कमसेकम पनि माध्यमिक तहको शिक्षकको अनुदानको रूपमा चाहिँ बजेट व्यवस्थापन गरेका छौँ। अहिले करिब 285वटा विद्यालयमा माध्यमिक तहको एउटा दरबन्दी चाहिँ जहाँ जिरो दरबन्दी छ त्यो दरबन्दी चाहिँ दिएका छौँ। पहिला हाम्रो यसमा पनि हाम्रो अङ्ग्रेजी गणित विज्ञान
यो प्रयास चाहिँ मधेस प्रदेशले पनि गरेछ, मैले सम्झेँ सर, धन्यवाद।
मैले बागमतीको कुरा गरिरहेको छु। त्यसैले यसमा चाहिँ के छ भने पहिला हामीले अङ्ग्रेजी गणित विज्ञानको मात्रै दिनुपर्छ भनेर भन्यौँ र अङ्ग्रेजी गणित विज्ञानको कुराहरू गर्दाखेरि यो सङ्घीय अनुदान अन्तर्गत पनि जानेहरूमा पनि त्यही चाहिँ नै पर्ने र शिक्षक एउटै विषयको डबल गर्नुपर्ने र अर्को विषय नहुने भएको हुनाले प्रदेशले गत वर्षबाट हामीले चाहिँ यो 5वटा विषय अनिवार्य विषयको जुनसुकै विषयमा पनि शिक्षकले चाहिँ नियुक्ति हुन पाउने गरी हामीले चाहिँ 285जना शिक्षकहरू माध्यमिक तहका शिक्षकहरूको व्यवस्थापन गरेका छौँ।
ओके, त्यसो भएपछि सङ्घीय सरकारले दिएको अङ्ग्रेजी गणित र विज्ञान अनुदानसँग डुप्लिकेसन
भएन
अर्को त्योभन्दा बाहेकमा
अर्कोमा जान सक्छ।
हुन्छ, हस्, धन्यवाद सर। 2वटा विशेष गरी आधारभूत र माध्यमिक तहको सिकाइ सुधारका लागि भनेर हामीले 2 राउन्ड क्वेसन सोध्यौँ प्रदेश र स्थानीय तहमा। उहाँहरूले भन्नुभएको इन्टरभेन्सनका अलावा सङ्घीय सरकारको इन्टरभेन्सन चाहिँ क्विकली महेन्द्र सरलाई रिक्वेस्ट गरेँ मैले।
धन्यवाद शङ्करजी। अब एउटा कन्टेक्स्टमा तपाईँले प्रश्न राख्नुभएको थियो कि हाम्रा विगतका प्रयासहरू एक्सेसमा हामी सफलै हौँ, तर सिस्टम इफिसियन्सीको हिसाबले केही इन्डिकेटरमा हामी अलि इन्कन्सिस्टेन्सी देखिरहेछौँ भन्ने केही इक्जाम्पलहरू राखेको कन्टेक्स्टमा ग्राउन्ड रियालिटीमा के छ भन्ने कुरो चाहिँ लोकल लेभलको हिसाबले अनन्तजीले राख्नुभयो। अझ प्रोभिन्सियल गभर्मेन्टको तर्फबाट के काम गरिएको छ भन्ने विषयवस्तु उठे। अब मैले थोरै कन्टेक्स्ट अलि म्याक्रो लेभलबाट हेरौँ कि हाम्रो 25 वर्ष पछाडि फर्क्यौँ भने सन् 2000मा शिक्षाको फिगर एकचोटि हेरौँ। त्यो बेलाको फिगर कस्तो थियो भने हाम्रो इसिडीमा इनरोल हुने बच्चाहरू 13% थिए। त्यही समय हो जति बेला एक कक्षामा इसिडी सहित अनुभव भएर आउने 10.5 थिए। एक कक्षामा आउने बालबालिकाहरू 46% कक्षा दोहोऱ्याउँथे। 20% बालबालिकाहरू विद्यालय शिक्षाको पहुँच बाहिर थिए। हामी सबैको लागि शिक्षाको त्यो बेसलाइनबाट प्रोजेक्ट बेसमा सरकार, विकास साझेदार, नागरिक समाज सबै मिलेर अगाडि बढ्दै हाम्रो जोइन्ट इफोर्टले सन् 2015सम्म पुग्दा हामी अलमोस्ट इन्डिकेटरहरूमा भी सेप ग्रोथ हासिल गरिसक्यौँ। त्यो अर्थ हामी कसरी बुझ्यौँ भने त्यति बेला हामी कहाँ 97% त इनरोलमेन्ट भइसकेको थियो। त्यही रेसियोमा हामीले पछिल्लो दशक जति प्रोग्रेस गर्न पर्ने थियो एक्सेसको हिसाबमा त्यो 15 वर्ष गरेको प्रयास खालि अङ्कमा मात्रै थिएन। छात्राहरूको सहभागिता उल्लेख्य बढेको थियो, महिला टिचरहरूको सहभागिता उल्लेख्य बढेको थियो, अपाङ्गता भएका बालबालिकाहरू, दुर्गम र पिछडिएका बालबालिकाहरूको उल्लेख्य सहभागिताको वर्ष थियो। त्यो एक्सेसको हिसाबले हामीले सेलिब्रेट गर्न लायक दशक बन्यो। एट द सेम टाइम हामीले के गर्यौँ भने 15 पछाडि हामी विभिन्न परियोजना एसएसआरपी, एसएसडीपी हुँदै एसईएसपीमा आइपुग्दा 72मा हामीले भूकम्प भोग्यौँ। भूकम्पले ठुलो शैक्षिक क्षति शिक्षा क्षेत्रलाई पार्यो। 74मा हामी शैक्षिक संरचनाको हिसाबले ओभरअल 3 शासकीय संरचनामा गयौँ। शासकीय संरचना नयाँ भएको कारणले त्यहाँ ज्ञान, क्षमता, अनुभव थुप्रै किसिमले अलिकति एउटा स्ट्रक्चरमा प्र्याक्टिसमा हामी गएका थियौँ। अर्को स्ट्रक्चरमा जाँदा अलिकति मिसम्याच हुन पुग्यो। त्यसपछि हामी कोभिडले थला पर्यो शिक्षा प्रणाली। कोभिडले झन्डै 1.5 वर्ष जस्तो शैक्षिक लस भयो र त्यो ड्रप आउट रेट हेऱ्यो भने 11% जस्तो कोभिडको लस भयो। त्यसैले अघि शङ्करजीले राखेको कन्टेक्स्ट के हो भने अघिल्लो ऱ्यापिडली हामीले एक्सेसमा सुधार गरेका थियौँ, पछिल्लो हाम्रो फोकस क्वालिटी थियो, त्यो भनेको इफिसियन्सी इन्डिकेटरमा जान पर्ने थियो। हामी यो विविध कारणहरूले गर्दाखेरि हामी इफिसियन्सी इन्डिकेटर अपेक्षाकृत सुधार्न सकेनौँ। म्याक्रो फिगर त्यो हो। तर हामी कहाँ फेरि केही पनि भएन भन्ने कुरो होइन। ERO 2020 को रिपोर्ट हेऱ्यौँ भने त्यति बेला हाम्रो 4 वर्ष अगाडि बालबालिकाहरू 3 कक्षाको पढाइ चाहिँ झन्डै हाम्रो 42 हो, म्याथमेटिक्सको एचिभमेन्ट चाहिँ 37 हो। फेरि त्यही कुरा अहिले 24 मा आउँदा 37 बाट 50 मा म्याथमेटिक्सको लर्निङ एचिभमेन्ट बढेको छ। त्यसैले हामीले गरेका इन्टरभेन्सनहरू पछिल्लो समयमा इफिसियन्सीका इन्डिकेटरहरू क्रमशः सुधार हुँदैछन्। अझै हामीले बल गरेर जान पर्नेछ र यसको लिड भनेको आधारभूत तथा माध्यमिक शिक्षाको अधिकार संविधानले नै स्थानीय तहलाई दिएको हुनाले यो स्थानीय तहले अगुवाई गर्छ, प्रदेश तहले समन्वय गर्छ, सङ्घीय सरकारले लामो शिक्षाको ज्ञान छ, अनुभव छ, यो सेयरिङ गर्ने, क्यापासिटी बिल्डअप गर्ने, समन्वय गर्ने गर्छ। त्यो सँगै हामी डेभलपमेन्ट पार्टनर्स, गभर्नमेन्ट साइड जोइन्टली हाम्रो इफोर्टले अबको हाम्रो प्रयास भनेको त्यो क्वालिटी इन्डिकेटरहरूलाई बढाउने, इफिसियन्सीका इन्डिकेटरहरूलाई बढाउने तर्फ हामी लाग्नुपर्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। धन्यवाद।
यस, थ्याङ्क यू सर। यसपछि चाहिँ अलि बढी अझ स्पेसिफिक भएर म उत्तरको अपेक्षा गर्छु। हामीले हेर्ने विभिन्न इन्डिकेटर अथवा इफिसियन्सीका हेऱ्यौँ, एक्सेसका हेऱ्यौँ, हामीले अपेक्षा गरे जति हासिल गर्न सकेनौँ भन्ने कुरा सबैले अग्री गरेकै विषय हो। तर हामीले छलाङ पनि मारेका छौँ विभिन्न इन्डिकेटरहरूमा, त्यो पनि छँदैछ। यो बिचमा विभिन्न समस्याहरू नआएको भए हामी अझै योभन्दा अगाडि जान सक्थ्यौँ होला। भूकम्प, त्यसपछि कोभिड, यो कुराहरू त छँदैछ। त्यसलाई भनेर अब यो SESP का विभिन्न उद्देश्यहरू छन्। इक्विटीको छ, एक्सेसको छ, त्यसपछि क्वालिटीको छ, सबै तहको छ, अर्ली ग्रेडदेखि माध्यमिक तहसम्मकै छ। हामीले स्थानीय तहमा यो SESP को मतलब त्यो उद्देश्यहरू हामीले अपेक्षित हासिल गर्न सकेनौँ भनेपछि त हामीलाई त्यो कार्यान्वयनमा च्यालेन्ज छ भन्ने नै हो होइन। अब स्थानीय तहको पर्सपेक्टिभबाट सरले यो SESP कार्यान्वयनका 5 वटा चुनौती, 5 वटा पुर्याउनु परेन, बढीमा 5 वटा भन्नु पर्यो होइन। 5 वटा छैन भने 5 वटा पुर्याउनै परेन, बढीमा 5 वटा चुनौती भन्न पाइयो। त्यो चुनौती समाधान गर्नलाई सङ्घले गर्ने एउटा काम भनिदिनु पर्यो, प्रदेशले गर्ने अर्को काम भन्नु पर्यो र स्थानीय आफैले गर्ने अर्को काम भन्नु पर्यो। सरलाई क्वेसन अलिक हेभी भयो र पनि म्याक्सिमम 5 वटा चुनौती भन्नु पर्यो। त्यो चुनौतीको समाधान एउटा चाहिँ सङ्घले गरिदिनु पर्यो भने के गरिदिनु पर्यो, प्रदेशले गर्नु पर्यो भने के गर्नु पर्यो, स्थानीय तहले आफैले चाहिँ के गर्ने, त्यतिमा सीमित रहेर स्पेसिफिक उत्तरको अपेक्षा गर्छु।
धन्यवाद शङ्कर सर। क्वेसन धेरै लामो छ होइन, उत्तर दिनु पर्यो, पास हुन्छ फेल हुन्छ आफ्नो ठाउँमा छ। तर के छ भन्दा यो अब चुनौतीहरू के छन्, चुनौती भन्न सजिलो छ, यो पनि छ, ऊ पनि छ, ऊ पनि छ। तर च्यालेन्ज भनेको कहाँ छ, त्यसको समाधानको उपायहरू बताउन। तर म भन्ने कोसिस गर्छु। पहिलो कुरो चाहिँ म चाहिँ अलिकति प्रयोजनपरक समस्याहरूमा राख्ने अनुमति चाहन्छु। नीतिगत योजनागत समस्याहरू सायद यहाँ उठान भइसकेका छन् र तिनका पोसिबल सोल्युसनहरू, मेजरहरू पनि यहाँ आइसकेका छन्। र म स्थान तह भने के हो भन्दा यसको कोर इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन हुने ठाउँ हो। पाठ्यक्रमको इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन पनि स्थान तहमै हुन्छ मुख्य रूपमा, नीतिहरूको कार्यान्वयन पनि स्थान तहमै हुन्छ होइन। त्यसो हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ त्यहाँ इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन लेभलमा भएका इस्युहरू चाहिँ म राख्ने कोसिस गर्छु। पहिलो कुरो चाहिँ के छ भन्दा एउटा भौतिक कुरातर्फ लाग्न चाहन्छु। विद्यालय भवनको लागि जुन यहाँ हाम्रो नेपाल सरकारबाट र यो प्रदेश सरकारबाट भवन पनि गइरहेको छ पालिकाहरूमा, यी भवनहरू चाहिँ म प्राविधिक त होइन, तर मेरो जनरल अब्जर्भेसनमा के छ भने कक्षा कोठाको जुन हामीले दिन्छौँ कार्यक्रम, ती कक्षा कोठाहरू चाहिँ अहिलेको समय सन्दर्भको हिसाबले परम्परागत ढाँचाका जस्तो लाग्छ। र ती परम्परागत ढाँचाका कक्षा कोठाहरूलाई हामीले के गर्नुपर्छ भन्दा आधुनिकीकरण गर्नुपर्छ। उदाहरणको लागि यसलाई मैले अन्यथा भनेको होइन, यो कुरो आएकोले मैले भनेको हो। अब ती कक्षा कोठाहरूबाट शौचालय जानको लागि लगभग माथिल्लो तलाबाट तल ओर्लिनु पर्यो, तल ओर्लेर फेरि अलिक पर शौचालय जानु पर्यो। फेरि शौचालयमा क्यु सीमित छ, त्यहाँ क्यु बसेर फेरि फर्केर आउँदा समय किल हुन्छ। त्यसो हुँदा अबका भवनका डिजाइनहरू चाहिँ हरेक तलामा शौचालय भएका, पानीसहितका बेसिन वास भएका भवनहरू बन्नुपर्छ भन्ने मेरो बुझाइ हो। र त्यस्तै गरी भवनहरूमा जुन हामी आइसिटीहरू दिइरहेका छौँ अहिले उपकरणहरू, तिनीहरूमा पावर सकेटहरूको प्रब्लम छ। त्यो भएका डिभाइसहरू इन्स्टलेसन गर्नको लागि पर्याप्त स्पेस र त्यस्तो रुमको त्यो डिजाइनको समस्या छ त्यहाँनिर। त्यो व्यवस्थापन गर्न त्यसो हुँदा सबभन्दा पहिले यदि गर्ने नै हो भने हाम्रा भवनहरूमा त्यो चाहिँ पुनर्समर्चित गर्नुपर्छ, डिजाइन फेर्नुपर्छ। अर्को छ शिक्षक सहयोग कार्यक्रम पनि चुनौती छ। हामीले टिपिडी कार्यक्रम लगायतका केही कार्यक्रमहरू शिक्षकहरूलाई पेसागत विकासको लागि दिएका छौँ। उहाँहरूले तालिम लिएर आउनुहुन्छ र विद्यालयमा आधारित परियोजना कार्यहरू पनि गर्नुहुन्छ। ती एकदम ठिक छन् र अब त्यसलाई हाम्रो सङ्घीय तहबाट गर्नुपर्ने कार्यहरूमा यो स्थानीय तहमा चाहिँ शिक्षकका लागि दिनुपर्ने त्यस्ता व्यावहारिक तालिम जुन अत्यन्तै निड बेस हुन्छन्, अब टिपिडी लगायतका तालिमहरू चाहिँ ब्ल्याङ्केट एप्रोच जस्तो भयो। त्यसलाई निड बेस बनाउनलाई केही बजेट रकम चाहिँ स्थानीय तहलाई पनि तालिम सञ्चालन गरेर दिनुपर्छ कि जुन हामी चाहिँ कस्टमाइज गरेर सञ्चालन गर्न सक्छौँ। एउटा कार्यक्रम राम्रो छ सङ्घीय तहको कार्यक्रम, जुन कस्टमाइज एकीकृत पाठ्यक्रम तालिम छ नि, हो त्यस्तै खालको तालिम चाहिँ माध्यमिक तह र निम्न माध्यमिक तहलाई पनि दिनुपर्छ भन्ने मेरो बुझाइ हो। अर्को चुनौती भनेको विद्यार्थीको मूल्याङ्कन रणनीति भन्ने हो। यो खुकुलो हो कि कसिलो हो भनेर भन्नै सकिएन कि। अब कसिलो गरौँ भन्दा अब त्यो चाहिँ अब लिबरल प्रमोसन पोलिसी छ, हुन त त्यसले खुकुलो गरेर छोड्ने भनेको त होइन। तर कतिपय अवस्थामा त्यो खुकुलो गर्नुपर्ने पनि अवस्था छ। यो नलजाइ भन्नुपर्दा अलिकति कसिलो गऱ्यो भने माथिल्लो कक्षामा विद्यार्थी कम हुने चुनौती पनि छ। त्यसले गर्दा कति खुकुलो र कति कसिलो गर्ने भन्ने हो कि या विद्यार्थीको शिक्षा उपलब्धिलाई अब रिजिडली हामीले एकदम एक्ज्याक्ट मापन गरेर मात्रै माथि चढाउने हो, त्यो भन्ने कुरा पनि बुझ्न गाह्रो छ। यसको सुधारको लागि चाहिँ अब हामीले ठोस इन्डिकेटर हुन त अहिले पनि पोर्टफोलियोमा इन्डिकेटर छन् र अहिले कक्षा 5सम्म आन्तरिक मूल्याङ्कन गर्ने प्रावधान पनि आइसकेको छ र अहिले समय सन्दर्भको हिसाबले त्यो राम्रो पनि हो। अथेन्टिक इभ्यालुएसनको टुल पनि हो, त्यो राम्रो कुरा हो त्यो। र यसलाई चाहिँ कसरी हुन्छ, अब हामीले चाहिँ अब सङ्घीय र प्रदेश सरकारको संयुक्त पहलमा चाहिँ एउटा मापदण्ड बनाउन आवश्यक म देख्छु। अब अर्को चाहिँ यो विद्यार्थी मूल्याङ्कनलाई के गर्नु पऱ्यो भन्दाखेरि दुई तरिकाले चाहिँ यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले अन्तिमीकरण गर्नु पऱ्यो। जसरी लिखित उत्तर पुस्तिकाहरूको हामी परीक्षण र सम्प्रेषण गर्छौँ, त्यस्तै आन्तरिक मूल्याङ्कनबाट भएको जुन आएको प्राप्ताङ्क तालिका छ त्यसलाई पनि हामीले सम्प्रेषण गर्ने र प्राविधिक अडिट गर्ने काम हामीले गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। विद्यार्थी मूल्य जुन क्यासको टुलहरू छ नि, त्यसको पनि टेक्निकल अडिट गर्ने व्यवस्था गरौँ। र अर्को यो विद्यालयको दैनिक पठन पाठनको कार्यतालिका, यो किन कुरा मैले उठाएँ भन्दा म कार्यान्वयन तहको कुरा गर्न चाहन्छु। हाम्रो पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्रबाट जारी भएका पाठ्यक्रमहरूको कार्यान्वयन भनेको सबैभन्दा पहिलो कार्यान्वयन गर्ने तह भनेको रुटिन हो। जब त्यो रुटिनमा रिफ्लेक्ट हुँदैन भने त्यसलाई करिकुलम इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन भएको कति मान्ने भन्ने कुरा सोचनीय छ। त्यसो हुँदा पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्रले र सम्बद्ध निकायहरूले त्यो जारी गरेको पाठ्यक्रमलाई कसरी विद्यालयमा कार्यान्वयन गर्ने हो भन्ने सम्बन्धमा नमुनागत रुटिनहरू चाहिँ विद्यालयलाई दिएर प्रदान गरेर सहजीकरण गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। किनभने त्यो हाम्रो चाहिँ अहिले चाहिँ कार्यघन्टा, क्रेडिट आवर जस्ता अलिक फरक किसिमका हाम्रा आधार छन्। 1 घन्टाको पिरियड हुनुपर्छ भनेको छ। यता विद्यालयमा शिक्षकहरूको अभाव छ, उता केही विद्यालयमा गाउँमा रहेका समुदायमा रहेका बाल विकास केन्द्रहरू लगेर विद्यालयमा गाभिदिएको छ। किन भन्दाखेरि त्यो गाभियो भने त्यो बाल विकास शिक्षकले कम्तीमा कक्षा 1-3को पनि पढाइन्छन् भनेर शिक्षक अभावको सङ्कटलाई पनि समान हुन्छ भनेर यसरी लगिएको छ। त्यस्तो अवस्थामा चलेका विद्यालयहरूमा रुटिनलाई कसरी कार्यान्वयन गर्ने भन्ने सम्बन्धमा गाह्रो छ। अर्को चुनौती हामीलाई चाहिँ यो कक्षा 11-12को पठन पाठनमा हो। कक्षा 11-12को पठन पाठनमा यो माध्यमिक तहको शिक्षा निःशुल्कता भनिएको छ। त्यो माध्यमिक तहको मैले अनिवार्य तथा निःशुल्क शिक्षा ऐन पढ्दाखेरि त्यहाँ पनि कक्षा 12सम्मलाई नै माध्यमिक भनिएको छ। अब यता प्रचलित शिक्षा ऐन नियमावलीले 12सम्म भने तापनि विद्यालय शिक्षकको दरबन्दी भनेर कक्षा 10 सम्मलाई मात्रै गणना गरेको छ, 11 र 12 को त्यहाँ हिसाब गरेको देखिँदैन। त्यसो हुँदा 11 र 12 लाई फेरि साविकमा उच्च माध्यमिक शिक्षा भन्ने गरिएको थियो। अहिले आम समुदायमा त्यही बुझाइ छ। त्यो बुझाइलाई निराकरण गर्नको लागि के गर्ने? अब एउटा ठोस उपाय ल्याउनु पर्यो। किन भन्दाखेरि 11 र 12 को शिक्षकको व्यवस्था दरबन्दीगत रूपमा विषयगत रूपमा यकिन भइसकेको अवस्था छैन। त्यो 11 र 12 को शिक्षा निःशुल्क हो या सशुल्क हो भन्ने कुरा त्यसलाई कसरी यकिन गर्ने हो, त्यो पनि हाम्रो लागि चाहिँ बारम्बार प्रश्न उठिरहने विषय बनेको छ। र अर्को स्थानीय तहबाट हुने कार्यक्रमहरूमा खर्केको कुरा चाहिँ यो तपाईँहरूले भनिदिएको हुन्छ। केही अब आंशिक रूपमा अहिले मैले भनेको जुन चाहिँ केही कुराहरू विद्यार्थीको सिकाइ उपलब्धि र समग्र शैक्षिक सुधारको सम्बन्धमा यो पर्याप्त छैन। जुन अहिले पालिकाले गरिरहेछ अभ्यास, यो स्थानीय तहमा वडाध्यक्षज्यूहरूको स्थानीय जनप्रतिनिधिहरूको पर्सेप्सन अनुसार आएको कुरा हो। यसलाई अलिकति नीतिगत रूपमा वैज्ञानिक रूपमा त्यसलाई सम्बोधन गर्ने रणनीतिहरू कसरी बनाउन सकिन्छ त्योतर्फ लाग्न आवश्यक म देख्छु। धन्यवाद। कतिवटा चुनौती भयो, कतिवटा समाधानको उपाय भयो।
थ्याङ्क यू सर, थ्याङ्क यू। अब म गोपाल सरकोमा आएँ। प्रदेशको त आफै पनि स्कुल एजुकेसनमा कमै रोल हुन्छ होइन, एसईएसपीमा पनि थोरै भूमिका नै छ हजुरहरूको, त्यही भएर हजुरलाई चाहिँ टास्क पनि कमै छ। 2वटा मात्रै चुनौती भन्नु पऱ्यो। त्यो मध्ये एउटा चुनौती जो प्रदेशले समाधान गर्न सक्छ र अर्को चुनौती जो सङ्घीय सरकारले समाधानका लागि पहल लेखिदिनुपर्छ। सरले चाहिँ 2वटा मात्रै चुनौती।
अब धेरै कुरा त सरले राखिसक्नुभयो। खास गरेर चुनौती भनेको अब यो स्रोतमा छ कि अहिले अघि चाहिँ हाम्रो नीलकण्ठ सरको चाहिँ प्रस्तुतिमा आयो र हामीले चाहिँ यो बजेटको करिब 2% मात्रै प्रदेशमा पाउँछौँ र त्यो प्रदेशको बजेटमा पनि त्यसमा पनि स्पेसल्ली यो यस सेक्टरमा गर्ने भनेर तोकिएको हुन्छ र चाहिँ नि प्रदेश सरकारको आफ्नो भूमिका विशेष गरेर चाहिँ नि यो विद्यालय तहको भूमिकामा यसको चाहिँ नि मतलब यो भूमिका अलिकता कमै पनि हुने हुनाले यो बजेटको हिसाबले ठ्याक्कै हामीले चाहिँ यो एससीएसपीका इन्डिकेटरहरूलाई पुरा गर्ने हिसाबले त्यस्तो किसिमको बजेटको एलोकेसन गरेको प्रदेशमा पाइँदैन। किनभने प्रदेशमा बजेट विनियोजन हुन्छ। जस्तै बागमती प्रदेशमा हेर्ने हो भने करिब 7% बजेट, टोटल बजेटको 7% चाहिँ नै शिक्षामा हाम्रो चाहिँ नि शिक्षामा लगानी हुन्छ र त शिक्षामा भएको मध्ये पनि जति हामीलाई चाहिँ छुटिन्छ त्यसमध्येको करिब 85% बजेटहरू स्ट्रक्चरमै जान्छ। त्यहाँ चाहिँ नि यो चाहिँ इन्डिकेटरहरू पुरा गर्नको लागि मतलब चाहिँ नि राज्यले यो प्रतिबद्धता गरेका छ, हामीले यो काम गर्नुपर्छ भनेर भन्नुभन्दा पनि यसमा चाहिँ नि भवनै बनाउनेमा चाहिँ नि पोलिटिकल लिडरहरू यसमा चाहिँ नि उद्धत रहन्छन्। त्यसै हुनाले मलाई लाग्छ यो हामीले गर्न नसकेको र सङ्घले गरिदियोस् भनेर भन्ने हाम्रो अपेक्षा के छ भने यो इन्डिकेटरहरूमा तिमीले चाहिँ अनिवार्य रूपमा कन्ट्रिब्युसन गर्नुपर्छ भनेर चाहिँ प्रदेशलाई चाहिँ त्यो किसिमको बनाउन सक्ने हो भने कमसेकम पनि त्यति क्षेत्रहरूमा चाहिँ लगानी गर्न सकिन्थ्यो होला। त्यसै हुनाले यसलाई चाहिँ अलिकति यो कुराहरूमा चाहिँ सङ्घले गरिदियोस् भनेर भन्ने हाम्रो अपेक्षा छ। र अर्को हामी प्रदेशमा गर्न सकिने कुराहरू जस्तै यसलाई सपोर्ट भइदियो अलिकता चाहिँ अब सङ्घको पनि टेक्निकल सपोर्ट हामीलाई चाहिन्छ। तर चाहिँ जुन अहिले विद्यालय पालिका लेभलका जुन चाहिँ शैक्षिक योजनाहरू चाहिँ छन्, गाउँ शिक्षा योजना, नगर शिक्षा योजनाहरू छन्, ती योजनाहरूमा चाहिँ हामीले त्यसमा चाहिँ कन्ट्रिब्युसन गर्न सक्छौँ। त्यो कुरा यदि चाहिँ हामीलाई जिम्मा हुने हो भने त्यो चाहिँ हामीले गर्न सक्छौँ। त्यो कुरा चाहिँ अर्को रह्यो। अर्को चुनौतीको हिसाबले हेर्दै गर्दा अर्को चाहिँ चुनौती खास गरेर यो चाहिँ क्वालिटीसँग सम्बन्धित कुराहरूमा यो चाहिँ दरबन्दी मिलानको पनि छ। अहिले दरबन्दी मिलानको हिसाबले हेर्ने भने कतिपय विद्यालयहरूमा चाहिँ दरबन्दी मात्रै थुप्रिएका छन्, कतिपय ठाउँमा चाहिँ नयाँ विद्यार्थी धेरै विद्यार्थीहरू छन्, त्यहाँ चाहिँ दरबन्दी हामीले पर्याप्त चाहिँ हुन सकेको छैन। त्यसै हुनाले यो दरबन्दी मिलान अर्को एउटा चाहिँ समस्याको रूपमा छ। अनि त्यस्तै गरेर अर्को चुनौती मलाई लागेको कुरा के छ भने यो आधारभूत तहको क्वालिटीमा चाहिँ हामीले विशेष गरेर प्राथमिकता दिनुपर्ने हुन्छ। किनभने माध्यमिक तहमा जाँदै गर्दा 5 कक्षा पास गरेर 6 कक्षा 7 कक्षामा जाँदै गर्दाखेरिको त्यो बच्चाको जुन चाहिँ न्यूनतम जुन चाहिँ उसका सक्षमता कुराहरू त्यो चाहिँ यो कतिपय हाम्रा यो परीक्षा प्रणाली अघि सरले पनि राख्नुभयो, त्यो परीक्षा प्रणालीको कारणले उनीहरू त पुरा नगरिकन पनि जान्छ। त्यसो गर्दाखेरि माथिल्लो तहमा गएर धेरै मेहनत चाहिँ गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था चाहिँ छ। त्यसमा यो कुरालाई चाहिँ नै व्यवस्थापन गर्न सकियो भने राम्रो हुन्छ भन्ने लाग्छ मलाई।
थ्याङ्क यू सर। म महेन्द्र सरकोमा आएँ लास्ट। यहाँ अलिकति चुनौतीका कुरा गर्दाखेरि पहुँचयुक्त पूर्वाधारको एउटा चुनौतीको विषय भयो, अनि आइसिटी इक्विपमेन्ट भएर पनि इन्स्टलेसन र त्यसको प्रयोगको कुराहरू भए। टिचर सपोर्ट मेकानिजमसँग सम्बन्धित चुनौती छ भन्ने कुरा पनि आयो। त्यसपछि स्थानीय तहमा त्यो कक्षा 11-12को पठन पाठनमा समस्या छ भन्ने कुरो पनि आयो। प्रदेशबाट भन्दाखेरि हामीलाई इन्डिकेटर तोकेर कार्यक्रम दियो भने हामी त्यहाँबाट नतिजा निकाल्न सक्छौँ भन्ने कुराहरू पनि आयो। यसलाई समेटेर क्विकली हजुरले हामीले सम्बोधन यसरी गर्नुपर्छ, यसरी गर्ने प्रयत्न गरेका छौँ भन्ने हिसाबका स्पेसिफिक कार्यक्रमहरू बताइदिनु हुन अनुरोध गरेँ सर।
ल धन्यवाद शङ्करजी। अब साथीहरूले निकै सान्दर्भिक विषयवस्तुहरू राख्नु भएको छ। वास्तवमा हामीले प्र्याक्टिस गर्न खोजेको सङ्घीयता सङ्घले के भन्ला र हामी मानौँला भन्ने होइन। स्थानीय सरकार हो, प्रदेश सरकार हो, सङ्घीय सरकार हो, आफ्नै नीति छन्, कार्यक्रम छन्, प्राथमिकता छन्, तर राज्यका खास खास एजेन्डाहरूमा हाम्रा सहकार्य र सहअस्तित्व र समन्वय हुन्छ। त्यसैले सङ्घले यो भन्यो त्यसकारण म गरेँ, भनेन यसकारण म गरिनँ भन्ने कुरो अब हामी संहितामा छिप्पिँदै गएको छौँ। यो वाक्य त्यति सान्दर्भिक हुँदैन। कुरा साथीहरूले उठाएको के हो भने सङ्घीय संरचनामा गइसकेपछि केही हामीसँग ग्याप रह्यो, नलेजको ग्याप रह्यो, एक्सपर्टिजको ग्याप रह्यो। त्यसैले केही सुरुमा यसलाई सेपिङ गरिदिन पर्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा हामीले निश्चित रूपमा केही प्रयासहरू गर्नुपर्छ। मुख्य कुरा के हो भने इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेभलपमेन्टको पाटोमा अघि साथीहरूले उठाउनु भयो, हामी एउटा मास्टर प्लान बनाऊ, स्कुलले त्यहाँ इमेज सिस्टममा डाटा ल्याउँछ, रियल स्ट्याटस ल्याउँछ, त्यसको आधारमा हामीले चाहिँ भौतिक पूर्वाधार वितरण गर्ने, त्यो पनि पालिकाको रिकमेन्डेसनमा भनेर अघिल्लो वर्षदेखि मास्टर प्लानको प्र्याक्टिस गऱ्यौँ। झन्डै 22,000 विद्यालयहरूले इमेज भर्नुभयो, त्यसको आधारमा अघिल्लो वर्षको हामी पूर्वाधारका कार्यक्रम वितरण गऱ्यौँ। र यस वर्ष पनि स्थानीय तहबाटै मास्टर प्लान अपलोड हेर्ने र अप्रुभल गर्ने, आफूलाई कति विद्यालय चाहिने हुन्, कस्तो प्रकारका विद्यालय चाहिने हुन्, संरचना कस्तो हो भन्ने किसिमको 753 पालिकाहरूले यो किसिमको चाहिँ एउटा डिटेल मास्टर प्लान बनाउनुहुन्छ भन्ने हिसाबबाट हामी अगाडि बढेका छौँ। त्यसको निम्ति केन्द्रले समन्वय गर्छ, क्षमता विकासका कामहरू गर्छ। मुख्य कुरा हामी संहितामा गइसकेपछि उठेको विषय के हो भने टिचरको इस्यु एउटा हो। स्थानीय तहले केही रूपमा चाहिँ त्यस्तो शिक्षण सहयोग अनुदान व्यवस्था गर्नुभएको छ, त्यो पनि सशर्त अनुदानलाई त्यहाँ प्रयोग गर्न पाइन्न भनेर चाहिँ अडिट इस्युहरू छँदैछन्। पछिल्लो समय विद्यालयहरूमा सङ्घीय अनुदान नजाने दरबन्दी गएको छैन। स्थानीय तहले धेरै अनुदान चाहिँ विद्यालय खोलेपछि चाहिँ अलिकति टिचर म्यानेजमेन्ट एउटा क्रिटिकल इस्यु छ, त्यो स्थानीय तह एक्लैले सक्दैन। त्यसैले शिक्षक व्यवस्थापनमा यो पटक हामीले केही चाहिँ इन्टरभेन्सनहरू गर्न खोजिरहेका छौँ। पहिलो भनेको अहिले भएको एक्जिस्टिङ टिचरलाई ऱ्यासनलाइज र रिडेभलपमेन्ट गर्नुपर्ने छ। अहिले पनि प्राथमिक तहको 20,000 भन्दा बढी दरबन्दी हामी कहाँ बढी देखेको छ। त्यो दरबन्दीलाई निम्न माध्यमिक तह र माध्यमिक तहमा हामी रूपान्तरण गर्ने भनेर 2 वर्षदेखि विज्ञापन रोकेर बसेका छौँ। यसले तल्लो तहमा भएको जनशक्तिलाई निम्न माध्यमिक र माध्यमिक तहमा रूपान्तरण गरियो भने एक हदसम्म चाहिँ यो हल हुने देखिन्छ। सँगै हामीले के गरेका छौँ भने राहत र उच्च माध्यमिकका दरबन्दीहरूलाई पनि दरबन्दीमा रूपान्तरण गरेर लैजानुपर्छ भन्ने हिसाबले अर्थ मन्त्रालयसम्म एउटा चाहिँ फाइल पुगेको छ। आशा छ त्यसले एउटा निकास ल्याउला। अर्को हामीले टिचर त हामीले पुऱ्यायौँ, तर टिचरले अहिलेको बच्चाले आशा गरे अनुसारको पठन पाठनमा सक्छन् कि सक्दैनन्, कस्ता कम्पिटेन्सीहरू चाहिने हुन् भन्ने हिसाबले अब टिचरमा कस्ता कम्पिटेन्सीहरू चाहिने हो, डिजिटल कम्पिटेन्सी कसरी विकास गर्ने भन्ने हिसाबले टिचरको क्यापासिटी डेभलपमेन्टको हिसाबले कम्पिटेन्सीहरूलाई फेरि म्यापिङ गर्दैछौँ र कम्पिटेन्सीहरू नयाँ विकास गर्दैछौँ। यसले अबका शिक्षकहरू टिचिङ भन्दा पनि उनीहरू बच्चालाई लर्निङको निम्ति फेसिलिटेसन गर्न सक्छन् भन्ने नयाँ डाइमेन्सनबाट हेरेका छौँ। पछिल्लो समय 13-14 चोटि विज्ञापन गर्दा पनि शिक्षक पाइँदैन। त्यसले टिचर सर्टेज हुन्छ भन्ने हामी सबैलाई थाहा छ। त्यसैले अहिले हामीले के गरेका छौँ भने अब शिक्षकलाई मल्टिपल सब्जेक्टमा स्पेसलाइज गर्नुपर्छ। एउटै शिक्षकले ड्युअल सब्जेक्ट स्पेसलाइज गर्नुपर्छ। युनिभर्सिटीहरू निर्णय गरेर गएका छन्, त्यसको समन्वय हामीले गरेका छौँ। र अब चाहिँ हाम्रो शिक्षकहरूको स्थानीय तहदेखि टिचर ब्याङ्क हुन्छ यो वर्षदेखि स्थानीय तहले कार्यान्वयन। त्यसैले यो लाइनमा हामीले केही प्रयासहरू गरेका छौँ। तीनटै तहका सरकारहरूको खास मुद्दाहरू छन् हाम्रा। अनिवार्य निःशुल्क शिक्षा कार्यान्वयनको कुरा हामी 75 सालदेखि ऐन बनाएर बसेका छौँ। बागमती प्रदेश आफ्नै ढङ्गले बढेको छ। आज अजयजी आउनु भएन, उहाँले मेरोमा सबै अनिवार्य निःशुल्क शिक्षा छ भन्नुहुन्छ। त्यसैले हाम्रा प्रयासहरू छरिएर गएका छन्, जसले गर्दा कङ्क्रिट रिजल्ट निकाल्न सकेको छैन। यस्तो खास इस्युहरूमा तिनै तहका सरकारहरूको जोइन्ट लगानी भयो, कस्ट सेयरिङ भयो भने नतिजा पनि दिगो हुन्छ। यति कुरा मैले राखेँ।
यो प्यानल डिस्कसनको लागि 4:10 सम्मको समय प्राप्त छ। 10 मिनट बाँकी होला। 3वटा क्वेसन लिन्छौँ, 1-1 मिनटको, 3 मिनट। उहाँहरू 3जनाले आफूसँग सम्बन्धित क्वेसनको रेस्पोन्ड गर्नुहुन्छ। क्विकली 1 मिनट समय पाउनुहुन्छ क्वेसन राख्नलाई। प्लिज 3वटा। हस् हजुर क्विकली सोधौँ
है
बोल्नुहोस्
ल सबैलाई नमस्कार पुनः म गिरिधारी सुवेदी राष्ट्रिय अपाङ्ग महासङ्घ केन्द्रीय प्रवक्ता अघि शिक्षा विभागको चाहिँ कायम मुकाम महानिर्देशकज्यूले जुन चाहिँ न्यू डाइमेन्सनको कुरा गर्नुभएको छ नि एउटा कुरा चाहिँ हामीले पहिला एउटा के गरेका थियौँ भने शिक्षा विभागसँग चाहिँ बसेर एउटा सहमति भएको थियो क्या जति पनि स्कुलहरू बन्छ तिनीहरूको फर्स्ट र सेकेन्ड फेजकोमा चाहिँ निरन्तर चाहिँ त्यो भुक्तानी गर्ने तर त्यो बिल्डिङको जुन अन्तिम फरफारक गर्ने बेलामा एक्सेसिबिलिटी अडिट गरेर मात्रै फरफारक गर्ने भन्ने भएको थियो क्या त्यो चाहिँ टुटेको छ क्या है अब त्यसलाई कसरी पुनः चाहिँ व्यवस्थित गर्न सकिन्छ पहिलो प्रश्न दोस्रो प्रश्न भनेको नेपालमा भ्रष्टाचार उन्मूलन गर्ने भनेको एक्सेसिबिलिटी अडिटले नै हो लेखाजोखाले नै हो होइन यो हामीले शिक्षाबाट कसरी सुरुवात गर्न सक्छौँ तिनै तहमा नष्ट हुने र नहुने शर्त र सशर्त र निशर्त अनुदानलाई यो कार्यक्रमलाई प्रत्येक कार्यक्रममा चाहिँ कसरी अडिट गर्न एक्सेसिबिलिटी अडिट गर्न सकिन्छ एउटा अर्को शिक्षक विद्यार्थीको मूल्याङ्कनलाई नि एक्सेसिबिलिटी अडिटमा ल्याएर हामीले परिणाम कसरी लिन सकिन्छ यसलाई चाहिँ शिक्षा विभागले के गरिरहेको छ यति नै मेरो प्रश्न
म्याडम हजुरको
थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच सबैजनालाई एकदमै राम्रो प्रस्तुति गर्नुभयो एकदमै इन्टरेक्टिभ र स्पष्ट मेरो चाहिँ एउटा मात्रै क्वेसन छ उहाँ हाम्रो स्थानीय तहबाट आउनुभएको सरलाई यहाँले चाहिँ आफ्नो प्रस्तुतिमा थुप्रै सेकेन्डरी लेभलको पनि र आधारभूत तहको पनि शिक्षकहरू चाहिँ रेक्रुट गर्ने गरेको छ स्थानीय तहले जहाँ चाहिँ विद्यार्थीहरूमा शिक्षकहरूको अभाव छ त्यहाँ चाहिँ एलोकेट गर्ने गरेको छ भनेर भन्नुभयो मेरो जिज्ञासा चाहिँ अहिले हालको अवस्थामा हजुरहरूले के कस्तो प्रक्रिया स्ट्यान्डर्डलाई चाहिँ मेन्टेन गरेर शिक्षकहरू चाहिँ रेक्रुट गर्ने गर्नुभएको छ अथवा नियुक्ति गर्ने गर्नुभएको छ यति मात्रै हो सर
वान लास्ट क्वेसन
युनिफर्मिटी होस् भन्ने मात्रै हो
नवीन सर Yeah, you can use the mic.
Dhanabad, thank you so much. Very quickly, on the province colleagues, provincial level, you talked about budget utilization. So what's real is my question, because I was in Sudar Pashchim a couple weeks ago speaking to the Ministry of Social Development, and they said their utilization is only 70% or something like that. And then all of us who were there were very critical. Well, you're not utilizing enough. And then the official said to us, well, our real budget is actually only 80% of what's allocated, because it's an aspirational budget, because the 20% is a gap, and we will see that as a gap because it's aspirational. So is your real budget 80% of what's allocated to you? And if you hit 80% utilization, are you then really at 100% utilization of what's real? And what does that then mean for the broader allocations to the sector? Are they all aspirational? Is there really never an expectation that you will fully utilize the budgets allocated to you?
Yes, thank you. सरबाट सुरु गरौँ
हस् मेरो चाहिँ यहाँ तीनटै हाम्रो निकाय हुनुहुन्छ अब फेडरल यतातिर प्रोभिन्सियल र लोकल हामी अलिकति कहिलेकाहीँ कन्फ्युजन पनि देखिरहेछौँ शिक्षाको अधिकारको हिसाबले र आफ्नो कार्यक्षेत्रको हिसाबले हाम्रो फेडरल एजुकेसन एक्ट चाहिँ बिल चाहिँ नआउँदाखेरि हजुरहरूलाई केही कन्फ्युजन छ कि छैन यसमा अथवा हजुरहरूले स्मुथली काम गर्न पाइराख्नु भएको छ मैले यो तीनटै हाम्रो एजेन्सीलाई चाहिँ मेरो कमन क्वेसन हो र अर्को एउटा मोनिटरिङ पार्टो पनि हुन्छ हाम्रो सिस्टममा त्यो मोनिटरिङ चाहिँ यो तीनटा निकायमध्ये कसको रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी हो जस्तो लाग्छ यहाँहरूलाई र यसलाई कसरी गरिराख्नु भएको छ दोस्रो क्वेसन तेस्रो क्वेसन चाहिँ अघि अनन्त सरले पनि भन्नुभयो हामीले चाहिँ वडाको प्रतिनिधिले ल्याएको आधारमा गर्छौँ र केही चाहिँ जनप्रतिनिधिहरूले ल्याएको आधारमा पालिका स्तरको योजना बनाउँछौँ शिक्षाको र केही कार्यक्रमहरू लान्छौँ भन्नुभयो तर हामीले त सिफ्ट चेन्ज गरिसकिरहेछौँ नि त लोकल एजुकेसन प्लान बनाइसक्यौँ त्यसको आधारमा चाहिँ हजुरहरूले अगाडि बढ्न पाउनु भएको छ कि छैन र यो गरिरहँदाखेरि यो कार्यान्वयन गरिरहँदा फेडरल र प्रोभिन्सियल गभर्मेन्टको चाहिँ रोल के हुन्छ किनभने हाम्रो लोकल गभर्मेन्टहरूको चाहिँ बजेट सिस्टम हेर्ने हो भनेदेखि कसैको राम्रो छ काठमाडौँ महानगरपालिका जस्तोले जति पनि आफ्नो लोकल एजुकेसन प्लान इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्न सक्छ विदाउट हाम्रो सेन्ट्रल लेभलको चाहिँ सपोर्ट तर हामी कहाँ यस्ता पालिकाहरूको सङ्ख्या धेर छ जसको चाहिँ लोकल इन्कम भनेको चाहिँ एकदमै न्यून छ र उहाँहरूले बेसिक आफ्नो रिक्वायरमेन्ट प्रिन्टिङ सामान्य कुराहरू गर्नसम्म नसक्ने अवस्थाको बजेटहरू पनि उहाँहरूको इन्कम छ र यसलाई यो ग्यापलाई फुलफिल गर्नको लागि फेडरल र प्रोभिन्सियलले त्यो लोकल एजुकेसन प्लान एक्जिक्युसनको लागि के स्ट्राटेजी डेभलप गर्नु भएको छ मैले यति 3टा कुरा जान्न चाहेँ।
हस् धन्यवाद सर। अब म अनन्त सरबाट इन्भाइट गरेँ आफूलाई लक्षित प्रश्नहरूको र आफूसँग सम्बन्धित प्रश्नहरूको क्विकली जवाफका लागि।
धन्यवाद शङ्कर सर। यहाँ म्याडमले सोध्नुभएको क्वेसनमा सबभन्दा पहिले म जान्न चाहन्छु स्थान तहले शिक्षक नियुक्ति गर्ने आधार मापदण्ड के हो भन्नुभएको छ। सङ्घीय निकायले जारी गरेको शिक्षा नियमावली र प्रचलित शिक्षा ऐन जुन छ त्यहाँ व्यवस्था भए बमोजिमको शिक्षक छनौट समिति र शिक्षक छनौट प्रक्रिया जुन छ त्यही मापदण्ड त्यही प्रक्रिया त्यही समिति मार्फतै हाम्रो शिक्षकहरू नियुक्ति गर्ने काम हुन्छ। त्योभन्दा बाहेक अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो त्यहाँ मापदण्ड आधार प्रावधानहरू छैन। यो कुरा यहाँ निवेदन गरेँ। अब अर्को कुरा चाहिँ अब लव सरले भन्नुभयो होइन त्यस सम्बन्धमा चाहिँ म के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दा 3 तहको शिक्षाको अधिकार कतिपय ओभरल्याप छन् कतिपय चाहिँ अब सेग्रिगेटेड छन् होइन। त्यसमा भएको कन्फ्युजन सम्बन्धमा चाहिँ त्यो ठिकै हो। विद्यालय अनुगमन सम्बन्धमा स्थानीय तहमा शिक्षा हेर्ने कर्मचारी जम्मा 1 जना 2 जना मात्रै हुन्छन् र टेबल वर्कले धेरै समय खान्छ र विद्यालय अनुगमन गर्ने भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ काम परेको बेलामा सँगसँगै गर्ने हो। जस्तै विद्यालय व्यवस्थापन समिति गठनको बेला अभिभावक भेला हुन्छ त्यही बेला जाने त्यो बेला अरू हेर्ने परीक्षाको अनुगमन हुन्छ त्यो बेला जाने त्यो बेला अरू पनि हेर्ने कहिलेकाहीँ लेखा परीक्षण भइरहेको हुन्छ त्यो बेला पनि हामी गएर हेर्छौँ कसरी परीक्षण भइरहेको छ त्यो बेला पनि हामी हेरिरहेको हुन्छौँ र प्लस कहिले समय निकालेर विद्यालयहरूको अनुगमन चाहिँ गरिरहेको हुन्छ। तर पहिले जिल्ला शिक्षा कार्यालय रहँदाको अवस्थाको जस्तो छुट्टै एउटा टिओआर बनाएर छुट्टै योजना बनाएर जाने चाहिँ अहिले चाहिँ सुविधा छैन। अरू कुरा म यहाँ समक्ष के निवेदन गर्न चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि यहाँ शिक्षा मन्त्रालय प्लस चाहिँ शिक्षा विभागका आदरणीय सर हुनुहुन्छ। म यहाँलाई के एउटा नम्र निवेदन गर्न चाहन्छु भन्दा स्थानीय सरकार सञ्चालन ऐनले जुन व्यवस्था गरेको छ दफा 11मा स्थानीय तहको काम कर्तव्य अधिकार अन्तर्गत जुन शिक्षा सम्बन्धी काम कर्तव्य अधिकार 23वटा रहेका छन्। त्यो 23वटा काम कर्तव्य अधिकारको चाहिँ यो काम चाहिँ यसरी गर्ने भनेर कम्तीमा त्यो 23वटा चाहिँ को कामको चाहिँ एउटा मोटामोटी कार्यविधि गाइडलाइन बनाइदिएदेखि चाहिँ यो 753वटै पालिकाहरूलाई चाहिँ एउटा महत्त्वपूर्ण आधार हुने थियो भन्ने मेरो यहाँ एकदम सादर निवेदन छ। त्यो होस् भन्ने म यहाँ समक्ष निवेदन गर्न चाहन्छु। र अर्को के छुट्यो अर्को
धन्यवाद सर। गोपाल सर
ल
हजुरलाई बजेटसँग सम्बन्धित प्रश्न पनि थियो एउटा।
बजेटको सन्दर्भमा चाहिँ हामी कहाँ त्यो खर्चको समस्या चाहिँ छैन किनभने अब त्यो प्रदेश सुदूरपश्चिम प्रदेशको कुरा गर्नुभयो उहाँले। बागमती प्रदेशमा चाहिँ हामीलाई जति बजेट प्राप्त भएको छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ नै म्याक्सिमम नै त्यसको बजेट चाहिँ खर्च भएको छ। त्यसै हुनाले खर्चको अवस्था चाहिँ खर्च नभएको अवस्था चाहिँ बागमती प्रदेशमा चाहिँ छैन। र अर्को एउटा अब हामी सबैलाई मिल्ने क्वेसन यो कानुन नबनेको कारणले कतिको समस्या छ भनेर भन्नुभएको छ। यो त एकदम समस्या नै छ। अब चाहिँ धेरै चाहिँ पालिकाहरूमा अहिले धेरै कार्यक्रमहरू अब मैले पहिला पनि निवेदन गरेँ हामीले आफैले कार्यक्रम गर्दैनौँ स्थानीय तहको समन्वय कामहरू गर्छौँ। त्यसो गर्दै गर्दा हरेक पालिकाहरूमा फरक फरक किसिमका चाहिँ नै अब ऐनहरू बनाएका छन् फरक फरक किसिमका चाहिँ शिक्षक व्यवस्थापनका कानुनहरू छुट्टा छुट्टै बनाएका छन्। त्यसो गर्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ पहिला जाँदा एउटा भइरहेको हुन्छ पछि जाँदा अर्को भइरहेको हुन्छ। त्यसो हुनाले यो कानुन फरक फरक हिसाबको चाहिँ नै पालिकै पछि चाहिँ ऐनहरू फरक फरक हुँदाखेरि काम गर्न यसले चाहिँ प्रभाव पारेकै छ। र अर्को मोनिटरिङको क्वेसन पनि सबैलाई मिल्छ नै जस्तो लाग्छ। मोनिटरिङको हिसाबले हामीले त्यसरी अब प्रदेश लेभलबाट हरेक विद्यालयको चाहिँ भिजिट गर्ने त्यो किसिमको चाहिँ त्यो उता छैन। तर जति कार्यक्रमहरू हामीले जुन जुन विद्यालयहरूमा कार्यक्रमहरू चाहिँ पठाउँछौँ जुन जुन विद्यालयमा कार्यक्रम लन्च गर्छौँ त्यो कार्यक्रमहरू र चाहिँ नि जस्तै अनिवार्य तथा निःशुल्क शिक्षाका कार्यक्रमहरू पऱ्यो भने हरेक विद्यालयहरूमा त्यहाँका टिचरहरूसँग यो वर्ष चाहिँ कति विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ विद्यालयमा आए के गरे भनेर भन्ने खालको कुराहरूको मोनिटरिङ चाहिँ हुन्छ। तर सेड्युलली यसलाई चाहिँ अब यदि विद्यालय मोनिटरिङ गर्ने यो चाहिँ उमा गर्ने भनेर त्यसो निश्चित एउटा मापदण्ड चाहिँ छैन। र चाहिँ नि त्यो कामको सिलसिलामा चाहिँ मोनिटरिङ गर्ने प्रक्रिया चाहिँ छ।
हस्, थ्याङ्क यू सर। महेन्द्र सर।
ल अब धन्यवाद। यो मलाई सुवेदीजीले राख्नुभएको प्रश्न ठ्याक्कै एन्सर दिनुपर्ने भयो होइन। उहाँले उठाएको विषय के थियो भने विगतमा शिक्षा विभाग हुँदा हामी एक्सेसिबिलिटी अडिट गरेर भुक्तानी दिने एउटा चाहिँ प्र्याक्टिस स्थापना भएको रहेछ। एउटा विषय के हो भने संहितापछि हामी स्कुललाई पैसा सोझै चाहिँ दिँदैनौँ, स्थानीय तह मार्फत हुन्छ, हामी खर्च गर्ने एकाइ होइनौँ। त्यसैले हामी विद्यालयलाई पैसा दिने भएको हुनाले मलाई त अझ के लाग्छ भने भुक्तानी गर्ने समयमा अन्तिममा गएर हामी भुक्तानी गर्दा चाहिँ एक्सेसिबल छ कि छैन भनेर अडिट गऱ्यो भने त भवन बनिसकेको हुन्छ। अर्को समस्या पर्ने हुनाले बरु भवनको डिजाइन ड्रइङ गर्दादेखि नै त्यो किसिमबाट अगाडि जानुपर्छ होला। त्यसैले यसपटक हामीले के ओपन गरेका थियौँ भने तपाईँहरूलाई कम्फर्ट हुन्छ हाम्रो वेबसाइटमा राखेका सिएचआरटीका ड्रइङ डिजाइन प्रयोग गर्नुहोस्, त्यो हुँदैन हाम्रो चाहिँ केन्द्रीय आयोजना कार्यान्वयन एकाइले राखेको छ त्यो प्रयोग गर्नुहोस्, त्यो पनि हुँदैन तपाईँको लोकालिटीमा कस्तो किसिमको ड्रइङ डिजाइन चाहिन्छ त्यही अनुरूप पालिकाबाट एप्रुभल गराएर ल्याउनुहोस् भनेर हामीले यो पाटोमा चाहिँ सहजीकरण गरेका छौँ। दोस्रो उहाँले उठाएको सुशासनको इस्यु हो। सबैको चासो चिन्ता भनेको सुशासनै हो। त्यसले सुशासन भनेको केन्द्रीय निकायले मात्रै कायम गरेर सम्भावना छैन। त्यसको तल्लो एकाइ भनेको विद्यालय हो, जहाँ हामी सामाजिक परीक्षणको कुरा राखेका छौँ, अन्तिम लेखा परीक्षणको कुराहरू राखेका छौँ। अनि त्यसैले तल्लो तह जहाँ खर्च गर्ने एकाइहरू हुन् ती पनि त्यत्तिकै जवाफदेही छन्। माथिल्लो तहबाट पनि हामी त्यो हजुरले उठाएको इस्युलाई एकदमै नोटेट गरेर राख्यौँ। अर्को विषय भनेको मोनिटरिङको इस्यु उठेको छ। मोनिटरिङमा हामी के क्लियर हुन जरुरी छ भने टिचरको टाइम र टास्क हेर्ने हेड टिचरले। अब दोस्रो हामी कहाँ सुपरभाइजर गर्ने मान्छे छैन। त्यसैले विद्यालयमा टिचरको टाइम एन्ड टास्क हेड टिचरले गर्ने हो, ओभरअल वाचडगको रूपमा पालिकाले गर्ने हो र प्रदेश र स्थानीय तहको पछि प्रदेश र सङ्घले पनि मोनिटरिङ गर्छन्। त्यो भनेको पर्पोजिभ हुन्छ। कुनै उद्देश्यमा जाने भयो नि त प्रदेश टिचर ट्रेनिङको हकमा जाला, इआरओले विद्यालयको पर्फर्मेन्स अडिट गर्ला, हेड सरको गर्ला, तर रेगुलर सेन्टरबाट गएर मोनिटरिङ डेली क्लासरुम एक्टिभिटिज गरिदिन त्यो लोकल गभर्मेन्टको डोमेन हो। त्यो आधारभूत चाहिँ स्थानीय सरकार सञ्चालन ऐनले दिएको विषयवस्तु हो। त्यसैले हामीले यो कोलाबोरेसन त्यहाँ बुझ्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। र सङ्घीय ऐन नआउँदा के समस्या भएको छ भन्ने विषयमा सङ्घीय सरकारभन्दा तल धेरै जटिलता भएको छ कि मलाई साथीहरूले गरेको फोनको आधारमा के छ भने उहाँहरू 2-3टा गाइड कानुनबाट गाइडेड हुनुहुन्छ कि स्थानीयको पनि मान्नै परेको छ, प्रदेशको पनि मान्नु परेको छ, सङ्घको पनि मान्नुहुन्छ, तिनटै सँगै प्यारलली काम गर्नु। जस्ट इक्जाम्पल के हो भने अब शैक्षिक सत्र कसरी सुरु गर्ने होइन। आइतबारको बिदा धमाधम पालिकाहरू फेरि हाम्रो त स्थानीय सरकार सञ्चालन ऐनले आधारभूत शिक्षा हामीलाई दिएको छ, हामी त फेरि रिओपन गरेर गइसक्यौँ। संस्थागत विद्यालयको शुल्कको विषय हामी तपाईँ हेर्नुहोस् भनेर तल पठाएको छौँ। हामी कहाँ छुट्टै हिजोको संस्थागत विद्यालय सञ्चालन व्यवस्थापन मापदण्ड थियो त्यो अनुरूप हामी तल पठायौँ, त्यो इस्यु बनेर आएको छ। टिचर म्यानेजमेन्टको विषयमा स्थानीय सरकारले प्रधानाध्यापक नियुक्ति गर्नुभएको छ, अदालतमा तुरुन्तै गएको छ, अदालतले स्टे अर्डर दिएको छ। त्यसैले साथीहरू काम गर्न थालेका पनि फेरि ब्याक हुनुभएको छ। त्यसैले फ्रन्ट लाइनमा सङ्घीय ऐन नआउँदाखेरि जति समस्या उहाँहरूलाई परेको छ, माथि पनि अफकोर्स केही इस्युहरूमा होला, तर तल्लो तहमा साथीहरूलाई बढी नै समस्या परेको छ। आशा गरौँ यो छिटै सेटल हुने इस्यु छ। सचिवजी बोल्नुभएको छ। अलमोस्ट विषयहरू हामीले एक्सहरू सम्बोधन गऱ्यौँ होला। सबै साथीहरूलाई धन्यवाद।
हस्, थ्याङ्क यू सर। सबै ठिक छ। अहिले एकछिन पछाडि हामी यो सकिएपछि पनि हजुरले पर्सनल्ली कुरा गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। हस्, यहाँ सबै प्यानलिस्टहरूलाई धन्यवाद। यहाँहरूले पनि धैर्यताका साथ सुन्नुभयो, यहाँहरूलाई पनि धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
अब लग सिधै अब सरले अलिकति गर्नुहुन्छ। Okay, now thank you very much for panelists, colleagues, for your excellent role as panelist and also your contribution to the whole discussion process. And thank you, audience, colleagues, for your very valid questions to the panelists, colleagues. And now, I understand your patience is going on, but it must have some limit. Sorry, it is not unlimited, and it doesn't go beyond our scheduled time as well. So, sorry. Now we have, according to our schedule, now we are coming into the last segment or section of the program today, which is basically wrap up. But before wrap up, I would like to request and reopen the discussion session, since we have already held quite a few questions from the audience. So I would like to request you audience colleagues, I mean the participants, delegates, for your very quick questions, right? So that, yeah, we can, I mean, go with addressing those questions, and we will go into the wrap up. So, and for the questions, we also have some online colleagues. So we do value your presence and patience so far. So we are also reaching out to the online colleagues as well for their questions and comments if they have any. All right, now, yeah, first question from my colleague, yeah.
Like we heard, in terms of upgrading a digital platform like Sikai Chaudhary, so the follow-up questions, or if there is plan like how now those Sikai Chaudhary platform can be used for the non-formal education community learning centers as well, in terms of like training the local government, local facilitator, how they can access and how they can use that package in the community learning center. Just two short follow-up questions. The another one is we heard we've been with the report in MTR and SESP as well in terms of a non-formal education certification. We talk about 2156 community learning centers is being implemented, but the implementation is very uneven. The certification issues. So my another follow-up questions will be around, as we already have developed this national qualification framework, so now do we have plans in upcoming ASIF, how now NQF will be aligned with the NFE package to be implemented in the community learning center, so that the issues of transition, certification, assessment can be somehow mitigated. And the final questions is around girls and inclusive education initiative. 2 weeks before, we have initiated some meetings with the provincial government, with the local government. I'll give just one example in Madhes. Like they have this GIN standard recently, but the problem is they have not aligned this with Prasasakiya Sanchalan. And now the problem is the mandate will not be sustained right after this fiscal year. Then how shall we move ahead with the strategy plan? Just to top off, this is good initiative, like we saw how now the CHRD is planning to develop the provincial government and local government action plan. I believe these issues can be well incorporated in terms of functionality and sustainability of GIN. Thank you so much.
I will take advantage of translation. म नेपालीमा कुरा गर्न चाहन्छु. मेरो सर्ट छ, नीलकण्ठ सर, शङ्कर सर, भक्त सरको जुन प्रेजेन्टेसन एकदम कम्प्रिहेन्सिभ छ, तर केही 3वटा एरियामा चाहिँ अलिकति हामीले एटेन्सन दिनुपर्छ कि भन्ने हिसाबले मैले राखेँ. एउटा यो प्रोभिन्सबाट सर पनि हुनुहुन्छ, गोपाल सर, जुन इमर्जेन्सी फन्ड भनेर विगतमा हामीले प्रत्येक प्रोभिन्समा 2 करोड चाहिँ राख्ने प्रावधान छ, त्यसको एकदमै युटिलाइजेसनमा एकदम धेरै समस्या भइरहेछ के. त्यसको इमर्जेन्सी भनेको त क्विक, हामी विदिन 24 आवर 48 आवरमा रेस्पोन्समा जानुपर्ने फन्ड हो नि त. हाम्रो प्रोक्युरमेन्ट सिस्टमले चाहिँ त्यसलाई युटिलाइजेसनमा एकदम धेरै समस्या छ. मेरो अनुरोध चाहिँ 2टा काम चाहिँ हामीले गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ. एउटा कि चाहिँ हाम्रो प्रोक्युरमेन्टलाई अलि एकदम सिम्प्लिफाई गर्नु पर्यो, क्विकली त्यसलाई प्रोक्युरमेन्ट सिस्टमलाई त्योभन्दा अझै सजिलो चाहिँ एउटा यो प्री पोजिसनिङ मटेरियलहरू हुन्छ नि, त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले जता पनि प्रयोग गर्न सकिने हिसाबको एउटा कन्डिसन बनाएर जहाँ हुन्छ त्यो रिसोर्सलाई पहिले चाहिँ प्रिपोजिसनिङ गऱ्यो भने चाहिँ क्विकली चाहिँ हामीले जहाँ चाहिँ इमर्जेन्सी अथवा हामीले रेस्पोन्स गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ त्यहाँ चाहिँ रिसोर्स लगेर चाहिँ गर्न सकिन्छ। दोस्रो इन्टिग्रेटेड करिकुलमको कुरा गर्दा गर्दै डिएलआईमा चाहिँ 139 लोकल गभर्मेन्टमा जाने भन्ने कुरा जस्तो मैले बुझेँ। अब कति भयो 3 वर्ष 4 वर्ष भइसक्यो हामीले इन्टिग्रेटेड करिकुलमको कुरा गर्न थालेको। यो चाहिँ मलाई लाग्छ नन नेगोसिएबल जस्तो भइसक्यो कि हामीले फाउन्डेसनल लर्निङ एकदम विक पनि भनिरहेछौँ। इन्टिग्रेटेड करिकुलमको अझै 753 सबै टिचरहरूलाई मैले यसो हेर्दै गर्दाखेरि यहाँ ग्रेड 1 to 5 मा 1,45,000 समथिङ टिचरहरू हुनुहुन्छ भनेपछि त हाम्रो चाहिँ 1,45,000 टिचरमा यो वर्ष हाम्रो जानी चाहिँ रोड म्याप यो हो भनेर हामी क्विकली जानुपर्छ। गौरी शङ्कर सर यही हुनुहुन्छ। एउटा अहिले नयाँ इनिसिएटिभ चाहिँ यो अनलाइन मोडुलर कोर्स भनेर बेसिक इन्फर्मेसन सबै टिचरलाई टार्गेट गरेर त्यो प्लेटफर्म बनिएको छ। हामीले टार्गेट गरौँ न अलिकति ब्रेक थ्रु चाहिँ इन्टिग्रेटेड करिकुलम, ताकि अर्को वर्ष फेरि हामीले बरु रिफ्रेसरतिर आदि इत्यादि कुरा गरौँला होइन, त्यसमा एक्सन। थर्ड चाहिँ मेरो अलिकति यो डेटाको मा अघि आउन त अलिकति इन्टिग्रेटेड डेटा म्यानेजमेन्टको कुरा आएको छ। मैले सानो एउटा एक्जाम्पल चाहिँ हामी मधेस प्रोभिन्सको सिरा र महोत्तरीको 6वटा लोकल गभर्मेन्टको इसिडीको डेटा र इमिसको डेटा हेर्दाखेरि अलमोस्ट 10% चाहिँ डेभिएसन देखिरहेछ। भनेपछि यो डेटाको एकुरेसीमा हामीले एकदम सिरियसली काम गर्न पर्नेछ। हस्, धन्यवाद।
Thank you. One more hand. Okay. I think, yeah, you can do first.
Oh, thank you for all valuable presentation. One quick clarification from JICA regarding ineligible expenditure of SSDP. In the presentation, refundable amount from JICA was mentioned as 1.1 million. However, actual amount it was 1.5 million. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Namaskar, everyone. There are 3 things that I wanted to clarify from the presentation that Shankar sir already made and the TC1 meeting that we had. The first is on the USAID's exit and the accounting treatment that we talked about. There was a detailed discussion on what recommendations can be provided by this mission as well. And because it's a bilateral agreement between USAID and the government of Nepal, there are limitations on the JFP's end as well on what we can recommend. So what we had discussed and what we concluded is we can request MOEST because it's a national issue. It's not just the education sector that is being affected, but all the other sectors where USAID presence was there. So we had concluded that we would, in the mission, recommend that MOEST should take a guidance or more of a policy level guidance from Ministry of Finance to how to move forward with the accounting treatment, because it shouldn't be just for the education sector, but this should be an accounting treatment that would be done for all the sectors that have been affected. So this is one clarification that I wanted to make. And on the second one, on the ineligible expenditure, for which MOEST has, thanks to the management, after a lot of discussion, MOEST has taken action on the ineligible expenditures for Norway and Finland, which is now already been communicated to the Ministry of Finance. And to acknowledge the development and the progress that has already happened, what we had suggested was when we mention it in the BRM mission, we would mention the progress that has already been made. The letter that from World Bank that has been mentioned in the presentation was dated a year from now. So that has already passed. So what we thought was when Ministry of Education had made that move and sent the letter, let's reference that letter in the mission so that we can also acknowledge the progress that has already been made. And on the third thing on SAS migration work that has already been in progress, what was reported in the BRM as well today. So for that particular issue, there is one constraint that we have been facing that I wanted to bring to your attention is that the technical human resource who can configure what is the data need, what what is the storage need. Those kind of information needs confirmation from CHRD. IDMC has been following up on confirmation on the issues, but there is limitation on CHRD's end as well because the technical human resource is not available. But this needs to happen in a very quick manner, because for this fiscal year, we want to complete the migration work. For the next fiscal year, we would go on with the upgradation of SAS work. And we also have to now fit into how MS and Sutra would be integrated, how communication happens between these three systems. So the technical person that is needed to support the migration and the upgradation for next fiscal year, this need is seen as a vacuum in CHARD right now. So I wanted to bring to everyone's attention that this is a very immediate need and I would need your support. Thank you, sir. Back to Maya.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for a very, very comprehensive presentation. Of course, the documents were also shared with us prior to the BRM as well, and we had provided comments as well. But it's always great to see all the effort and work that has gone into coming into the BRM, and thank you very much for that. I think I just want to piggyback on some of the comments made by colleagues earlier. One is around the integrated curriculum. Of course, we have expanded as part of the DLI, 3 activities under integrated curriculum, right? But what we have also seen is the way the DLI was designed. When we go to school, we said at least one teacher from the school should be trained. That means coming up to year 5 of SESP, we have only trained 1/3 of the teachers in primary school. So as part of the DLI restructuring that we did for the World Bank, we have said, at least in the 4 provinces that have the lowest learning outcomes based on the 2024 NAN report, let's cover the remaining teachers, right? I don't know if, I didn't see that DLI being presented, but we have had that discussion. So hopefully, Nilkanta sir, that budget is there for that, DLI to cover all the remaining teachers, at least in the 4 provinces. So that's one thing, because that's important, and that sort of ties to what Lakshmiji was also saying, right? Integrated curriculum has been implemented. We are, we're still trying to train the teachers in terms of the concept of integrated curriculum. Second one is on the data NER for secondary, right? We had discussed this extensively during the technical working group and also during the plenary as well. But I think this needs a little bit of a special mention in the BRM today as well. We need a more detailed analysis of why the NER is dropping significantly, and only for secondary, right? Because if we are updating the population projection, it's very difficult to say that only the NER for secondary is impacted, nothing else. So I think a little bit of more technical work to understand what's happening is required. And I think if we can take note of that as an agreed action of the BRM would be useful, because this has consequences for a lot of our reporting purposes as well. I think sort of, again, piggybacking on what Lakshmiji also said, the quality of data that's coming through EMIS, right? We understand EMIS, the data that goes into EMIS is a self-reported data from schools. So that means we need a lot more capacity building of, head teachers or focal person who is doing the data entry at, in the EMIS. Of course, we have started this training at the local level for EMIS focal point, but fundamentally data entry happens at the school level. So how do we cascade that training so that relevant people at the schools also get the training, so that when they enter data into EMIS, they're entering data accurately, they're updating on a timely manner. And this is something we have seen with children with disability data as well. The verification report clearly shows a lot of discrepancies in data, so we really need to work on that as well. So I wanted to highlight those things. Thank you.
One hand from the back side, please, sir.
म चाहिँ अटिजम अभिभावक यो SESP को बजेट रिभ्यू मिटिङको महत्त्वपूर्ण छलफलमा छौँ, महत्त्वपूर्ण प्रस्तुतिहरू पनि रहे। मैले चाहिँ जान्न चाहेको एकदम सामान्य कुरा, एकदम सामान्यभन्दा सामान्य कुरा, म जस्ता मान्छेहरू डेभलपमेन्ट डिसेबिलिटिज भएका बालबालिकाहरू सरकारको 100 बुदाको सूची पनि हामीले पढ्यौँ। म जस्तै अभिभावकहरू सुदूरपश्चिम धनगढीमा मिलेर एउटा विद्यालय पनि सञ्चालन गरेका छौँ, एउटा हिमालयन स्पेसल स्कुल भन्ने छ। त्यस्ता बालबालिकाहरू मैले भन्न खोजेको यो अबको यो शैक्षिक सत्रमा म जस्ता अभिभावकले हाम्रा बालबालिकाहरूलाई विद्यालयको मूल प्रभावमा ल्याउन सक्छौँ भन्ने यो पेपर प्रस्तुतिमा काहीँ न काहीँ त्यस्तो देख्न पाउँछु भन्ने मैले अलिकति अपेक्षा गरेको थिएँ। मैले बुझ्न सकिनँ कि मेरो त्यो क्षमताले त्यो बुझ्न नसकेको पनि हुनसक्छ। विशेष गरी यो डेभलपमेन्ट डिसेबिलिटिज भएका बालबालिकाहरूको शिक्षण वृद्धिको प्रक्रिया, उहाँहरूको सामाजिकीकरण ज्ञानसिप क्षमताको कुरा मात्रै होइन, स्वयं शिक्षकहरूलाई पनि यो विषयको ज्ञान अहिले पनि म कहिलेकाहीँ त्यो स्थानीय तहमा, प्रदेश सरकारमा, सङ्घीय सरकारको मन्त्रालयहरूमा आउँदाखेरि पनि यो विशेष गरेर अपाङ्गता भित्र पनि संवेदनशील वर्गहरू, अटिजम, बौद्धिक लगायत बालबालिकाहरूको चाहिँ सहायक सामग्रीको कुरा गर्यो भने उहाँहरू चाहिँ अनभिज्ञता प्रकट गर्नुहुन्छ कि यो अलिकति यो विषयलाई पनि काहीँ न काहीँ छुनुपर्छ कि हाम्रो प्रस्तुतिहरूले। र म जस्ता अभिभावकहरूले अब यो SESP को यो छलफल चलिरहँदाखेरि अब हाम्रा बालबालिकाहरूको चाहिँ विद्यालयको मूल प्रवाहमा कसरी समाहित हुन सक्लान्। अर्को कुरा चाहिँ अघि तथ्याङ्कको कुरा आइरहँदाखेरि हामी अभिभावकहरूले सञ्चालन गरेको धनगढीमा एउटा विद्यालयमा 33 जना बालबालिकाहरू हुनुहुन्छ, तर हामीसँगै त्यो डक्टरसँग डायग्नोस भएर आएको सङ्ख्या नै हेऱ्यो भने झन्नै 700-800 सङ्ख्यामा हामी कहाँ रेकर्ड छ कि। अब यो तथ्याङ्कको कुराहरू पनि अलिकति यो डेभलपमेन्ट डिसेबिलिटिज भएका बालबालिका, विशेष गरी न्युरोडाइभर्सिटी भएका बालबालिकाहरूको यो तथ्याङ्कको कुरालाई पनि काहीँ न काहीँ जोड्नुपर्छ कि। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Thank you. Now I saw quite a few colleagues from online raising hand. So online colleagues, Chandraji and who else? Sumit Dalji. Yeah, there are two colleagues. Okay, from the screen. So please, questions. Do you hear me, colleagues? Chandra? Okay, please.
Sorry, we cannot hear you, sir. Initially, we were hearing you, but not now. Yeah. Sir, can you hear us? I think you are muted. Please unmute yourself and speak.
You can also use your chat box if you couldn't manage to, get to us. So now Sumit Dalji. Chandraji, we can get back to you again, probably if not possible today, tomorrow. We'll definitely reach out to you to hear your questions. Okay, so we can also hold this, question also for tomorrow. If so, then now, yes, there are quite a few questions raised by our colleagues around the table today. So the questions are well noted by our relevant colleagues, and many of the questions and almost all of the questions are related to CHRD mandate. And I think I'm going to request CHRD DG for his final summarization remarks. So, yeah, until he is done, I think I would like to hold this on in terms of response. So now, now I will also ask CDC colleagues for their, final response and their perspectives. And ERO colleagues also for their perspective, right? So before that, if Anuk, if you have anything to share with us, then now I think it is your turn. Okay.
Thank you, Shiba sir. No, I think the discussions and has been very rich. The presentations have been very informative, and I think we also need some time to reflect on what we've heard, what is in the documentation. We have tomorrow at CHRD where we can, I think, rather than rushing replies and responses, I think we should take our time for important issues to discuss tomorrow further. What would be good, nevertheless, not today, but by the end of tomorrow or Wednesday, to have a few clear deadlines that we can include in the aid memoir as well. For example, the deadline for finalizing the ACIP and AWP and the Flash 1 report. Also, for the Flash 1 report, it would be good to have quite a detailed explanation of the changes in the data. So maybe we can add that as an annex to the Flash report. And then also, I think there is a need for stock taking of inclusive education and disability inclusive education, as we had quite some discussions around that as well. So that we do a stock taking of what is already there, what is needed, so that then can be fed into the SESP phase 2. But for me, I would like to stop there. I think looking around the room, the faces are a little bit more tired than when we came in this morning. So I would say let's discuss further tomorrow and ask more questions tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Anukji. Yes, of course. You are very right in terms of responding to the questions. We can also use tomorrow's platform for that purpose. I mean, our colleagues might get, time to prepare more for the response. And if there are any quick, questions for clarification, they can, utilize this platform as well. When I go to the digital. So before that, I would like to highlight quite a few things. That is basically, yes, of course, many of our colleagues have now emphasized on quite a few, areas of further engagement. For example, digital transformation, digital learning resources, utilization and application of digital facilities in teaching learning process, right? And this is something that we have to record, and we have to further explore to develop appropriate strategies to so that will become part of the program implementation guideline, right? A guideline which will be prepared later on after approval of the AWPB, right? So we can brainstorm certain practical pragmatic solutions and also procedural steps to better implement the digital utilization of digital facilities so that we can make the accessible to entire students, right? So that can be one part. And the other could be like the data part, which is very pertinent, concerns coming from the audience side. So I think, yes, of course, especially with regard to secondary level, and there are, some lapses that we can notice at the beginning, at the moment now, but we have to, go further to, analyze the lapses and gaps in the calculation or in the system as well, right? So, and that is also something that we can also make use of next year's some budgetary provision or program provision to go further, and also we can go to the field verification in a sample size. So that is also something that we have to take a note of, and the ADMMOIR colleagues also might be very attentive to those issues raised on the table. And the accurate figure of ineligible expenditure, as raised by JICA colleague, yes, of course, probably DG will have some response to that concern. So with this, now I would like to request ERO colleague, if we have anybody from ERO So I would like to go to ERO. If not CDC, DG, we have CDC, DG. So respected DG, CDC, I would like to request you to provide us, certain, guideline and also your reflections and perspectives. Thank you.
What? I would like to beg my permission to speak in Nepali. Okay, thank you. आदरणीय सम्पूर्ण व्यक्तित्वहरू सादर नमस्कार। आज हामी बिहानदेखि अहिलेसम्म करिब 9 बजीदेखि लगभग 4:30 बजीसम्म रिगोरसली SESP अन्तर्गतको बजेट रिभ्यू मिटिङमा छलफल गरिरहेका छौँ। छलफल एकदम सान्दर्भिक र एकदम कम्प्रिहेन्सिभ र सुन्दर प्रस्तुतिको लागि यहाँहरू सबैलाई म हार्दिक धन्यवाद दिन्छु पार्टी विकास केन्द्रको तर्फबाट। र मैले धेरै भन्नुपर्ने छैन, अघि अलिकति हाइलाइट गर्नुभएको थियो अनन्त सरले, यो विषयमा अलिकति कुरा राखौँ भन्ने लाग्यो हो। अहिले चाहिँ हालसालै नेपाली सरकारले 100 बुँदाको सुधारको कार्यसूचीका 100 बुँदा अन्तर्गत चाहिँ 1 दिनसम्म रहेको निरन्तर विद्यार्थी मूल्याङ्कनलाई 4-5 सम्म चाहिँ कन्टिन्यू गर्ने, विस्तार गर्ने भन्ने निर्णय गरेपछि राष्ट्रिय पार्टी विकास मूल्याङ्कन परिषदको वैशाख 11 गतेको 98औँ बैठकले एउटा समिति बनाइदिएर चाहिँ एउटा खाका तयार पार्ने भन्ने निर्देशन प्राप्त भएको थियो। त्यो अनुसार समितिले एउटा खाका तयार पारेको छ। त्यो अलिकति टाइम प्रेसरमै काम भएको हुनाले कतिको व्यवहारिक छ के छ त्यसमा चाहिँ अब यो लिभिङ डकुमेन्ट छ। यसमा यस्तै आएका फिडब्याकहरूको आधारमा हामीले त्यसलाई सुधार गर्दै जान, बढी चाहिँ युजर फ्रेन्डली बनाउन, व्यवहारिक बनाउन सक्ने कुराहरू त्यहाँ रहन्छन्। र त्यही सन्दर्भमा हामी विगत 3 दिनदेखि आज तेस्रो दिन हुन्छ, हामीले अनलाइन मार्फत तत्कालै फिजिकल्ली गर्न समय र रिसोर्सेसले सम्भव भएन। त्यो हिसाबले हामीले जुम मिटिङ मार्फत, अनलाइन मार्फत चाहिँ हामीले अभिमुखीकरण कार्यक्रम सञ्चालन गरिराखेका छौँ। आज हामीले नेपाली र अङ्ग्रेजी र स्वास्थ्य शारीरिकको आज गर्दैछौँ अन्तिम दिन। अस्ति हामीले त्यहाँभन्दा अघि अरू विषयहरू 4 विषय हामीले गरिसकेका छौँ र त्यहाँबाट आएका सुझावहरू र शिक्षकहरूबाट 1 दिनसम्मको जुन अनुभव पनि छ, उहाँहरूको सिकाइ पनि छ, त्यसकै आधारमा आएका सुझावहरूलाई समेत मध्यनजर गर्दै त्यसलाई थप व्यावहारिक बनाउने कुरामा पार्टी विकास केन्द्र लचिलो छ। त्यसमा हामी थप कामहरू गर्छौँ। र अर्को कुरा, यो अहिले आइतबार समेत बिदा दिने नेपाल सरकारको निर्णय हुँदाखेरि पाठ्यक्रम कभर गर्ने कुरामा पाठ्यक्रमले अपेक्षा गरेका कम्पिटेन्सीहरू चाहिँ सिकारुहरूको ले प्राप्त गरेको सुनिश्चित गर्ने कुरामा समय कम भयो, अपर्याप्त भयो भन्ने कुरा उठिराखेको छ। र त्यो अवस्थामा अब आइतबार छुट्टी त हुने नै भयो। त्यो हुँदाखेरि हामीलाई लगभग 195 को आसपासको समय मात्रै हामीलाई प्राप्त हुन्छ। त्यो पनि लामो बर्खे बिदा 45 दिनलाई 30 दिनमा झार्दाखेरि होइन भने 184 दिन हामीलाई वर्षमा प्राप्त हुन्छ। अब त्यो भित्रै हामीले अहिले एडजस्ट गर्नुपर्ने बाध्यता छ, किनभने अब पाठ्यक्रम निर्माणको, पाठ्यक्रम विकासको अर्को प्रक्रिया फेरि लामो छ। त्यसले अरू 5-7 महिना रिगोरसली काम गर्दा पनि लाग्छ। अब त्यो भएको कारणले चाहिँ अहिले त्यसमा पनि एउटा समिति गठन भएको थियो शिक्षा तथा मानव स्रोत विकास केन्द्रका महानिर्देशकज्यूको संयोजकत्वमा। त्यो समितिले काम गरेर चाहिँ त्यसको पनि एउटा खाका तयार पारेर वेबसाइटमा अपलोड गरिसकेको अवस्था छ। हामीले त्यसमा चाहिँ अरू चाहिँ धेरै उपायहरू नभेटेको कारणले गर्दाखेरि यो सैद्धान्तिक सिकाइलाई व्यावहारिक रूपान्तरणको लागि परियोजना कार्यहरू मार्फत र प्रयोगात्मक कार्यहरू मार्फत चाहिँ दिएका परियोजना कार्य र प्रयोगात्मक कार्यहरूलाई पनि सिकाइ उपलब्धिसँग सान्दर्भिक बनाएर जोडेर जुन सिकाइ उपलब्धिहरू सैद्धान्तिक क्लासमा समेट्न सकिँदैन त्यस्ता सिकाइ उपलब्धिहरूलाई चाहिँ परियोजना र प्रयोगात्मक कार्य मार्फत समेटेर सम्पूर्ण सिकाइ उपलब्धिहरू, सक्षमताहरू हासिल भएको सुनिश्चित गर्ने गरी प्रोजेक्ट वर्क र प्र्याक्टिकल वर्कहरू डिजाइन गरेर दिने र आइतबारको घरको बसाइलाई पनि पारिवारिक सिकाइ अथवा सामुदायिक सिकाइमा जोडेर चाहिँ थ्योरिटिकल सिकाइलाई सैद्धान्तिक व्यावहारिक सिकाइमा रूपान्तरण गर्ने अवसर दिने र यसले बालबालिका नेतृत्व क्षमता गर्ने, सहकार्य सिपको विकास गर्ने, समन्वयात्मक सिपको विकास गर्ने, सहयोगात्मक सिपको विकास गर्ने, सञ्चार सिपको विकास गर्ने, रिपोर्ट राइटिङको क्षमता विकास गर्ने लगायतका प्रस्तुतिकरण कलाको विकास गर्ने लगायतका सिपहरू, व्यवहार कुशल सिपहरू यसरी विकास गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने हिसाबले अहिले त्यो हिसाबले डिजाइन भएको छ। बिस्तारै पाठ्यक्रम प्रारूप परिमार्जन गर्ने नि कार्यदल गठन भएको छ। त्यो कार्यदलले रिगोरसली काम गरेर अर्को सालदेखि हामीलाई जति दिन समय उपलब्ध छ त्यही दिनमा सीमित गरेर त्यति दिनका लागि सीमित गरेर चाहिँ सक्षमताहरू घटाउने, त्यही अनुसार कन्टेन्टहरू बनाउने, त्यही अनुसार करिकुलमहरू बनाउने, त्यही अनुसारका आवश्यकता अनुसारका विषयहरू चाहिँ सिफारिस गर्ने कामहरू हुन्छ नै होला। तर त्यो अन्तर्गत त्यसपछि प्राप्त हुने दिनकै आधारमा अहिले पनि हामीलाई 220 दिन प्राप्त हुँदा त्यही आधारमा बनाएको 1024 घन्टा। अब जति दिन प्राप्त हुन्छ, जति कार्यघण्टा प्राप्त हुन्छ त्यही कार्यघण्टाको आधारमा पाठ्यक्रमै रिभिजिट गर्ने चाहिँ राष्ट्रकै कार्यक्रम, मन्त्रालयकै कार्यक्रम रहेको हुनाले हामीले त्यो हिसाबले अहिले त्यसलाई व्यवस्थित गर्न खोजिरहेका छौँ। मैले यति नै भने धन्यवाद सिडिसीको तर्फबाट यहाँहरू सबैलाई।
DG CHRD, Anna sir, please.
Thank you, respected chair, co-chair, and all colleagues. I would like to thank you all for the lessons. And today we discuss how we start this meeting from opening session to till now. And we discuss about different issues. Some presentation were presented here, and different issues and queries are presented here. At last, we held a panel discussion too. Due to the time issue, we have noted all of the related issues, but due to the time issue, we will discuss one by one tomorrow. So I would like to inform to you all, and I would like to invite you all for CHRD tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, DG Saab. I think this concludes the whole meeting process today. Lastly, I would again like to repeat that I, from the bottom of my heart, would like to thank you for your patience. You have worked for more than 7 hours today, starting right from